Day 1 was good, day 2 was better, but here we are on Championship Sunday. But before we jump into that, let's see what happened yesterday and how all of the action unfolded.
First attack of the game and the first goal as well. Non-stop attack, Gravison surely with Messi once again. Lyrics is to win now. Tackle knows his game over. There's the celebration from Lyrics. And Lyrics will move on once again to the next stage of the tournament. Now or never for the Spaniard. Fantastic tackle from Vieira, and that will be full time. Dami moves on into the quarter-finals.
Maestro, with a stroke of luck, ties up the game at 2-2. Rudolph, and he's found the ball back to Ronaldo. And all of a sudden, a flurry of goals. The ball rolls out of play, and Crazy does it again. He's into the PlayStation 4 semi-finals.
Done so well there to get into this dangerous area. Messi back to goal, and it's in finally. This could be dangerous, and it will be.
That was the chance that he'd been waiting for.
Hashtag Harry books himself a spot in FUT Champions Cup number 3. He takes one of the Masters spots.
Eusebio finally gets the pass off, and it's a mistake from Dasari. Oh, it's a mess at the back, and oh, he can't take advantage, but yes, he can. Ronaldo wins it. He puts it out of play, and Nicolas Razek will move into the Xbox semi-finals.
He went down early. Oh no, he's going to score. Just get in the right area. Oh my God. Beautiful from Mbappe. Oh, it's going to be an open goal for him as well.
Paulo Neto, it's just like a knife through hot butter. Space here for Hullet. Lots of space here for Messi! And Paolo Neto has restored a 4-goal advantage over the world champion. Oh, what a ball that is! 30 seconds in game. And the tackle from Zambrotta is enough for Dami to make it through.
Quarterfinal should be kicking off. Chance early on. Fantastic save on the rebound. Eusebio will get there. Pull it now into Messi. Surely a chance and surely a goal. Once again, that near post finish.
This game, you don't know which way it's
Has
going.
to score. He misses. And Messi will book a spot in Championship Sunday.
Welcome everyone to FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 here in Bucharest, Romania. I'm Jimmy Conrad, and after 2 days of great competitive FIFA action, we are now down to Day 3, Championship Sunday. We once started with 64 players, and now we are down to just 8, the great 8. And now I'm gonna bring in my friends Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle, who are gonna help me break down everything that you need to know ahead of this big day. Now, for me, and some would say, this is a battle of attrition to get to Day 3, the focus and concentration that you need to get here, to stay lively, to stay energetic. Is that how you're feeling on the couch?
Well, I think we're bringing all the energy. These guys behind us are loving it because we keep shouting, yes, guys, but they've already played 7 games.
It's a lot.
3 potential games to go. That's a lot of FIFA over a weekend. Okay, it's not as much as when they have to qualify. They're going to play a lot of games there. But, yeah, I mean, you want to get it out of the way. It's quite nice to go early on, have a little break, see who you're playing going into the next round if you make it.
And if you guys are brand new, the reason the Final 8 is so important is because they have a new introduction for the competitive ecosystem where you have the Masters. So all 8 of these competitors are not only in the Final 8 of Stage 2, but they have guaranteed themselves a position in Stage 3.
Yeah, and that's a big deal. It's something I wish that I could have. But you got to earn it, right? And these guys have earned it. Now, the next competitors for us, the first match we're going to see is Crazy versus Harry. Now, Crazy is undefeated so far in this competition. I was about to say something earlier about the highs and lows that these guys have suffered and gone through, but Crazy hasn't had a low yet. He's won every single game he's played in.
And he was semi-finalist last time out as well, only losing to Fafilza, who was also undefeated. And the Fafilza, we know what happened to him. He went all the way to the cross-console final, narrowly missing out Sex, 3-0 in the end. But Crazy will want redemption here today. And Harry is the person in his way, and Harry and Tex get on well. So there could be redemption if he gets past Harry as well.
And he's one of, I guess, 2 players that are left in the competition that are the only guys that have the double dip, with Fnatic Tex and Crazy both being your double masters, so to speak.
Right. Yeah, I like that. The double dip,
The double masters.
That's
Maybe
how
I
good
want
they
some
are.
ice cream. I don't know what's happening today.
Well, for everybody that's watching at home, we got some rewards for you guys. We got some in the form of Twitch drops. I think you guys are quite familiar with this. So if you link your EA and Twitch accounts, and you have a chance to make this happen and get one of these rewards, a mid-icon, Christos Stoichkov, is going to be somebody that's dropping today. An in-form Kevin De Bruyne, that's pretty good. He had a good game yesterday against Chelsea. A small rare gold player pack, rare mega packs. So just make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts to make that happen. These are going to be dropped at different times throughout today. And then in addition to what I just said, all live viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account are guaranteed to receive a number of FIFA Global Series club items, including new limited edition kits, tifos, stadium dressing, and much more. And finally, for all you live viewers with a linked account who participate in the Twitch extension in the trivia or pick'em features, today you're going to receive an untradeable gold players pack by Monday. Yes, that's pretty cool.
I'm sure if Harry goes far in this competition, there'll be a petition on Twitter, get Harry a tifo with the stare that he did yesterday.
We got to have it.
I mean,
he was petitioning for it,
everyone
and I want to
wants
see it. I really want to see it.
He's
If I
probably
can,
doing-
if I
he's
can
not doing
upvote that, I will definitely upvote it wherever we can get this petition started. Put it on Twitter.
Before we move forward with that game, they're about to get ready and kick off here in a few minutes. Let's talk about the top stories from yesterday. Anything that stood out for you?
Maybe mine was the Tex kind of comeback. Obviously lost 2 rounds of Swiss and then now has gone 8 legs of FIFA without even conceding a goal.
That's incredible.
So that for me is one of the big stories.
Okay.
I've got 2.
Whoa.
So first off,
double
Greedy,
dipping, the double
greedy.
master over
I'm
here.
just staying consistent here, all right? So we have 3 Brazilians left in the competition, which I think is worth mentioning because 2 weeks ago, we also had 3 Brazilians in the final
Okay.
8. Maybe it's their time to make a run and win an event. We're guaranteed to see one in the final because 2 of them are matched up against each other. And then I just want to give Dammy some love from Roma. He's been grinding now the last couple of years. Nobody wants to see him. He's always been a pro's pro. He represents Poland. And he had to go through a very difficult route. Not that other players didn't in terms of big name players in order to get here. But he's here. He squeezed out a W against Tuga. And what's to say he's not going to carry on that form?
Now, I think one of the things that I want to explore before we do get into this game is that, as you mentioned, Mike, all 8 of these players have qualified for the Masters. They get that automatic qualification into the next major. Do you think there's going to be a drop-off heading into this now? Because there was maybe an emotional letdown that could happen after securing that qualification?
No, there's too much money on the line, too much pride. Now you're just one step closer to having that trophy. To go with the status, it's a big deal.
I think there's almost 3 tick boxes. Well, there's quite a few. Swiss tick, Masters ticks, get to their console final, and then obviously go all the way. It's kind of 4 things they want to tick off.
Sure.
I will say this. We did see added emotion to get to the top 8 compared to normal. If we were comparing previous years because they didn't have that Masters introduction. So this year it meant so much more. We saw tiers reaching to the final 8, which has never really happened in the past. It would just be the next step of the tournament.
No, I think it's a great add to tournament play. I'm really excited that it is involved in this competition. Now, who do you think has the most momentum going into day 3 as we start today?
Maybe Harry, just because he hasn't even been this far in a competition beforehand. I was chatting to them before the competition started, and Shuri said they kind of sat down yesterday and watched all the games that Crazy had done last night. So they were obviously up quite late going through all his undefeated matches. But yeah, I think Harry, he's kind of fired up with his penalties, how he's been kind of going through the process. And to be here further he's ever got in competition, I reckon he's ready for it.
I'd say Harry's a good shout for someone who's definitely built up some momentum and kind of probably talking to himself saying, why not me? Why not we win the whole thing? Why don't we go the whole way? But also, of course, you've got to talk about Tex, not because of the usual reasons, but because he started 1 and 2. So he was almost a foot out of the door, out of the competition. He came back in the Swiss stage and he looked like motivated. You don't want to see this throwback gray hoodie fanatic Tex. You didn't want to see that guy. We felt that when his back was against the wall. His gameplay just got a little bit better, a little bit tighter. There was less mistakes. And if he's able to replicate that today, he's going to be a tough man to stop.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard to slow down him after 4 consecutive clean sheets. That is incredible. But I'm glad you brought up Harry, Rachel, because if you want to learn a little bit more about him, check this out.
I'm not afraid of anyone at the tournament. I've played competitive FIFA for like 3 years now. I've got the best straws, the worst straws, and you just got to take what's in front of you and play it. If you're afraid before the game started, then you're probably lost anyway. Best defensive player in the world, I would... In front of goal composure, I'd probably say Tex, to be honest. This might surprise some. Best defensive player in the world? Tough one, but I'm probably going to edge to Tex, to be honest with you. Most important tactic for me, I'd probably say, is the one that I use, 4-2-3-1, just because you can easily transition between defence and attack, and it depends on your depth. You can still attack and chase a game. With 4-2-3-1, just put your depth to 7, put the attackers on stay forward, and then you can still sit back if you're like 2 up, put the depth on 3, put your wide midfielders on, come back. So yeah, I'd say 4-2-3-1 because it's very flexible. An item that plays well elsewhere would probably go Vieira. He's 6'4", he's quicker than probably all the centre backs. He's got the agility and balance as well with some of that height, which is rare. So yeah, I'd probably go Vieira. Most passionate player would, I mean, it's got to be one of the South Americans, because I was just sat there in like pretty much silence all through my games. All I could hear around me was "Vamos, vamos, vamos." So yeah, one of them, probably Iago, because he could literally, I don't know, he could literally score to make it 3-1 down and he'll be punching stuff. So yeah, probably Iago. Best FIFA player of all time, very surprisingly to some, I'm going to say Tex. My most important quality, I would say, my mentality. I never let something faze me too much. I never get nervous. My heart rate normally stays at the same, whether it's minute 1 or minute 180, as shown by my penalty shootouts last tournament. So, yeah. Actually, penalty shootouts, we'll say that. The standard in North America is surprising. Not surprising to me, because I always knew it was good because I had been there before. But I would say Weekend League is harder than Europe. Like, I got Elite 1 with a silver team this year in Europe. Could I do it in NA? I don't know. I might try. The qualifiers as well are just as hard because you've got 4 spots instead of 16. As seen by last tournament, we had 4 North Americans here on the PlayStation side. 3 of us got through to the knockout. So yeah, it's not surprised me, but I think it would surprise other people if they moved to North America expecting an easy qualifier, because it just wouldn't happen.
All right, we got some good insight there about Harry. But Mike, talk to me a little bit about Crazy. What makes him so special, and why has he not lost a game so far in this competition?
Well, the reason that we're seeing such quality consistency for Crazy is because he's arguably the best player in terms of being able to control a match, possession play, really taking other people's gameplay kind of out of their norms. They have to adjust to him as opposed to the other way around. And he almost outlasts you, outweights you. He's more patient than you. And I think we're going to see some transitions with pros going into stage 3, just based on the success that Crazy's now had with stage 1 and stage 2, and being a relatively unknown player in the competitive scene prior to this year. It's not that we've never seen him, that he's never been on the charts, but he hasn't had a breakthrough. This is his breakout year.
Okay, taking friendships out of it, what's your prediction for this one?
I can't go against Harry. So
Okay.
we're gonna have it.
So friendships are being put into this.
They're putting into this, and I don't know. Like I kind of feel like this is going to be a low-scoring game, and there's a good chance that it does go to penalty kicks. And I definitely back Harry in penalty kicks.
I tip Harry in penalty as well. How about?
He doesn't miss on penalties. He's written it out there in the social media stratosphere. He doesn't miss on penalties. If it goes to penalties, Harry. If it's not going all the way, I'm going to go with Crazy.
So that was like a double answer?
No,
I'm a fan of the double answer.
You're doubling, I'm doubling.
I'm not. I gave you a clear answer. I said I'm going
I
with Harry.
like
I
the
think it's
double
going to go
answer.
to penalties.
Let's bring in two of my favorite double duo right now. There they are, Brandon and Richard. What's up, guys? How are you?
Doing very well, Jimmy. Yeah, we're excited to get into another championship Sunday. Are we going to see a new name on that trophy? Only time will tell, but a fantastic match to kick things off.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to it. Enjoy the call.
Cheers, Jimmy.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we are jumping into our first matchup of the day. Obviously, one of our semi-finals over on PlayStation. It is Crazy Clash against #Harry. If you cast your mind back 2 weeks ago, Crazy Clash did get to this stage where he did fall against Verfilza. 2 weeks on, Verfilza's not even in the knockout stages. So there's lots of different movements. But if you had to say one player that's been consistent, it is that man, the Italian. He's been fantastic.
Yeah, and it's sort of been set up for a very tentative, a very tight game. Both of these two players have scored goals in their previous games and have been quite free-flowing. However, if you look at Crazy's results, 3-2 against Maestro, Harry's 1-1 penalty shootout win against Gravison, I think there's not going to be a lot to separate these two. If you didn't know, Crazy Gamer, now under Team Clash, it used to be Crazy Fat Gamer. Back in the day, FIFA 15, FIFA 16 Italian champion from his region. He was at the playoffs under a different name, and it's sort of different name, different alias, but he's now in FIFA 20 with Team Clash, and he's started the year on fire.
Yeah, he really has, Rich, as we said. Last FUT Champions Cup, he was here. He got that auto-qualification spot for the next FUT Champions Cup, and he's done it again for FUT Champs Cup number 3. So really, really impressive from the Italian. As we said, there's only a handful of Italian players we've seen in the past, such as Danuso, Diagonal, Principe, and now Crazy Fat Gamer, obviously part of that list up. But you have to have a word on #Harry, Richard. Obviously, we know he moved over to Canada, North America to play in those qualifiers this year. He's got family over there, that, of course, that he has been staying with. Qualified for both tournaments anyway. And now he's re-qualified himself for FUT Champions Cup number 3, which I'm sure to him will be fantastic news. What have you made of Harry's performance this weekend?
You know what? I feel as though sometimes with Harry, you look at his performances, especially 2 weeks ago, and you feel like there's more to give. And I'm sure he won't mind me saying this. But I feel as though right now, FIFA 20, we're seeing a different Harry. In previous years, I've always said Harry is one of the most technically gifted FIFA players on the scene. No matter if it's FIFA 16, FIFA 17, FIFA 18, FIFA 19, now in FIFA 20. He's just very, very good at the fundamentals of the game that we play in FIFA. And right now, moving over to Canada, I feel as though this is a big year for him. This is sort of... It sounds really weird saying this, but the breakout year. He's always been a huge influence in the scene. He's always been a big personality, but on the pitch, we rarely see him in Championship Sundays. We rarely see him in top 4s. Now, I feel as though we're seeing a different Harry coming into FIFA 20. He's made the first 3 events of the year right now with this top 4 finish here in Bucharest.
And over the time as well, Richard, he's never made a Championship Sunday in a FUT Champions Cup. It was round of 16 he got to in stage 1 back here in Bucharest again. He'll have the first chance of the game in which Pele looked like he just knocked that one out of Alisson's hands. Carlos Alberto would clean up the danger, just about keeps it on the field as well. If you have just joined us, this is our first semi-final of today. Some other fantastic matchups coming up as well. We've got Paulo Nito, the Brazilian from SBQR, up against AS Roma Dami.
And then the Xbox A little bit later, we've got that feisty clash between Nicholas Razek and Fnatic Tex. Do not go anywhere. Harry, I think the last time we saw him at a Championship Sunday in any event was an LQE at the Gfinity Arena in London, and he got knocked out to Dax. That was on that individual occasion.
I have to agree with you. The point you made there about, you know, Harry's always been a big influence in the FIFA community. He's got fantastic, you know, following online. But we've never seen him kind of have a real big standout year. When we say big standout year, I mean sitting in the top 16 for a good period of time. We know he obviously he still had a great year last year and made a number of events. Unfortunately, couldn't make the EPL finals with Everton. I'm sure that hurt him, and he'll be looking to re-qualify again for that tournament when it approaches.
Also, as well, if you look at the biggest tournament of the year, the Grand Finals, something that's eluded him.
I'm sure he doesn't need us to remind him of that. He's had a fantastic run in here and really had nerves of steel in the penalty shootout that we did see yesterday. And then we had all the support back home in England as well. From all the #United boys. They were following the stream. On the other side of that, it's kind of a bit of a entourage that Crazy's brought with him out into Bucharest. Not once, Richard, but twice. They've been with him every single game, and I feel like they've just added that extra 10-15% of support that the Italian needed.
Also, as well, when you bring out that many people with you, I think it plays a little bit of a psychological effect that you don't want to let that many people down. You simply... They've paid to come out and support you. They've paid for a flight back on Monday. And you feel almost obligated to make it worthwhile. You're feeling obligated to make Championship Sunday, to make this trip out worthwhile.
He's Harry now with his first attack of the game. Unfortunately, didn't come to anything for him. Wondering what this game does have on stake. It's a chance to double your prize money from $7,500 to $15,000. And also add 600 more Global Series points onto your tally. Of course, to update those FIFA.gg rankings, which you will need to finish in the top 64 come the end of May in 2020.
Talk about the risk as well that Harry took going over to Canada to qualify. Didn't know what to expect with the quality of opposition over there, and it's a risk that was ultimately had a pretty amazing payout if you look at the events that he's made.
He's Crazy now early on. His first real chance at goal as well. Just stung the fingertips of Alisson in Harry's net. I think the great point you say there, Richard, is imagine if he did go over to Canada and he didn't qualify for anything.
Then you've got the people at #, you've probably got Spencer, you've probably got the people above him, you've got his teammates going, were it really worth it? Were it really worth the risk to go over there?
The 7-hour flight plus moving to the other side of the world. Well, there we go. First pause in this game, 32 minutes in. If anything, just a moment for both players to just take a breather. Looks like Vieira's going to be in centre back, and it's our first real chance to have a look at the team that Harry is playing in that 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, and that's what the addition of Zinedine Zidane this year on FIFA 20 brings you as well. In previous years, you never really had anyone to play in Vieira's position at CDM. So now Zidane's come in and he's got a very, very well-rounded item that, as a CDM, can do the job that Vieira had done in the past. It enables you to drop Vieira back to centre-back, an unbelievably well-rounded, tall, pacey, strong centre-back into that position. Because in the previous years, you're taking out Vieira to put him centre-half, but then who are you putting at CDM? Mateus? You're putting Kante at CDM? They just don't do the same job. Zidane, very similar build to what Vieira has. He's tall, he's strong, and at a CDM probably offers you more going forward. 5-star, 5-star. He's got good shooting, good dribbling as well.
What a fantastic tournament that Crazy has had. The only player to go back-to-back tournaments and go 5-0 in the Swiss rounds from day one. Did not drop a game. Yeah, he's still unbeaten in the tournament. We must add, on top of that, the only player that is still unbeaten in the tournament, obviously because MS Desai went 5-0 in Swiss. He crashed out yesterday in day 2 of the tournament. And this is, you know, the story of this tournament for me, Richard, is one, it's unpredictable, but 2, those rankings are going to be shaken up a little bit. People are going to be taking points from other people. The Phils are going out in the round of 16 is going to change up this PlayStation 4 ranking.
100%, and the rankings that we currently have right now, I think the only thing probably will be remaining is Tex on top on Xbox.
You just can't imagine, can you, if Tex goes and wins this tournament again. Be on 4,030 points, Richard, after just 2 tournaments this year. Here comes Crazy early on, and he will score. Oh no! Just bringing the goods for the Italian. With that right foot, smashes it past Allison. No chance for the Brazilian in goal. And the Italian will take the lead once again. And looks like he'll still remain unbeaten in this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of FIFA left to be played, but R9 with a perfect start here. Smashing it past the goalkeeper. Perfect time to score a goal as well, just before half-time. Can Harry answer back? He's going to get an opportunity here with the kickoff. But he has to make it pay. Has to make it count.
One thing that he has been very impressive with his Crazy Clash is his defending statistics, especially from FUT Cup 1 as well. Harry will get one more chance before we go into the half-time interval. You saw exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to cut that back inside to Messi. Two players fall over each other. We'll go back for a free kick. But a word on is Swiss. It was a 2-1 win against Stefano Pina in round 1. Played against Gabri, the Italian, 4-1 win for him. Up against the Saudi Arabian of Furky played after. Took down the World Cup champion, Mo Alba, and then finished off day 1 with a huge 4-3 win up against Gravison. Did not drop a game. That is the talking point.
I don't know if you can see a recurring theme there as well, but very low scoring. And also conceding very little goals. I think it was 1.7 goals conceded on average across his 2-legged performances.
I think the big talking point as well, Rich, was that I spoke to Maestro yesterday, who Crazy did knock out in the quarterfinals, and Maestro, you know, of course you're going to be disappointed. He said, you know what, I lost to a good player. He was singing the praises of Crazy Clash. He was just saying, you know what, he's a very good player at the moment, and I will give him the credit because it's not just once, but it's twice over 2 majors. He showed exactly what he can do. He did crush out, though, at this stage in the tournament in stage 1 against the Phils. It was only a 1-0 game over the 2 legs.
Only lost 1-0 as well in a semi-final. We are going to have all the games live streamed here today. So buckle yourselves in and get ready for some high-octane FIFA action. Palonetta versus Dami. Your second PlayStation semi-final coming your way.
Jump into the second half. It was Clash Crazy that opened the score, and with R9 just before half-time, and who else would it be? Of course, then that man. Seems to be the catalyst for so many players going forward, scoring big goals. Speaking about Clash Crazy's running this tournament, it was a nail-biting penalty shootout for Harry yesterday. 1-1 scoreline over the 2 legs, really. I called it a chess match against Gravison because it was just 2 bits of magic. That's all we saw. We didn't really see any mistakes. Went to a penalty shootout. Harry won 3 goals to 2. That free kick is just given away. It will be a chance for Harry from 27 yards out, in which he'll run over this one with R9. He'll dummy it. He's going to play in onto R9 as well. Expect that to be recycled back on the edge of the box. Well, he does very well just to snatch it off the feet of Neymar. R9 drags back into danger.
You see how he's defending though as well. You saw that with Vieira there. He was happy to sort of lunge into the tackle with the circle button. It seems as though he is quite aggressive in his tackle. He's got a chance here if CR7 can pull away from his man.
I saw that pass was on, but delayed it slightly too much. He had to go back. It's a great ball out to Pele, who will just be onside. He timed his run perfectly. Can he outschool Carlos Alberto, though? Does just enough to breeze past him. The midfield duo of Zidane and Huller linking up. R9 just again runs into danger. You can't predict it, though.
Last-ditch tackle again to save Crazy Gamer. You can't really defend that sort of openly and recklessly She will concede goals. However, so far, and now we're into this game, it's been working for him, it's been efficient. But there are gaps back there that Harry can exploit, and you saw how quick Carlos Alberto was to snatch the ball back.
There's been a pause cued by Crazy as well. Maybe he can feel the pressure that Harry is putting on him. Got a few chances in quick succession now. Look at that run from Cristiano Ronaldo. Will try and bring R9 into it as well, but you can see Harry tracking back with Van Dijk too. And the Italian, Zambrotta, just coming across, winning the ball, but unfortunately making a little bit of a harsh tackle. Will be a free kick, and this is the chance for Crazy to make the changes he wanted to. It was him that made the pause. We are looking at the point of view of Harry, and it will only be the one change that he will make of Eusebio coming on in that cam role. Just the one change for Harry.
Interesting, it's the 91 Eusebio as well, instead of the 89 Eusebio. A lot of players using the base icon version of the Portuguese man, but Harry decided to go for the mid icon, a little bit less in pace, but much better shooting, a more well-rounded centre attacking midfielder, I would say.
What's going to happen from this free kick? Two players run over it, and that ball just is a little bit too heavy for the error.
I love it when the player will make a mistake and then just look at the controller like, did I do that?
Fortunately, he did Crazy. I remember it yesterday. Someone was saying it about you don't need to look at the screen when you're taking penalties. I think it might have been Nightwatch that was saying it. And in that whole penalty shootout yesterday that Harry played in, he didn't once look at the screen. He was just staring down at the controller every single time to see the button input, how he was aiming it. It did work for him. 3 goals to 2. He won in the penalty shootout. Did take down his arch enemy though. In for Fields in the round of 16. 4 goals to 1. Another convincing performance from him.
And let's not forget as well, Harry's been in this position, 1-0 down for quite a large majority of the game against Gravison before getting that goal back and then eking out the penalty shootout victory. It's a different beast in the way this time, in the form of Clash Crazy.
It's also a different day as well. This is where the money really starts to come into play. They've already re-qualified themselves for the next FUT Champions Cup. But this is really where champions are made. Day 3 of any major. Someone will be walking away with $50,000 by the end of play tonight. Still a second leg to come up as well. As you said, Richard, it was Harry that bounced back after conceding early on in his quarter-final matchup yesterday. All he needed was that one chance, and that chance did come via Messi. Able just to pull him off in a pocket of space. And I was able to watch one of Harry's previous matchups yesterday that I think he uploaded onto YouTube. It was against Houston. He won 9 goals to 3 after being 2-1 down in game number 1. An incredible turnaround from him. And the way he was able to attack as well against an attacking player like Houston was just remarkable. Here he comes down. What a save. No! He saved it to the back of the net from Alisson. I thought he just got enough on that. Clearly not.
And a good indication of why 91 Eusebio there used potentially instead of the 89 for Harry. You've got to be asking questions of your goalkeeper right there, though. Garincha coming on for Harry as well.
I honestly thought the goalie had enough on that. That's why I reacted like that. I thought he just had enough with his right glove to parry that one away. Unfortunately, parried it into the back of the net, though. As I said, super sub Eusebio coming to save the day.
Great build-up play as well from Harry. Let's not take anything away from it. The way that he carved through his opponent. However, he'll be a little disappointed, Will Crazy, with his goalkeeper not coming to his aid right there and sending that one past the goalpost for a corner. Tied game with 10 minutes left. Setting us up for the perfect second leg.
And there he is. The Portuguese icon once again saving the day. In this first leg, R9 comes off for Crazy. As a substitution is made there. clarification of who has been brought on for him.
Eusebio looks very fresh for Crazy there. In the bottom right corner, you see the stamina bar.
Yeah, he's just breezed past not one but two players.
Same way Johan Cruyff as well. I think he's fresh on the pitch.
Cannot forget as well that Garincha involved in it right midfield for Harry. Just see him behind the face cam of Crazy at the moment. He'll just be hugging that touchline, full of energy as well, to maybe pick off the likes of Roberto Carlos. It looks like in at left back. Not many players have backed him. Many kind of sway towards the likes of Zambrotta. Garincha. First real introduction into this game. Just interchanges with Zidane and Eusebio. He knows he's going to get one more chance in it. Oh, no, on the edge of the box, how dangerous he can be around these areas. And too predictable from Pele.
A little bit slow though. A little bit too slow from Crazy there. Ball came into Johan Cruyff. He didn't know what he wanted to do before he moved it onwards.
Just 2 minutes additional time left. Harry will get one more chance. Can he score? He just let the ball roll across his body a little bit too much, didn't he? I think it was Eusebio.
I don't think that's Harry doing that. That's not Harry's sort of choice to let the ball roll across him. I think he pressed shoot earlier. And the way that the ball was moving and Eusebio's movement
just was a little bit awkward, wasn't it?
Well, like the game sort of programmed him into taking that extra touch and then shooting. Van Dijk getting back across and putting the slide tackle in, but perfectly poised at half-time.
Yeah, and the important thing as well could have been that he would have been 2-1 up from that first leg matchup if it wasn't for that interesting little bit of movement there from Eusebio. Of course, as always, you guys at home, make sure you link your Twitch accounts, of course, with your EA accounts. You need to engage as well, involved in our extensions over both today or yesterday and today for your chance of winning any of these. You can see the 3 categories of it. Richard, break it down.
Yeah, you've got your guaranteed rewards, which you just have to participate and watch the stream to be able to win the FGS pack. You've got your daily rewards, which will be going sporadically throughout the course of the weekend, just through linking your Twitch account and your EA account. And then you also have the Twitch extension guaranteed rewards, where you have to participate in the Twitch extensions in the chat to be able to win a Twitch extension guaranteed rewards. You had to have participated in the chat across all 3 days, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So you have to be getting involved today.
Yeah, importantly indeed, of course. Make sure you did get involved across at least 2 of the days, Saturday and Sunday. Obviously, there's a number of extensions you can get involved in. Who's going to win the matchup? Get involved in the chat every single time of your prediction as well. Even get involved right now between Harry and Clash Crazy for a chance to maybe be in luck of winning some of those rewards. You know, the guaranteed rewards in there, such as the Tifos. I think for me, when I get home after this weekend, MS Desai will be one of my Tifos in choice that I will be using as we jump straight back into this game, into the second leg, in which we are at 1-1. So as you said, it does open up for a very exciting second leg.
You can see how actually he lines up, Harry. He's got Pele at centre-back and then Vieira at CDM. That's so you can play Pele as a CDM at centre-back on 7 chemistry, and you can also get Vieira, Zidane and Hully all in on 10 chemistry, with Messi at right wing, Neymar at left wing. What he'll then do, he'll switch it in-game, so he's got Vieira at centre-back. You're pretty happy with playing a 7 chemistry Pele out wide, in that wide position, because they don't really get that involved with the game. It's a lot of running, it's a lot of tracking back, it's a lot of the sort of the boring stuff that Pele will offer you. As you can see him there making his way up the pitch, and Vieira dropping back to centre half.
Yeah, there'll be a number of ways that pros will work in certain players, their teams. I'm sure a number of people at home will know it as well. Whether you start in-game with a different formation than you did when you were in the menus, these pros will know exactly the changes they need to make to ensure their players are on the best chemistry as possible. Harry with the first chance of the game there, running down that right-hand side with Carlos Alberto. He was just pushed off the ball slightly. Who will fall in to that console final. It'll be one of these two. It'll either be Paolo Nito from SPQR or AS Roma Dami. The Polish players had a fantastic run. Haven't really seen a handful of Polish players really make it onto the scene. I know we're already into our second FUT Champions Cup. It was a long, long way before the season ahead, but you know, we used to see the likes of Milos.
Yeah, we saw El Polaco as well throughout sort of FIFA 18 and sporadically in FIFA 19. But Dami is the star man, isn't it?
Here's a chance, crash, Clazy! And just like that, Cristiano Ronaldo running straight down that right-hand side. It's a similar finish that he scored in the first game. Just arced his run in from the right-hand side into around that 6-yard box. And he's never going to be missing from there.
Nothing pretty about it, no finesse on that one from CR7. Smashed into that left corner. Also, just a little note on the Twitch extensions, you had to interact with the chat on Saturday and Sunday. You could get away with a day off on Friday.
Number 8, Cristiano Ronaldo.
If anything, slightly more helpful for you.
Yeah.
Of course, get involved as well. The hashtags, let us know if you have been lucky across the tournament. Harry finds himself back in a very familiar position, trailing by a goal. But he's already replied once. I'm sure he can do it again. Plenty of time left as well, let's not forget that. 75 minutes. Time left for him. Ronaldo just didn't time his run.
Yeah, it was quite a nice offside trap, but Ronaldo coming back onside.
Watch out, Neymar's at the back post. This could be an easy finish. It's into R9. And when R9 gets in and around the box, you're always going to be in trouble.
That goal probably started 15 seconds before. You saw the offside trap come up. It played Ronaldo off. But then nobody sort of tracked him coming back onside. And the players didn't really fully interact with the move. So then the ball got very, very easily played back down the line. R9 gets in to a little bit of room on the edge of the box. Simple cutback, and first 20 minutes this game starting to slide away from hashtag Harry, unless he's got something in his back pocket to turn this game right around.
You can see Cristiano Ronaldo out on the right-hand side. Messi is the out-and-out striker at the moment. We normally do see Messi out on that right-hand side, with Ronaldo kind of swapping the role on that.
I mean, we rarely see both of those two in the same team at the same time. With Messi and CR7. Usually it's either one or the other. But you see Clash Crazy sticking to his guns a little bit and not. I mean, why would he change his team? He's not lost a game.
There's no need to change anything, especially when it's not broke. Why fix it? 5-0 in the Swiss rounds. Big win for him against G. Adamu, the USA player. And took out one of the high flyers on PlayStation in Maestro in the quarterfinals yesterday. And now he finds himself 3-1 up after 25 minutes into this second leg. There's still a long, long way left in this. There's one man that's full of surprises, hashtag Harry.
But it's an ultimate sucker punch, isn't it? You get hit with a 1-2 so quick in succession from each other. And you can see there again.
Yeah, once again, he's struggling to track that runner, isn't he, of Cristiano Ronaldo. That's
he makes a running behind.
That's Eusebio trying to make that. Oh, is that Pele sort of trying to make that run? Zambrota just doesn't seem on the money at the moment. You can see he's just got a few yards to run on that right-hand side at the moment. He'll get on the ball again, in and around the box for him. R9, it's always a guessing game. Cristiano Ronaldo, once again.
Everything is coming from that side. All 3 goals have come through Cristiano Ronaldo being involved.
We pointed out, interchange with R9, the best duo you can probably get in the attacking third. And Ronaldo really proving why more pros should be backing him, or starting him from the word go.
Cristiano Ronaldo in at right cam sort of position, doing the business for Clash Crazy, and this is a big task right now for #Harry, but he's got a lot of time, over 60 minutes in game.
I think the one thing that I really enjoy with this Cristiano Ronaldo being on that right cam, we know that pros like to work it from outside in. You never really see it across. You'll normally see them ball roll or try and work it with a combination of skill moves. That's exactly what's happened there. He's arced his run inside, linked up with R9. You could have thought the shot would have even come in with R9 on the edge of the box. You can go left, you can go right. CR7 just peeled. Once again, you can see R9 trying to make that run. He's going to use Messi instead. Messi could be through if he just was able to chip the ball over to him. He wasn't. He's still in possession, though. He's Clash Crazy.
And you see Harry with the offside trap there, trying to squeeze his players forwards, but very nearly was a victim of his own demise there.
Such a difficult position as well. You're in your second leg. You're trailing by 3 goals. You're not in your first leg where you think, right, I've got 90 more minutes in front of me. That clock is slowly ticking down. We're nearly in half-time already. Just 1 goal. It'd be a bit of a motivational boost for him. If you look down on his controller, wasn't happy with the input that he made.
Yeah, the pass from Zidane, he sort of FIFA 19 that pass works, but FIFA 20 you've got to be fully facing the man. I feel like you can't just swivel pass, and sort of what Harry did there, but it'd be surprised with Zidane not playing the pass.
R9 twisted one way.
Just nothing's clicking.
Pass just wasn't good enough.
Nothing is clicking at the minute for #Harry in this game, and Clash Crazy taking all the chances that have come his way. Very comfortable position here at half-time for the man with an entire Italian community behind him.
This is big now. Can R9 just brush past Van Dijk? Little back into Messi, and just wasn't good enough.
Great save from Alisson.
It was a fantastic save. It must be addressed. And into half-time, Richard. It's an absolute mountain to climb for Harry. You say hopefully he's packed his hiking boots, because he's got 45 minutes to try and pull something incredible.
This is for Shorey right now to
Just to chill him out as well. He's going to be frustrated.
yeah, this way you need to get in there and just tell him that go attacking. You've got nothing to really lose right now. You're trailing by 3 goals. You have to take the game. You have to push for the game, because if you don't, you're going to look at yourself and think, why did I not attack? Why did I not try and at least attempt to get back into it? And you saw there with the custom tactics and the instructions that there was an attacking change made with the depth and the width for #Harry. 45 minutes, 3 goals. It's very much doable, but you've also got to keep Crazy quiet.
Yeah, that's going to be the difficult bit as well, especially when Harry starts to naturally become more attacking in his custom tactics. That's a few times now. Messi just fallen to the ground. You can see that run from Pele on the left-hand side. If anything, just to try and pull out the right back of Carlos Alberto, which has happened, but the recovery will make that important interception that he needed to. Trailing by 4 goals to 1 in this second leg, though. And if we're being, quite frankly honest, Clash Crazy has not put a foot wrong in this second leg.
No, it's been very, very good. The couple of times that Harry's got in behind, his goalkeeper has made the save, and then a little bit of good defending as well from Virgil van Dijk.
Bullet on Vieira there, having to do the job of Carlos Alberto. It's a pause due by Crazy. If he can go into the pause with another goal as well, I'm sure it'll be all smiles for the Italian. The ball just goes out of possession, and we will be going into a pause.
That were all from Harry's own mistake there. He tried playing a driven pass from his defender into the midfield. Very much a hospital ball, and nearly made to pay for it as well. The next goal in this game is everything. If Harry gets it, starts to put a little bit of pressure on Clash Crazy, maybe can force a comeback and send Bucharest wild. However, Clash Crazy, he's in pole position to continue his unbeaten run.
I think it's the fact he wants to go that one step further this time round, Richard, as well. Stage 1. This is as far as Clash Crazy got. Don't get me wrong, it's a fantastic achievement to be in the top 4 of your console. But to go that one step further, be in the top 2, be 2 legs of FIFA away from a cross-console final in which he could really win $50,000. Not just be a new name in the trophy, but the first ever Italian FUT Champions Cup winner.
Yeah, the first Italian to win a major since Principe all the way back in Madrid. FIFA 17, where he beat Gorilla in the cross-console final.
There's a pause again from Crazy. Clearly, something just isn't working, or he's not happy with something. Obviously, we can't read his mind, but we'll see the changes he will make. R9's peeling off. Van Dijk's just come out as well, and he's way out of position. He could actually pay for this, Harry, because Van Dijk isn't getting back into position. He's running off the pitch, it looks like, at the moment.
Fantastic play down that right side, I have to admit, with the drag back, sending Van Dijk completely the wrong way. Crazy's got no one to fear right now. Everyone that's been put in front of him is beaten. And he looks confident, he looks fresh coming into Championship Sunday.
Pull it. Can't find R9. He will get a lucky little bounce that does just fall to the Brazilian's feet. Once again, it's something that we've seen time and time again from a number of pros. When they get the ball in and around the box, it's just trying to do something's one thing, trying to hold on to it. It's a completely different task. You've got the likes of Van Dijk just charging at you every single time. Maldini as well at the back for the Italian himself. This is nice from Harry. And it's when you get into those areas, where is that killer pass?
Well, it's not that, it's more of the fact that Crazy had like 8 men behind the ball. There's no way to play. There's no gaps back there. You saw Harry with some very, very nice dribbling on the edge of the box. The little Ronaldo chop, the turn the other way. He was trying to just see a chink in the armour of Clash Crazy, and it wasn't there. So he's jockeying, just accepting the pressure onto him, backing off, backing off. He's allowed to do that. He's got 20 minutes left. He's leading by 3 goals, and you see the attacking changes coming out here from Harry. There need to be attacking changes right now. Kylian Mbappe probably coming on, and I imagine it'll be a formation change as well. Garrincha, Eusebio, and Mbappe. You surprised to see CR7 not introduced?
Yeah, he's obviously wants to back 2 attacking wingers that he wants to bring on. As you said, there will be a formation change. You would think of a 3 at the back. Really has to go and throw everything at this matchup now, but we've said it before, Richard, so many times about CR7. Well, there's a change again. Looks to be on Semedo.
I think he's going to go 3 at the back. I think he's probably going to... Oh. Nope.
There you go.
Semedo in at left back. Got a free kick in a nice area though. 22 yards out.
Hasn't taken it direct before and won't take it direct again. Plays short into Eusebio. Can he be the man to just start a comeback for Harry? Fortunately though, there's a big Brazilian in the way, and Alisson, who saved that away, and that corner was pretty awful as well. It was well read by Clash Crazy, who's got a fresh Pele that's just going to drive and run and run. Zambrotta will also run and run as well and just do enough. 40 yards out, about 4 people over the ball as well. 1 player jockeys it, 2 player jockeys it. I'm sure it's just going to be a short pass to Messi in the end. Exactly that. 14 minutes left. Time is certainly no friend of Harry. With little time left. Carlos tracking that run of Garrincha. Vieira winning that ball. And it has just really been the perfect leg of FIFA from Crazy. 3-0 up, looking for a fourth. Messi was just offside there, so Ronaldo will happily keep the ball. A little elastico. Heel to heel in there. What can he bring? Eusebio. Can he just pull away from his man? Twisted and turning around the box, waiting for a move from Harry. I really just feel like this could be game over now.
And you saw the puff of the cheeks from Harry.
He's had a fantastic run in the tournament. And he made it to the round of 16 in stage 1, which is still a fantastic achievement. Getting yourself out of the Swiss rounds. Is it going to fall back to Messi? No, it's not. But this time Richard got past the round of 16, got past the quarterfinals as well in dramatic fashion. And, you know, he's walking away with 800 Global Series points and $7,500.
And more importantly, in my opinion, he's walking away with the auto qualification for FUT Champions Cup Stage 3, because the pressure that relinquishes off you to know that you don't have to go into qualifiers, you don't have to play 10 to 20 hours over the weekend, and really you can have a little bit of time now to look forward to the next event in January.
Just added time to come up very shortly indeed. Crazies even wants to make one more change with little time left. I honestly think like when a player continues to pause it as well in a game, it can actually help you in a number of ways, because you're just constantly just breaking up the game. Just breaking up the game and breaking up the game.
I don't like it, personally. I like to get into a flow. I suppose if you're winning, you can do it, and it sort of disrupts the flow of the game. But I know when I'm playing at FUT Champions, if someone pauses it 3 times in the first half, I'm like, mate, just play the game.
Play the game.
I understand you might be on the phone, you might have the posts coming, your dinner might be ready, your mum might be ringing you. Just play the game, mate. Either play the game or quit. Like, I'd probably get triggered if someone kept pausing it at an event. But I suppose that's doing the job.
Especially when you're 4-1 up and you're thinking, what do you honestly need to change? You're 3-0 up against me in leg 2, and that's the full-time whistle. Clash Crazy will go on one step further than he did at FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, as he does win that match 4-1, $15,000 in his back pocket. And more importantly, 1.4 thousand Global Series points. There's the Italian celebration. They're enjoying themselves. I'm sure the whole of Italy right now is having a party. We saw the VAR celebration yesterday, and now they're just having a little bit of a disco between them.
Crazy Clash Gamer. What a man. The man moving into the PS4 console final. Knocking out #Harry 4-1. If you look at some of the results as well that Crazy's had, 3-1, 3-2, and now 4-1. Seemingly, he's getting better.
Yeah.
the tournament progresses. He's picking up his performances, scoring more goals, conceding less, and an overall a very, very solid second leg of that performance. We'll have a look at some of the statistics from that game and see how Crazy won it in the numbers, Brandon.
Yeah, it was a very tightly contested matchup, as you said, but all that matters at the end of the day is the scoreline, and that is exactly what Crazy was able to do, win the match, not just by 1 goal or 2, but 3 goals in the end was obviously the advantage he had in it. 4-1, he did win. The pass completion, obviously, as you'd expect, was very good in the game. This is the combination over the both matches. But you said just defensively, he is fantastic, and he is the only player that is in the competition still that is unbeaten.
The stat that really sort of points out for me, he had 5 shots on goal and scored 4 of them. He was so clinical in front of goal. Whenever he got it into that space inside the box with CR7, he made it pay. Harry had 3 shots on goal. He only scored 1 of them. He had more possession, 310 passes made there as well. But I think you've got to congratulate Harry. Great tournament. I think you look at what he's accomplished, and I think it's a step up for Harry in terms of what we've seen previously. He's made it to a championship someday. He's made it to a top 4. He's got the auto qualification, and now he can really start to look forward to the next event and look at his potential opponents, because Crazy's going to be there. And you might have to face him again. So what are you going to do differently to try and overcome the Italian beast that we've seen right here?
Also, as well, he will move into the top 10 on those Global Series rankings as well on the PlayStation side. And yeah, overall, fantastic run for him. You know, there's not that many people that have been able to grasp the game this early on. But that does it all from our first semi-final of today. I'm going to throw it over to Kyle, who is joined by the winner from that matchup.
Thank you, Richard and Brandon. Yes, I am joined by the winner, Clash Crazy, plus Sergio is here to translate for us as well. First question for you. You've gone a step further than stage 1 back in Bucharest here as well. How does that feel?
Sei andato avanti rispetto allo stage 1, come ti senti rispetto alla prima volta, visto che siamo in finale di PlayStation 4?
Mi sento veramente bene, sono contentissimo, ho giocato contro #Harry, veramente un giocatore forte, però con diverse tecniche e moduli cambiati si è riusciti a sconfiggerlo.
Super happy, we expected this result and we want to congratulate with our opponent, #Gary, and our tactics changed the game as always, so we switched to 4-4-2, from 4-4-2 to 4-2-3-1, and that's it. So.
You stood so close to the FUT Champions Cup. How are you going to get your hands on it? What are you going to have to do to ensure this goes back with you home this evening?
Se vinci, quale esultanza ci possiamo aspettare?
Le esultanze non si possono svelare al momento, però sarà una grandissima esultanza. Vi divertirete.
It's a secret, so keep focused because we want to have fun with you. So.
And tell us about the celebration at the end. Where did that come from?
From our coach.
Ma le esultanze arrivano dal coach, però è anche un metodo per far divertire tutti quanti. Siccome è un gioco, ci dobbiamo divertire tutti, anche in streaming.
Yeah, we believe in our capabilities, but have fun is one of the most important things during this tournament. To be calm, keep calming, and so we want to say thanks to our coach because of his celebrations.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's do it again one more time. I'm going to join in with you.
Again.
There we go. Jimmy, back to the couch.
Looking good, Kyle, and congratulations to Crazy on a really complete performance. I think what we decided here on the couch is that Crazy is crazy good. I'm going to bring in Rachel and Mike now, who can't get over what he just saw. I think it's pretty good. It could be a new Tifo.
No, I'm a fan of the celebration. I just didn't know what I was going to see there with Kyle. It threw me off. And did a little two-step.
A little Harry
Can
Potter
somebody
vibe.
clip that? Can we bring that
Yeah,
back?
maybe
That
we can
should be
clip
a
that.
meme.
Somebody needs to clip that in the chat. All right, let's take a look now at the highlights between these two. As Richard and Brandon were talking about, so clinical in the box. Crazy got himself in good positions.
I think something that we should really take notice with Crazy's gameplay is that he always finds that extra pass, or the timing of the final pass is so important, and it makes it where that finishing, you just can't miss almost. And this is Harry's goal where he got the equalizer. Took a bit of deflection off Alisson, and we thought, hey, maybe game on. However, Crazy was able to combat that, come out early in the second leg. Beautiful time through ball, and you can't miss from there. He puts himself in positions where it's an automatic conversion.
We did miss it, didn't we? Harry having a chance at the end of the first leg to potentially go 2-1 up, and that would have been crucial. I think that's what, if that did happen, it would change the game completely. Harry being in the upper hand going into the second leg.
And even in his third goal there with Clash Crazy, he took a touch instead of hitting it first time, just in case we saw goalkeeper movement, or make sure that he could measure up if the defender could block it or not so much. And it's these very fine details that just make it where you can be even more clinical than your average professional.
Yeah, I think what I've noticed about FIFA 20 in particular is you're not getting as many opportunities in the box. So when you see some of these top players have this type of composure to relax and have patience is really impressive, because you might not get another look.
Well, I think as well, like obviously Harry had a slightly more possession, but it kind of looked from watching it that Crazy was just all over him. Even when he had the ball, he just couldn't really get out into space. And I think as soon as Crazy got the goals in the second leg, they kind of kept on coming, 3 goals at once. And Harry just didn't know what to do with that. And I think mentally, I know he said he's really strong mentally, but when you're going to get 3 goals going past you, what do you do in that situation?
Well, Crazy's undefeated for a reason. We're not talking about someone who just shown up to the tournament and just made a run. I mean, he's made a very dominant run, and he's been able to do it in his fashion, his way of playing, his celebrations. And it's just something that's been, I guess, very particular for him. And he's got to be really proud to represent the Italian community, where we say there's only a few guys throughout the last 3 years that we've seen that have been constant in terms of qualifying for events, and none of them have reached a podium other than Dagnall last year in Atlanta.
What really stood out for me in his interview was the fact that he said that he switched formations, that he went from a 4-4-2 to a 4-2-3-1. And I like that adaptability. I think you have to have that. You have to be fluid and flexible. If you're too rigid, you're not going to have success.
But for him to do that as well when he's undefeated, you know,
Right.
Usually you kind of keep what's working.
Right.
For him to do that, obviously saw something special in Harry and thought, well, I need to up my game now that I'm in the semi-finals, which he did. And he's gone through, like Carl just said, 1 place further than he did last time out when he got defeated by Filza in the same situation, and now is into his console final.
Well, that's why you have coaches. And that's why you study gameplay, you review. If you've talked to any of the competitors here, after they advance each day, they're reviewing all their oppositions for the next day, or potential opponents, and figuring out what do you think is the best tactic, what adjustment should we make here. And it's important to have that self-belief, and then also to have your +1, your coach or your team, to say, hey, we also believe that this is the right move, that we're going to implement a different tactic.
All right, everyone. So the first semifinal of PS4 is done. It is finished. But the next one, Paulo Neto versus Dami, is coming up right after this. The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Go!
Was very crazy. I was in a restaurant with my dad and watching the game. It's way worse than you playing the game. You feel more nervous.
The qualification via Lyrics was very emotional for me, because when the new FIFA comes out, you put so many nerves, so many stress, so many practice in the new game, and if you don't make it to events, you are very devastated because of that. And when Lyrics reached the top 4, it was very emotional for me, and now I'm even more motivated than before to grind the game and perform good at the event now here in Bucharest.
Lyrics, legend, next drama the burger is on me.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you by Adidas. We've gotten off to a cracking start here in Bucharest, Romania. FUT Champions Cup Stage 2, the semifinals for the console. This one is PS4, the second PS4 semifinal. Paulo Neto is on your left. Roma Dami is on your right. All to play for to get to the console final. This is a big one. I'm being joined by Rachel Stringer, and Brandon Smith. I'm Jimmy Conrad. Very excited for this one. How did you feel about? You called the first game.
I did. Yeah.
How good is Crazy? Just tell us.
Can I say he's crazy?
Yeah.
Crazy good. Crazy good. Is
Yeah,
what we're saying.
he's fantastic. I think the fact for him is that he went out at that stage last week, didn't he, against Fulfils, and made it to a Championship Sunday. It's had a little bit of a taste of what Championship Sunday was all about. It was important for him to go that one step further, and that's exactly what he's done. So I feel like he played so well, and he's already going to be back for another FUT Champions Cup, which is amazing.
Okay, so my big follow-up question to you then, Brandon, is do you think he's a name we'll still be talking about come playoff time, come E-World Cup time?
Yes, most definitely. If you think about the points he's just got 1,400 points, plus 800 last week as well. Bit of quick maths, 2,200 points.
Hold on, I'm still writing that down.
Is that enough for grand finals
Almost,
already?
isn't it?
Oh, yeah, he's probably there.
And he's going through to the next round as well. So if he wins that, he's going to get 2,000 points. That's 2,800 points. You see where I'm going here. He's already probably got playoffs in the bag.
Right.
Grand finals, he'll be close to it.
Right. All right, now let's talk about this one, Rachel. We got Paulo and Dami right behind us. Do you think they gain anything by having a semifinal ahead of them? They can kind of get that nervous energy out or see how those guys are playing?
Depends on the kind of players that like watching it or like kind of getting in their zone. There's different people like doing different things. So I'm not really sure. I have to speak to those two. But I was like having a little look at some research into Roma Dami, and since he went with Roma in 2018, he's never not got out of the group stages, but this is the furthest he has ever been. So he's been ticking off all these boxes left, right and centre. Stats-wise, Roma Dami, I guess, is the more kind of attacking-based player. I think he's about 30 goals to his name so far. Paolo Neto, not as much, but I think it's going to be a pretty tightly matched game.
I think the thing that I really loved about Dami is that me and Richard were able to have a conversation with him about a year or so ago. You can probably hear this. And he said, I'm quite well known in Poland, but for me, I want to go on to the international scale now. I want people to know me from playing, in these international tournaments and playing well. Fantastic stat, as you said, Rachel, always makes it out of groups. It's a little bit like a tech story. He's in a huge game now, a huge knockout game, kept us guessing to the last minute last night in day 2. So, yeah, fantastic for him, fantastic for the Polish FIFA community, and why can't he go the full way?
Now, just so we're clear, he's playing against a Brazilian, and you can't sleep on Brazilians in FIFA 20. Paulo is the one Brazilian on the PS4 side, so he's carrying the flag in this way. They're on something special right now in these first few months of the season.
Well, I guess in terms of what we've seen about the Brazilian community, if you just go out there into the gamers kind of zone that we're going to call it, well, I'm going to call it, they're all in one side, and it's just like they've bought everything Brazilian. There's like a party going on. It's, very much everybody's behind
Carnival.
Carnival, that's why we have the music on as well.
Of course.
Very much like party, everyone's behind each other, everyone's willing each other on. So I can guarantee out this side where all the food is being happened, just that side of the studio, everyone will be watching as well behind him.
You should have seen day 1. It was Vamu. It was just everywhere. And yeah, fantastic. 3 players from Brazil already re-qualified for the next FUT Champions Cup.
Okay, so quick prediction. Who do you got in this one?
I'm going to go for Dami in this one.
Oh, I was going to go Dami as well.
I'm going to go Paulo. I'm going Brazilian, baby. Vamos, porra. All right, now let's bring in our 2 casters for this one, Mark and Dan. Guys, good to see you. It's been the first time we've seen you so far in this tournament.
It's the first time you've
Or
seen
today,
us.
at least.
It's not the first time we've seen each other. We've been hanging around this morning, Jimmy, having a lot of fun, but it's time to get down to business now. And I'm excited for this game because there's 2 players we might not have expected to see to get this far in the tournament, but they're both pretty exciting players to watch.
Yeah, they're very good. And speaking about business, Dan's always looking like he's business. Take it away, guys.
He's ready for business, and we are ready for business as well. Of course, it is, the PlayStation semi-final to kick things off. Dan Gaskin, and like I was saying, 2 very exciting players to watch, and arguably 2 of the most impressive players we've seen throughout the tournament. Paolo Neto yesterday, that performance against Mo Alba is one that is certainly going to live long in the memory.
Yeah, I don't think that, as you said, we wouldn't have expected to necessarily see these names at this stage in the competition, but now they are here. They do deserve to be here with how they've been playing. The demolition of Mo Alba, which we saw from Paolo Neto, was incredible, but can he do that against a more defensive player? And this is no discredit to Mo Alba. He is the world champion for a reason, but he's a very attacking player and often leaves gaps at the back. Dami, I don't think, is going to have those same flaws defensively. Is Paolo Neto going to be able to break down Dami as comfortably as he did against Mo Alba? That would be my #1 question, and the one thing I will want to see at the start of this game.
And of course, waiting on the other side of the bracket, should one of these players make it through to the final, is, of course, Clash Crazy. What a performance we saw from him earlier. Again, a flawless performance, essentially, against #Harry. Unfortunately for Harry, he will crash out in the semi-finals, just 1 spot away from that console final. But this man on our screen yesterday. That was, for me, the standout performance yesterday. I think you summed it up perfectly there. It was a demolition job of Mo Alba. He showed real attacking flair, real attacking intent. But as well as that, Dan, defensively, keeping Mo Alba to just 1 goal across the 2 legs.
Yeah,
Superb.
he just did really well at restricting Mo Alba from having chances that usually Mo Alba would be comfortable taking. His defensive line was relatively high, so he was able to put pressure in the right areas. He just needs to do the same thing against Dami here. I don't think he should be changing anything up because Dami is going to be a different style of player. Try and play that same way, at least even if it's only for the opening, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. Suss out Dami, see how he's going to be approaching this game, and then make little tweaks, little changes as the game goes on, depending on how his opponent is going to go up against him.
And of course, Roma's Dami took down Tuga in his quarterfinal yesterday. A great comeback. He was chasing the game for the majority of the time that it was ongoing, and it was in that last 10 minutes of regular time he managed to find an equaliser before scoring, of course, that goal in extra time, which took him to where we are right now. But we see some last-minute adjustments here before we get our semi-final underway. Who do you think is going to come out on top of this? Let's get a little Dan Gaskin prediction before we kick off.
I think Paolo Neto has looked a lot better in terms of how he's been going forward and some of the goals he's been scoring, but there's just something about Dami at this tournament. You can tell he really wants this. He's now got that Masters placement. He's got that minimum placement that everyone wanted at this tournament, so he doesn't have to play in the qualifiers, so he's got that spot in FUT Champions Cup Stage 3. But the attacking flair of Paolo Neto was terrifying yesterday.
There's a little bit of an interesting understory to this as well, as we're actually going to just follow this attack through because Paolo Neto is so dangerous once he gets that ball into the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Neymar, Messi on the ball as well. Great dribble in here from Paolo Neto and tries to fire that ball in, but a little bit of a Roman battle in this one as well. Obviously you have Roma, and then you have SPQR, which is, if you're wondering what that is, get into Google. A little bit of history will tell you that's a Senate in Rome back in the day, so a little bit of an interesting understory there. Not sure if it's applicable in any way, but I thought it was interesting anyway. But Dami's faded away through to goal! And while I'm giving a history lesson, the linesman is raising his flag.
You look a little bit like a history teacher, so I'm glad that you've been able to teach me something today. Every day is a school day, but maybe a lesson learned there for Paolo Neto, just to keep his eye on his defence. Even though it was offside, that is certainly going to be warning signs for him that Dami does have the ability to puncture his defence quite comfortably with just one of those little through balls. Does have to keep an eye on those, but whether going forward now, Paolo Neto is going to be able to find as much success as he did yesterday, because already you can see the bodies behind the ball. Dami not as attacking as Mo Alba. At least 9 men seem to be behind the ball at the moment.
Well, here's Neymar then for the Brazilian. Tries to fire that ball into Cristiano Ronaldo, making that run into the front post. Couldn't find him though, unfortunately. And now you're going to see Roma's Dami, and I think he'll be pretty full of confidence having created that early chance. Yes, the linesman's flag went up, but the fact that he's already had the ball in the back of the net, filling with hope that he can break down this Brazilian. Should he get that ball into those dangerous areas? And having pulled a few central midfielders across here, Zinedine Zidane has space to run into as Neymar turns back inside. A little bit of patience here as Cruyff, with the drag back, gets onto that left foot. Fortunately, just not being able to find that final pass in that final third.
And now this is where you really have to take advantage of the extra man from this counter-attack. The through ball was there, but instead he's just going to play it through and try and outrun his counterpart Zidane. But sometimes you just have to ball roll away from the player. He tried to ball roll it inside. It didn't really work out. Kind of ran out of room on the pitch. It's one of those unfortunate things where you're by the sideline and you wish you were more central.
Messi takes a shot from distance, and it's always dangerous when you see that opportunity for Leo Messi to line up that finesse shot towards that far post. Didn't quite get it right there. The pressure on him applied by Paolo Neto means it wasn't a clear strike at goal, but a warning sign. And that's been a couple now for the Brazilian as Dami puts the pressure on again, and R9 Ronaldo's won this from the goal kick. Little ball inside. Cruyff looks for the drag back. Maldini strong in the tackle.
And I think as long as Paolo Neto can continue to read Dami's drag backs and his ball rolls successfully in defence, he will have chances going forward. I wonder whether it'll be down to a couple of mistakes that might open this game up a little bit. There were mistakes yesterday from some of the best players in the world.
Maybe there's going to be a chance here. Ronaldo decides to strike it. Causes some problems, and the linesman will be busy once again, this time at the other end of the pitch. On the rebound, Lionel Messi will be in an offside position.
And I think we notice mistakes more in FIFA 20 because some of the defenses are harder to break down. So you get a lot more stagnant play in the midfield. And therefore, when you do see a gap, when you do see a player slip up with a pass or they bring a player out of position, it's far more obvious and far more clear to us that there is an actual genuine mistake from them. MS Tassari, for example, yesterday made far too many mistakes. And I'm sure that's something he will try and improve on. Whether we'll see either of these players be able to stop themselves from making those mistakes or whether we'll see moments of magic from either one.
And one thing that Dami was a little bit guilty of last year on FIFA 19, maybe he was a little bit too gun-ho. So I'm liking his approach to this tournament. He's a little bit more measured in the way that he's moving forward, but still, of course, has that attacking flair up his sleeve once he gets into those dangerous positions. But again, just showing some of the work that's done away from these tournaments for these players, showing that they're going away and they're watching and reviewing those VODs and seeing where they went wrong and how they can improve from game to game. Good to see the Roma man putting in those hours.
Does have one of the most impressive defensive records in this tournament, does Dami. He's only conceded 11 goals so far. In 5 of those matches, only conceding 1 goal across 2 legs.
Neymar then into Messi! And the commentator's curse will strike Dan Gaskin.
Well,
Lionel Messi scores first here for Paulo Neto. And it was just the space that Dami invited Neymar to run into that caused the problems.
Well, it still only could be the 1 goal across 2 legs. And remember the previous matchup against Tugo when we joined it late, he was a goal down and then it got towards the late stages of the second leg and it was still only 1-0, but he got 2 late goals, 1 in normal time and 1 in extra time to win that. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call for him. Or could this be the beginning of the barrage from Paulo Neto? Because on the other side, his offensive record is phenomenal. It does help that he got the 7 goals against Mo Alba, that's for sure, but he was able to beat the likes of Houston 6-2 in Swiss phases as well. He actually put another 6 past Mo Alba in the Swiss round 5. So he does certainly know how to get that ball in the back of the net.
The most impressive thing looking at that is the caliber of player he's doing it against as well. You know, these aren't lackluster opponents that he's scoring these goals against, and also managing to keep down to just a few goals conceded as well. It really has been an all-round impressive performance from the Brazilian. He started off in the same vein of form that we saw yesterday, and that was going to be one of my questions is, some of these players that we saw have these fantastic Saturdays. Can they bring that form in here to Championship Sunday when it really does matter?
Well, Clash Crazy has been able to do it. He was an informed player yesterday and a pretty scary competitor to go up against. I asked a lot of questions about him at the last event with maybe the style of play we saw in some of the games, but he does switch it up accordingly as to who he is facing up against, and I think we could say the same thing to the majority of players that have reached this stage of the tournament, and Paulo Neto being one of them. Because he knows what he's facing up against here of Dami, you know, he knows he's a more slow, methodical player. He's not going to see the same sort of attacking prowess that he saw against Mo Alba. Is he going to be more likely to sit on a lead and take his time in his attacks like we're seeing in this current one?
Well, here comes Paulo Neto again. We see a cricketa there from Lionel Messi and tries to find the ball into Ronaldo. I think Cristiano Ronaldo had just eked offside there, as you can see from the free kick being given, but at stoppage time at the end of the first half, the half-time whistle will go. And at the break here, it's 1-0 to Paulo Neto.
A deserved lead, really, as well. Has been a battle in midfield. Not much to shout about for Dami. That was the early opportunity that was called offside, and I guess it could have been a different game if Dami does take the lead. But with Paulo Neto now having the goal advantage, Dami is going to have to open up a little bit more. Maybe try and spread the width slightly and get some balls down this wing so then he can try and cut inside and go for that cut back to one of those strikers who always seems to be waiting in the midfield near the penalty spot. But Paulo Neto has been stepping up and he's been cutting those passing lanes very effectively. Dami has struggled to get into those dangerous areas.
I mean, I'd agree with you. I would also say it's kind of been just that one big chance for Paulo Neto. You have to remember as well that Dami did have the ball in the back of the net. Yes, it was offside, but he's shown that he can create chances. And if maybe just times that pass a little bit better, this could quite comfortably be 1-1 at this point. I still think it's very well balanced, this game, as we head into the second half. And as I always mention, in these massive games towards the end of the tournament, when you're into your final 4, final two, those console finals and the cross-console final, I always feel it's about when that chance comes, can you be clinical?
Because there is so much on the line, really. It's not just about this event, it's about the future of their FIFA 20 career, maybe even just their FIFA career in general. A victory here gets you 1,400 Global Series ranking points. All you need is realistically one other qualification at another event, which they've already guaranteed for FUT Champions Cup number 3. And you're probably looking at an FEWC spot. You're going to be there at the E-World Cup. You've already guaranteed yourself playoffs by getting this far. And that is your entire season. That's what all these players are aiming for. That's what the organisations that sign these players expect. Roma will be expecting Dami to get to that E-World Cup. And a victory here might just get him there.
It was a great ball there from Dami into Ruud Gullit to find him in space. He tried to fire the ball into Lionel Messi as well as he was making his way towards the edge of that 18-yard box, but well intercepted again by Paulo Neto. Just seems one of these players who can just kind of put out the fire before it really becomes too dangerous and the flames kind of get out of hand.
Again, though, those fullbacks just being a real nuisance to Roma's Dami. He's not able to get into those dangerous areas and play those through balls down the wing. It's Messi who seems to be constantly under pressure, but that's a little bit better.
There's men over here in the middle as well. If he can find this ball inside, there's going to be a chance here for R9 Ronaldo. Yashin comes out and makes himself big. And maybe that's an opportunity. But Dami's going to want back because it was a huge chance.
And I don't know whether it was indecisiveness or just didn't get the correct input, but it almost seemed like R9 did nothing with it, just started running towards the goalkeeper. Maybe he tried to do a ball roll and didn't quite get the input correct. Something didn't look quite right there. And Dami didn't look happy about it either.
Is that going to be a moment that the Roma man will look back on and rue a little bit later in this game? We'll have to wait and see. You can see a pause being queued up by Paulo Neto as well. Probably just personnel changes. He's going to be pretty happy tactically with how this game has gone, I would imagine. We're just past the hour mark here. Still the one goal to separate these two players. Not too many huge chances to report. And it is going to be Roma's Dami now who's stepping forward. Alberto finds Messi, who manages to get the right side of his man. And that was a ball we were seeing Dami use yesterday, that early ball. Getting across the defenders into that little corridor of uncertainty. We saw that was the way that he found his way towards goal for the winner against Tuga. Maldini does well against Ronaldo.
Ronaldo hasn't been really winning those one-on-one situations shoulder to shoulder as much as we see in FIFA 19. Maybe Paulo Neto should have just said, really accepted that he wasn't going to win it and tried to ball roll away from him. Even just maybe turn back on himself. Maldini is so strong, does have that presence.
And Paulo Neto's found Ruud Gullit here. And he's twisting and he's turning, he's found Messi! And he can't find the target.
Yeah, the right foot of Messi isn't the best. Even though it is a 4-star, it sometimes doesn't feel like it. I don't know what, I think it's because his left foot is so good.
So good, yeah.
That you get it on his right and you're like, what on earth? Who is actually kicking this ball now? But it will be to the pause screen. 70 minutes in, 20 left in this first leg. And with that goal, it means on average, Paulo Neto has scored at least 2 per leg throughout this tournament. So averages would suggest another one is on the horizon.
Of course, if you're watching for the first time here, just a little reminder as Dami almost has a defensive atrocity occur as he almost got dispossessed by Cristiano Ronaldo. If you're watching for the first time here, competitive FIFA, 2 legs is what we play against, and the aggregate score is what will decide who goes through to our console final. Beautiful footwork there from Kylian Mbappe. He'll step over the flip-flap as well to try and beat his man, but again, more tricks on display here for the Brazilian. And now he wins the ball back high again. And a second goal here towards the end of this game, in a game which has been devoid of big chances. Could be a huge moment. Here's Ruud Gullit now inside the box. Tries to cut it back early. Dami defends it well.
And then we'll see whether Dami's going to continue trying to rush this ball up the pitch, because Paulo Neto's taking full advantage of that. Dami's just been passing it into these central defensive midfielders who have been waiting, cutting those passing lanes.
Arno Ronaldo waiting for Ruud Gullit to come and join him. He's back out wide now to Zambrotta. Around 10 minutes left in this game.
And if I was Dami, I'd say, look, I will be more than happy to have one good attack here. I'm going to bide my time. I'm going to be patient. I don't need to overdo this. I still have another leg here.
Mbappe ball rolls away from one man. Carlos Alberto turns inside as well. Here's R9 Ronaldo. Almost managed to get round Paolo Maldini. Used that drag back and tried to exit it the same way that he'd started, trying to fool the defender into maybe thinking he was going into that 180. Drag back there, the complete change of direction, but here comes Dami again. Unfortunately, that's a little bit of a lax pass inside.
Again, just trying to force it a little bit too much because he spotted that Paolo Neto was vulnerable from the counter-attack, didn't have as many men back. You don't need to force that pass. The reward for that risk wasn't really there. You weren't through on goal because of it. You can recycle the play, you can wait a little bit more, you can try and look for a perfect pass and more of a gap behind the defence. Paolo Neto now will try and hold on to this ball, I'm sure.
It's brute force from R9 that's going to work his way towards goal, and Cruyff is turning away from his man, only momentarily though. Maldini at the last second managed to get a tackle in, but that looked dangerous there for Dami for just a moment.
And if that wasn't a Maldini, if that wasn't a Van Dijk, that's probably going to be a goal. You're probably going to get away from the defender, but the statistics on Maldini make him so difficult to beat.
Well, here's Mbappe then, and it will be a corner. In stoppage time at the end of our first leg. Can Dami find a way towards goal here to tie this one up? Fake shot from Mbappe. Here's Eusebio inside the box. Yashin with a save. And that will be the last action from the first leg of our PS4 semi-finals. Real opportunity there, maybe, to send this one in tied up at the break.
Certainly enough opportunities for Dami to say, look, all right, well, I'm actually making something here. I'm definitely within a shot of winning this entire game. I'm only a goal down. I'm making chances. You could argue that he could have grabbed the goal with a little bit more clinical ability in front of goal with the likes of R9 when he just ran towards the goalkeeper, for example. So I think he'll be pretty happy with that. Just have a couple of chances with his coach, a couple of chats, with his coach, and maybe he can move on and be better in the second leg.
Well, if you're wondering about the headset that these players are wearing, of course, Turtle Beach are the people who are providing these beautiful Elite Pro 2 headsets. You can go and follow Turtle Beach as well, and we'll be revealing a hashtag throughout the day so you can get involved with putting yourself in position to win one of those wonderful headsets, Dan Gaskin.
Yours won't say player on the bottom of it. However, I can provide a player sticker for you if you do get one. Just let me know, tweet me, I'll post you one so that you can be just like one of these guys.
Such a good guy.
I know, it's just...
And by the way, just
friendly.
don't think that I've forgotten about the fact that you called me a history teacher.
You
There
do.
is trouble coming your way.
Would you rather I call you a science teacher or a mathematics teacher? I think history is like, they're the cool teachers.
You look like a child.
Well, there we go.
Anyway,
Okay.
let's move on to this second leg. And the Roma man there has to obviously chase this game. Still down by 1 in this game. But who do you think had the better of that first leg that we just saw?
I mean, for the majority, Paolo Neto was looking far more secure going forward. Defensive ability that he had was more successful. Like, he was stepping up, using his fullbacks, utilising those fullbacks. But for Dami, I mean, towards the end, it's almost like he started to notice a pattern in how Paolo Neto was defending, and he was taking advantage of that. He was saying, all right, well, he's stepping up with these fullbacks. If I bait him in and play a little triangle around, then suddenly I've got space on that right-hand side or that left-hand side. And he was getting into those dangerous spots. But what's he doing afterwards? Like, in that final third, it's not really a clear-cut chance. Yes, okay, R9 had the ball very close to the goalkeeper. He wasn't able to do anything there. Like, do you try and chip it? Do you try and ball roll it? I think he was probably thinking that. It almost felt like he tried the ball roll and the input wasn't there or something like that. Maybe he went the wrong direction with the analog stick. But the signs are there for Dami that I'd say that he is going to be more happy and he's going to have momentum going into leg number 2.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think it's something for him to certainly keep track of as this game goes on. But we do actually have, Dan Gaskin, a Twitch drop for everyone at home as well. So make sure that your EA and your Twitch accounts are linked, because we've just dropped a Hristo Stoichkov middle tier icon to a selection of viewers just now. So that's pretty good. Make sure your Twitch accounts are linked, because we'll be doing lots of drops throughout the day. You can see it there. You've got Informed Kevin De Bruyne as well as some packs waiting for you.
Yep, they are going to be there for you and available. But remember, of course, there are plenty of other rewards around for you as well. You've got the guaranteed rewards, you've got the TIFOs, you've got the new Global Series ball, you've got all the esports kits available, as well as other daily rewards. And there's the Twitch extension. If you have interacted on Saturday and Sunday, you will guarantee yourself some rewards as well. So if you were interacting yesterday, ensure you're interacting today as well, and you'll get yourself some goodies.
What TIFO do you use?
I've actually got the text one at the moment.
Have you? I've
Yeah.
got the Dasari one.
Oh, yeah, of course you've got
I've
the
got the Dasari one. Of course I am, because I am toxic. But anyway, let's go back to talking about this game and how good I want to talk about Paulo Neto has been. I think one thing that we need to kind of talk about a little bit more is the fact that he is scoring early in every game that we've seen in so far, and he looks very exciting going towards goal when it's 0-0, when he has to score, but then his game management is absolutely superb as well. Yes, Dami's had chances, but they haven't been those huge clear-cut opportunities, and to do it consistently against players of this caliber, I mean, he seems to have the entire package at this moment to maybe go all the way.
Well, very rarely has Dami been in a situation where he's had the ball on the edge of the box and he's been situated where he's got 10 men in front of him and he's had to try and pass it around and try and manipulate the ball so he can get into a shooting opportunity. And I think that's a shame for Dami, because I think actually Dami thrives in those kind of situations. He's used to playing those games, those very tactical battles. Whereas the way Paulo Neto has been playing, either he wins the ball early high up the pitch, or Dami gets the pass in behind, runs it down the wing, and then he has to do something from the corner of the pitch. Either he has to try and get that cut back across, or he has to try and beat that first man and then work his way into the box. And I think Dami is uncomfortable in those particular attacking situations. And I don't know whether this is a plan from Paulo Neto or it's just because it's the way he defends. Either way, it's working out for him. But we're going to see whether Dami can adjust to that and find something that works for him in this second leg.
I think the fact that there's not too many memorable moments where Dami's actually managed to get inside the 18-yard box. And that's where you start to get a little bit desperate as a defender, and you have to make a tackle, or you have to make a block, and not managed to get into those positions too many times, but he's going to have to if he wants to get back into this game. If you're just joining us, of course, the Brazilian Paulo Neto is up by 1 in this game, but it was an incredibly tight affair, as the scoreline would indicate.
And you saw the average goals as well for both players. Paulo Neto with an average of 4.7 at the moment. That's across games rather than legs. 31 goals so far in the tournament, if you include the one he's just scored. He's only conceded 15 as well, so he's doubled the amount of goals conceded with the amount he has scored. Whereas Dami, as I said, has a very good defensive record. Has conceded 12 goals if you add the one he's conceded in this. Has only scored 19 though, so his goals for hasn't really been as impressive.
A bit of a surprise, yeah, a little bit of a surprise to hear those statistics. As I say, if we look back to last year, definitely a more free-scoring player than maybe we're seeing this year. Yes, FIFA 20 is a different game, we know that, and defensively it is difficult to break teams down. We're all aware of how the game works at this point. And I say, the fact that it is close means this second leg, the next goal, is absolutely vital in how the result may pan out. 2-0 here to Paulo Neto. Forces Dami into changes earlier. However, if it stays as it is, I think Dami's going to be pretty comfortable with keeping his tactics like they are for as long as possible.
And I think we have to take those statistics with a pinch of salt as well, because yes, okay, Dami hasn't got as many goals, but he's had a lot of very close games, like 2-1s, 3-1s against opponents who maybe haven't given him the opportunity to score more while he's been ahead. Whereas Paulo Neto has been in games where he has had a lead, a substantial lead of 2-3 goals against some of the most attacking players in the scene, and they are, of course, going to give him more opportunities to score because they go gung-ho and they just send everything forward, and he's just taking full advantage of that.
Well, here comes Dami then. There's a man trying to run here. Oh, you could see what he was trying there, trying to use that run as bait to play that reverse ball inside with Lionel Messi, but well read by Paulo Neto. You saw him manually controlling that centre-back there, Maldini, covering that run. Something maybe we don't give credit to the players enough for. Recognising those situations and making sure they're manually covering the most dangerous areas of the pitch.
Definitely have noticed that the kind of reverse balls or the passes on the turn, the back heel flicks, haven't worked as well so far this tournament, and FIFA 20 in general. They just seem to lack a little bit of power, and they don't seem to be able to get through and bobble through.
Speaking of getting through though, Ronaldo gets through and has a massive chance to double the lead here for Paulo Neto. A save from Machine though. Pressure still on here from the Brazilian, back inside, Zidane! Again, the goalkeeper makes a save.
And again, it's on that turn. It lacks power, whether it's a pass, whether it's a shot. It just doesn't really work out. You want to shoot, you want to hit it because it looks like a clear shot on goal. But if you can take that extra touch just to turn, to position yourself better, to get that balance correct for the player, you're going to be more likely to score.
Well, the pressure's still on here from Paulo Neto. Unfortunately for him, though, he's given the ball away, and here goes Johan Cruyff, and maybe there's an opportunity here on the counter-attack. You can see Van Dijk and Maldini desperately trying to get back into position. Cruyff now, back to Neymar. Cruyff's going to get lucky and have the ball fall back to him, and the defender's now back in position, but Dami had a real chance on the counter-attack there to cause some problems.
Dami definitely has an idea of how he wants to get through the defence, and a lot of it seems to be fizzing these balls, these aggressive passes towards the striker, but they're being cut out time and time again by Paulo Neto. Dami just needs to have a plan B, maybe a skill move up his sleeve that can beat that first man, and he might find himself with a bit more space, and Paulo Neto will be a little bit more vulnerable at the back.
So Paulo Neto forcing 2 saves out of the goalkeeper. Dami, though, having an opportunity on the counter-attack to maybe find an equaliser here on aggregate. Neither player was able to convert. It goes back to what I was talking about in that first leg. Who is going to be more clinical in front of goal when that chance comes?
I think as long as Dami continues to be patient here, recognizing he's only a goal down, doesn't need to rush every single attack. Again, though, on the turn passes, they don't work. I know you think you can do it because you've got Cruyff, but sometimes you just have to accept a little bit of patience. Was it Take That who sung it? Just have a little bit of patience? Don't make me sing it, because I will. If I see one more on the turn pass.
I'm going to jump in with some commentary here to save everyone. Zidane plays this across to Hullet. Hullet fizzes that ball there into Lionel Messi, and he was bundled over there by Paolo Maldini. Dangerous position here, 25 yards out from goal. Just on the half-hour mark. Will be taken short by the looks of things. Paulo Neto. Plays this off to Lionel Messi! Yashin again turns it onto the bar. And that's 3 of the best from the goalkeeper to keep Dami in this game.
Yashin really has been unreal for the last 2 tournaments in Bucharest. I know all the pros are all about Ter Stegen usually, and they work, but slowly but surely as people try to work in getting Van Dijk in your team, Ter Stegen has been dropped here or there for Yashin, and he certainly has been a valuable asset.
Well, Paulo Neto has been knocking on the door for the majority of this first half. 3 big saves coming out of the goalkeeper, like you mentioned. And he might be called upon again here as Cristiano Ronaldo tries to get away from the attentions of Patrick Vieira and Zinedine Zidane. Tackle from Zambrotta. And finally, Dami can kind of relieve the pressure for just a moment.
Yellow card isn't really going to be of any significance, although we did see our first red card of the tournament yesterday, and it actually was Paulo Neto who got a man sent off, but it was a little bit too late for Mo Alba to make any difference there.
It's a good ball inside the box, though, to Johan Cruyff. Now, what can Dami do in this position? Van Dijk comes across.
Well, I think Dami's asking himself that same question. What can I do in this position? He doesn't seem to have that many ideas in the final third.
Just on the stroke of half-time, then. In our second leg, still 1 goal the difference. A goal here for Dami. We're back on level turns. Here's Zinedine Zidane striding forward. Messi, patience here from Dami. Trying to build an attack, surgically moving his way towards goal. In behind the ball again from Paulo Neto. It's going to be up to Dami to break down this defensive wall. Here's R9. Hullet now trying to get into a position to maybe find a penetrative pass. So many players behind the ball here for Paulo Neto, and it just looked like Dami just ran out of ideas there, trying to find a ball across goal, but the half-time whistle will go. And when you're chasing the game, no shots on target and no shots on goal isn't going to get it done.
Well, I was saying between the legs that I think Dami thrives in those situations where he's playing the ball around and he's facing that kind of wall and he's trying to surgically get through, as you mentioned. And it looked good. There was a couple of open passes that I'm sure he wanted to play, but every time that pass opened, Paulo Neto quickly shut it down immediately. He read every single idea from Dami there to the point where Dami just had to play an aggressive, driven ball into the middle of the box because he started to run out of time. And you saw the shake of the head from him as well. He wasn't happy. He wanted more time in that spot, but because the whistle was coming, he had to try and do something. But Paulo Neto seems to have his number at the moment.
So 45 minutes here for Dami to maybe repeat what we saw him do yesterday against Tuga. It took him until the 80th minute of the second leg to find an equaliser. So it shows that he does have patience. And the further on you get in tournaments, the more nervous you become in these later situations, knowing you have to make every single attack count. Winning the ball back is a great way to start.
The only difference from that game yesterday with Tuga, though, and this one against Paulo Neto, is I think Tuga would have been more than happy to win the game with a one-goal advantage, was sitting on that lead and was expecting to grind it out for the victory across the 90 minutes. However, I think Paulo Neto is going to be more likely to hit Dami on the counter-attack when Dami does start pushing forward, does start getting a little bit more risky with some of the balls and some of the runs that he makes. And there is very likely that Neto could go 2-0 up.
He has had chances to double his lead. We have to say Yashin has been superb in between the sticks for the Roma man. Well played there by Dami, though. Wins the ball back and now spreads the ball out wide to Leo Messi. Sometimes you say it takes a big player and a big moment to score a big goal. Who's that man going to be for Dami, if it does come at all? Here's Johan Cruyff. Again, so difficult for Dami. Look how deep the line is here from Paulo Neto. Every single player behind the ball, and he's about 20 yards inside Paulo Neto's half.
Paulo Neto just showing his versatility, really showing that he can play that attacking game, but he will also play the same game as his opponent, because Dami is going to be doing exactly the same thing if he were a goal up. He would have everyone behind the ball. He would be playing defensive. He would be restricting his opponent's chances and frustrating them. If you can adapt to the player you're going up against, then you are going to succeed. That's why Paulo Neto has found himself in this situation where he is 30 minutes away from a console final.
Well, you are seeing the pause being queued up now by Dami. With 30 minutes left, that means tactical changes. He recognises something has to change here if he wants to find himself in a console final against Clash Crazy. But here comes Paulo Neto. A goal here might be enough to decide it. Big tackle from Vieira.
Players do flood forward for Dami, but I'd argue not enough players are there and available for him to really get any sort of threatening counter-attack, which is why he has to slowly build up. Tries to rush the pass. It's forced across and easily intercepted by Paulo Neto, which is now going to offer him the chance to again eat away at some time. And the mistake we saw from Tuga yesterday was perhaps trying to eat away at too much time and not going towards goal, not trying to double that lead. And Dami was able to come back into the game in the late stages and then punish him for doing so.
The good thing is here, he's got time. He's managed to get that pause with enough time to make these tactical changes, to give himself enough time to actually put them into use in the game. We saw him yesterday making these changes around essentially exactly the same point in the game against Tuga. And having found himself in the lead, we saw the personnel of Kylian Mbappe having to fill in at right back, having put so many attacking players onto the pitch. But this is all or nothing now for Dami. 3 at the back, 3-4-1-2 formation. Zidane and Hullet in the middle. Cruyff, Eusebio, Ronaldo, Pele, Mbappe, so much attacking flair on the pitch. It's just a case now, can he break him down just once to create one chance, one golden chance to tie this game up?
Well, it's still only the one goal as well against Dami, and that would say that he still sticks to his averages of conceding less than 2 goals
Very true.
per series. It's all well and good not conceding. Has to score to get back into this. And for all the hard work of getting to the semi-final, securing that Masters spot, you don't want to go out in a semi-final where you haven't been able to score a goal, where you've just been restricted from chances. You haven't really been able to threaten your opponent's goal, especially in this second leg anyway.
Well, Mbappe gets the better of the fullback here. And he can't find that pass inside again. And sometimes you talk about the timing of these quick, short passes. You have to just wait for a defender to lunge or get a half a yard. Dami's feeling the pressure a little bit here. And Paulo Neto maybe looking to compile the misery. Here's Johan Cruyff. Into Cristiano Ronaldo. Zambrotta tackles but can't win the ball back. Cruyff now gets it onto that right foot. And Johan Cruyff might have just sent Paulo Neto into our console final.
Something special about South Americans in FIFA. As surely that will secure Paulo Neto in the final. We also have 2 Brazilians in the Xbox semi-finals as well. And it was just that drag back was enough to get space for Cruyff. And the finish was there. Just a round up, quite a beautiful set of play for him. And for Dami, well, he already had to go gung-ho. He already had to send everything forward to try and get a goal here. But now he makes it twice as hard, needing 2. But every time he gives that ball away, it's just going to mean it's going to get harder and harder. As Paulo Neto will be able to just keep possession and start to think about that console final. Start to think about those 1,400 Global Series ranking points he secured, the $15,000 he gets for moving forward as well. And he will get to compete for that chance in a cross-console final.
We still have a little bit of time here, but I don't think anyone would have bet our PlayStation 4 final would have been between Paulo Neto and Clash Crazy. 2 incredible performances from 2 incredible players here in Bucharest. It seems like FIFA 20 really is their game. And here comes Dami trying to find the ball in behind Carlos Alberto, and you feel that attack had to turn into a goal for him to have any opportunity to come back in this game.
Yeah, even if he's able to grab one here, Paulo Neto surely would have the experience to be able to hold on to the ball.
Pele strikes towards goal. Machine beats it away.
It really has been a tactical masterclass from Paulo Neto. Completely and utterly read how Dami was going to be attacking each and every time. Has been able to cut out all of those balls. Has been able to stick men in the way at the right times.
And maybe he's going to look for a third here. Almost found the ball in behind Patrick Vieira.
He's just really frustrated Dami throughout the entirety of this game. Been seen so many shakes of the heads in the player camp for the Roma man. Unfortunately, just hasn't had an answer to the defensive ability of Paulo Neto.
It has been an almost picture-perfect game here from Paulo Neto. Everything he could have dreamed of. As he goes inside now, he looks for the third. Cruyff buys a bit more time. Ronaldo can't turn back inside, but the final whistle goes. And the Samba spirit lives on here in Bucharest. Paulo Neto will find his way into the PlayStation 4 final.
Still credit to Roma's Dami, though, for getting his highest placement, I think, ever in the Global Series, getting into those semi-finals. We will see him again at FUT Champions Cup Stage 3 next year. But unfortunately, it will be the end of the road because, again, the Brazilians, they're showing up at these tournaments and they're showing what they are made of.
He has been absolutely phenomenal. I need to say it, like, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, Dami's had an incredible Saturday yesterday. He looked absolutely, you know, flawless in the way that he was playing. But he's just, again, every single player who seems to come up against Paulo Neto at the moment just seems to not be on his level. It's just the consistency in defense, the consistency and the ability to score early as well, which is kind of just making his life a little bit more easy and allowing him to dictate the pace of the game. I mean, the 2 players who are in our final, it sounds crazy to say it, right? And I know that's a bad pun, but you would not have said that they had this all-round game. at the start of the tournament, but they have been the best 2 players, in my opinion, throughout the PlayStation bracket.
And we'll bring out some of the stats whilst I discuss this point with you, Mark. But I think you're right. I was one of the biggest critics of Clash Crazy and how he performed 2 weeks ago. Because he was a very defensive-minded player. He was sticking everyone behind the ball, but he was able to get goals on the counter-attack. This tournament, he showed up, and he said, you know what, I'm not going to be that defensive player. I'm actually going to show that I can adapt to any situation. That's what I'd say about both these players that are in this final. Both Crazy and Paolo Neto adapt to the player that they're going against. They have a good read on them. They've done their preparation. They know how they're going to be attacking. They've got their analysing done. And then they get the job done as well. They just perform exceptionally in every single area.
I mean, restricting Dami to the chances that he had is something to be proud of for a lot of players. You know, really did struggle, and you can see it there. 2 shots on goal. 2 shots on goal.
Across 2 legs.
Across 2 legs from the Roma man. A player who was so impressive yesterday. And that's not, you know, as much as a detriment to him and how disappointed he will be, that's a huge, you know, accolade to give to his opponent there, Paolo Neto. He just reads the game so well and just doesn't let you strike on goal.
It's going to be so tough for Dami to look at that game, and he will analyse it. He'll go back, and I'm sure with Zelonius as well, and they'll say, all right, well, where can we get better? Like, what could we have done differently in those situations? And I think they'll look at a few things. They'll look at that chance with R9 with the goalkeeper. Can I pass it? Can I ball roll it? Because he kind of did nothing with it. What can I do better from when I get to the corner of the pitch? Because there were several times with Cruyff, he was able to get behind the fullback, and then it just ended up in nothing, and he had to recycle the play, and then suddenly he's stuck in front of a wall again. I don't know whether it's just one skill move or one pass that he needs, but he needs that extra little bit of something if he's going to go even further in a tournament.
Now, just to pick your brains ahead, of course, of the PlayStation 4 final, where we have Clash Crazy going up against Paolo Neto, 2 players who haven't shown any weakness so far. 2 incredibly strong performances in our first 2 semi-finals of the day as well. How do you think it's going to go?
Honestly, that PS4 final is going to be an absolute battle in the midfield. 2 incredible players who can adapt to each other. So I'm excited for it. But first, we're going to have the Xbox semi-finals. But even before that, let's go back to Jimmy on the couch and see what he makes of it.
Thank you, guys. Great call of the game. Great insight, as always. I think the fun fact about Paulo in particular is that he took down Mo Abba, the reigning E-World Cup champion, twice in this tournament. He beat him in the Swiss format 7-1 and then beat him in the quarterfinals 6-1. Actually, I think that's flip-flopped. I'm going to bring in Rachel and Brandon. Unbelievable performance again from Paulo. He has been, outside of Crazy, maybe one of the best players in the whole tournament, not just in PS4.
We're talking about like his entire game, and you know, talk about attacking first. The attacking player is how many goals he put past the reigning world champion, and more surprisingly, maybe Houston, who we know is also a great attacking player. I think he put 6 goals or something past him in Swiss as well. So take out a player of that caliber in terms of attacking as well. The only person he did lose to was #Harry. First game of Swiss, and then has gone unbeaten ever since.
Yeah, it's a nice little run for him. Let's take a look at these highlights, Brandon.
Yeah, exactly that. Obviously, Dami nearly went 1-0 up in 7 minutes. He was just offside. I think his coach Zelonius thought he scored. I heard him roar when that went in. But then, yeah, Paolo Neto really started to get things moving. Obviously, representing SPQR, repping their kit in the game of FIFA 20 as well. And a great finish from Messi to get things going on his weak foot as well. Not many players obviously happy to back that. Moving in, of course, to the second leg. He didn't stop at all there. Johan Cruyff.
So tasty from Johan Cruyff.
We know how good he is.
I'm a JC, so when I see another JC have some success, it makes me very warm and fuzzy inside. Okay, so overall, though, do you think he can do it against Crazy? That's really the next step, the next challenge for him to win the console final.
I think he definitely can.
He can. Why not?
I think what was the story coming into this tournament? The 11 Brazilians that have qualified for this FUT Champions Cup. Could they go the full way? Could they go and make an impact? South America at the moment are dominating competitive FIFA and FIFA 20. He's in he's in a console final. Why not? Why can't he go the full way?
Why not, indeed? And why shouldn't we, throw it over to Mike, who's with the Brazilian now, Paulo Neto.
Appreciate it, Jimmy. Yes, I am with Paulo Neto. And I kind of like the ring of the final. We've got maybe the Crazy Paulo, the Paulo Crazy finale. It has a certain ring to it, but we're going to look at your first goal. Okay. And I want to talk about tendencies, because it's really important that you understand tendencies, not just of your player, but the players on the virtual pitch. So in this example here, you're going to feed the ball into Messi, and because Messi's left-footed, we've seen that finesse shot time and time again. Roma Dami's trying to cut out the finesse shot opportunity. I kind of want to ask you, how important is it that you know these percentage plays, or that you know player tendencies and you can use it to your advantage?
Yeah, I think it's so important that knowing the tendencies, so you can do unexpected things. Here, he would expect me to shoot with the left foot of Messi, and I go with the right and normal shoot.
Yeah, you're going to see it. He's going to open up his body, and there's so much space. It's actually surprising in this year, especially this competitive tournament. It's such fine margins, the amount of space that you're able to open up because he has to overcommit because he respects what Messi's able to do on the pitch with that dominant left foot.
So, knowing the tendencies, you can do the unexpected things. I think that Tex do this very well. So, this is the way.
And heading into the final, one question, I'll put you on the spot. Have you watched any of Crazy's gameplay? Have you talked to the coaching staff? Is there anything new that you're going to maybe implement into this finale?
Yeah, I watched his last game with Harry. He plays very well. He didn't lose in the tournament, but I'm not scared, so I think that will be a great match.
You heard it here first. He's not scared. Back to you guys at the couch. Kind of like an actual handoff. You're right here.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, and congratulations again to Paulo Neto for another excellent performance in this tournament. Now let's, with regard to what he said about doing research, I'm really fascinated by the fact that you can do so much research. I felt like in previous iterations of FIFA, we weren't there yet, right? And now it's readily available, and I think the players are taking great use of this.
Yeah, most definitely, and I'm sure we're going to see that in our next matchup. Obviously, Texas coach called Enzo was with him all last year and helped him, obviously, to win the FUT Champions Cup Stage 1 just a few weeks ago. And one thing that I saw him do when I came in the morning, he was literally sitting there watching the Twitch stream back of previous gameplays of his opponents, headphones on, and he's just taking down notes of stuff that is going to help Tex. And I feel like that is where FIFA esports is moving right now. As Paolo said, the tendencies of which way a player is going to shoot, what they're going to do in the attacking third every time, and that really is the difference in these big match moments.
And the fact that we now have the ability to watch every single match at the same time, you can imagine these coaches like not knowing which stream to go to and which opponent they might come up with, looking at the brackets and trying to kind of predict where it'll go. So these coaches have a really big job on their hands by doing something with Paulo Neto over there.
I'm looking forward to heart rate monitors.
Yes.
Either on the players or the virtual players or whatever it may be.
Well, Phil, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that from Phil SKS's team. His team are all very sports scientists, they tell me. So they've been implementing a lot of different things, really, like the fasting. So those guys, they'll be the ones to start something like that, if there is anyone.
Okay, and then just moving forward as we head into the Xbox stuff, and I had asked this of Rachel earlier, do you think they get an advantage now for seeing PS4? You know, having a little bit of time before they get to step up and play their games?
Yeah, most definitely. It depends what kind of player you are. There's players out there that like to get the games done, and that's it. For example, we saw yesterday.
Because of the nerves, or is that?
Yeah, we saw yesterday. We saw the likes of Gabriel and Vinny have to wait maybe about 4 or 5 hours before they played their games. So to be honest, they're probably used to waiting before jumping into their big matches. But we are going to see another Brazilian for sure in a console final, whether it be Gabriel or Vinny. On the other side of that, what a game we've got, Nicholas Rajic against Tex. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, it's going to be very good. So the semifinals of PS4 are done. We have our final, Crazy versus Paulo Neto. But the Xbox semifinals are coming up right after this, and we're going to start with Tex versus Enrasic.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Welcome to the FUT 20 Champions Cup Stage 1 here from beautiful Bucharest. 3-day tournament, 64 players. They begin today with the Swiss format. FIFA 20 is among us.
Julian has to score here. A miss and he's out, and Harry will go through! And Harry makes the save! Today is do or die for every single player, for every single game. It is the knockout. Big chance here for R9 though, and he's taken it, he's slotted it away. And Lucas Rep will move on into the quarterfinals. Here's Vieira, here's R9! Cruyff on the edge of the box, it's gonna fall to Ronaldo! It's gonna get...
Hey, we're ready for our cross-console final. The big game is nearly among us.
Here's R9, beautiful from Tex! Fnatic Tex is your champion here in Bucharest.
Yo, I'm feeling the flow, I get high. More than I drop is the more I get low. The music is lifting me up against soul. Show me a tune I can nod to. Bro, I'm twisting the rules. For the fire and the fuel.
Es ist das Derby im deutschen Fußball.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Gillette. Welcome back, everyone, to Bucharest, Romania for FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. We're into the console semifinals. Well, we just got done with PS4. We're heading into Xbox and being joined on this lovely couch by Kyle Walker and Mike LaBelle. We got a big one coming up, Tex versus Enrasic. This is the one I think a lot of people have been waiting for.
Definitely, this is a huge one. We've seen Enrasic's journey throughout the past 2 days, where he's got to. We know Tex, we know what he's capable of. It still feels like it's possibly two of the biggest players here in Bucharest at this tournament going against each other.
I've gone on record saying whoever wins this matchup is going to win the event. So I've got to stay true to that.
Okay. I wasn't looking for predictions, but I love that Mike is coming right away.
Prediction. I just said what's going to happen.
No, I appreciate that. So I think the interesting stat for me in this game is that these two faced off in Bucharest last year, and Enrasic beat Tex 7-1. It wasn't like this really close game. It was a slap around. It was a beatdown, as I like to say.
They also played here.
That's true, they did, but I was trying to reference a game. Now there was a big score. But Enrasic did beat him in penalties earlier in the Swiss format as well. So maybe it's Tex's turn. Is this his time to get back into it?
Possibly. I mean, that will be definitely filling Enrasic with lots of confidence, and will have him feeling like he can beat Tex, because I guess when you come up against an opponent like Tex, if you're looking at real football, if you're looking at the champions, Manchester United dominated for years and years and years. People were actually scared of them before they started the match. I think that might be the same with Tex. They're going into these games thinking, he's one of the best in the world. He's the best at this game. I've already been beaten because he's that good. Whereas Enrasic knows, I know how to beat him, so that fills him with confidence.
Yeah, if there's one guy that doesn't feel that way, it's Enrasic. And I would actually argue, a pretty easy argument, that Enrasic, even though he goes under the radar, is, for over the last 3 years, top 5 most consistent FIFA pros. I mean, we see him battling it out, and typically if you beat Enrasic, you win the event, which maybe is kind of a bit of a gift and a curse in a way. You're saying if I lose, the guy at least goes on to win the whole thing. But at the same time, you're like, I don't like this trend at all. I want to go ahead.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, I want to get my own trophy.
Yeah, you don't want to be the bridesmaid all the time. You want to be the bride sometimes. Now, I think what's interesting and what I want to ask you guys is Rasik is going up against a player in Tex who hasn't given up a goal in 8 straight legs. That's how well Tex has been playing since his back was against the wall when he almost got eliminated in the Swiss format. What does he have to do in this to kind of change things up?
Be extremely confident in his own abilities, because actually Rasik needs to do something very special. But
maybe score the first goal? Is that what we...
That could be a thing. We've talked with the pros the past couple of days, and they've said, actually, when somebody scores the first goal, that is a big tell in who might go on to win the game. So if Rasik can do that, if he can hold Tex off, then that's just going to be huge.
Yeah, I kind of smile thinking, yeah, when you hold Tex off, which is not easy to do.
I'm not expecting a clean sheet between the two of them. I think we're going to see goals on both ends.
All right, so quick predictions. Mike, you go first. And yes, they can hear us.
Yeah, that's fine. I know they're behind us. I've got a Fnatic Tex in a 3-1 affair.
Okay, over the 2 legs, 3-1.
Wow, I'm going to go Fnatic Tex as well. I believe in him. I know how good he is. I get to speak to him. And actually, I feel like that interview we had yesterday, I think it was, or day one, yesterday, he was just extremely confident. He was smiling. I've never seen him that happy to be playing FIFA after a game. So yeah, that's what I'm going with, Tex.
All right, and I'm going to go with the 2-1 scoreline. That's it. I'm just predicting the 2-1 scoreline. Let's throw it over to the casters now. Brandon and Richard. Guys, how are you feeling about this one? Could be the biggest of the day so far.
It really could be. I think there's only a handful of players that can maybe stop Tex on his day, and Amrejik has got to be top of that list at the moment for me. So it's going to be a really exciting one.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Take it away.
Yeah, I think if you look at the actual layup that both of these have had, Razek beating Desari in a quarter-final will give him immense confidence. We have always said Razek is one of those players that over the last 3 years, he's probably been one of the most consistent FIFA players in the world. Now he's got an opportunity in the exact same position that what he did last January earlier in 2019, where he beat Tex. It was then called F2 Tex. Now he's Fnatic Tex comfortably. He beat him 7-1. It's the biggest defeat I've ever seen Tex take, and it was at the hands of the man sat opposite him right now. No coach needed for Nicholas Razek. No team needed for Nicholas Razek.
And he looks right in the zone at the moment, whatever song he's playing, to try and get him going. And it was a penalty shootout that was the difference for him in stage 1 of the competition, in which he did fall out in the quarterfinals. Of course, not making it through to day 3 championship Sunday. Tex, though, he went the full way, Richard, and was unbeaten throughout the whole tournament after an impressive 5-0 in Swiss rounds, and in a final against Verfilza, just brushed past him, picked up $50,000 and sent himself back straight to the top of the Xbox Global Series rankings. But I just feel like we've asked a lot of questions of Tex of what players can stop him on his day. I honestly feel like Enrajik has probably got the best chance out of anyone of what we've seen so far this year on FIFA 20. You probably ask why I'm saying that. He's already beat him in this tournament. And that was via
penalty shootout.
A penalty shootout, Richard Buckley.
It's all about the first 10-15 minutes in this game. If Nicholas Razek can get a goal and put Tex under a little bit of pressure early doors, I think we could be in for a potential Razek win. However, if Tex weathers the storm, you'd have to say, in the first half and can go into the second leg leading or goalless, I would say that I think the guys' predictions on the couch of a Tex victory could be ringing home.
Yeah, and you'll be able to see the trophy in display in the studio and exactly where they are playing this game. Just behind Tex's seat, you can actually just see the outline of the trophy, which his name's already been engraved on it a number of times. It wouldn't be a shock to anyone if he was to go and pick up a second FUT Champions Cup already of the season, after such a dominant performance last year and picked up 3 of the FUT Champions Cups all around the world. We've joked about it though, Bucharest being his second home, because every single time it's a tournament here, it seems to pretty much go the long way.
He always performs, he always delivers, does Tex in Bucharest.
Someone else that seems to deliver in Bucharest as well. It's going to be Enrajik, and he's going to get this game underway. 10 minutes in, and he already leads by 1-0.
What did I say? The first 15 minutes is where this game will sort of show us the outline, show us the storyline of what we're going to expect. As that ball got fizzed across the box with the driven pass, it eluded and misguided a couple of players inside the box. Pellier was there at the back post to slot in from close range, and in the Vitality kit.
Yeah, is that a sign of something? Maybe a certain team that he wants to pick up the phone and give this man a call?
Yeah.
As we know, a number of esports kits in the game. Just feel like there's something to look into on that. And what a win it was yesterday, Richard, in the quarter-finals. A 4-3 victory against the 2018 E-World Cup champion, MS Dasari. Knocked him out again in the quarter-finals. And if there's one thing you've got to do against Tex, you have to lead against him. You have to win that first leg, or at least have something to kind of fall back on.
Yeah, you have to try and make the game as little as possible, whether that's 45 minutes left and you're drawing going into the second half, whether it's going into the second leg and it's still only a one-leg game. What I mean by that is you can't lose the first leg 2-3, 4-0. And right now we're seeing Nicholas Razek apply the pressure to Tex.
Relentless pressure with that as well, Richard. Johan Cruyff picking up the ball on the right-hand side, leading after just 10 minutes. In our first of 2 Xbox semi-finals. Chance to double your money, $15,000 if you get to this next stage. He's through. This could be a chance for R9. Van Dijk.
Just
had
offside.
to be a hero. He was offside anyway. It's not going to matter.
When the ball actually got fed into his striker before he passed it on to R9, I thought he could have taken a shot there, to be honest. See that little free kick as well that he's played there. I know in one of the group stage games in the Swiss, he had a free kick in a very similar position. He tried passing it outwards and got caught and nearly conceded. So now he's very much always going to play back to the goalkeeper when he gets a free kick inside his own box, and then you can play out from there. You might have just heard me throw a pen in excitement across the studio.
Make sure you pick that one back up, because I feel like there could be a few goals in here that I need you to tally down. There's Tex. He'll try and bring this game all square as soon as he can. Here's a chance now for Eusebio for him. Cuts back inside. There's the killer pass, and there's R9. Just as we expected, we are in for a thriller.
Beautiful goal. I don't know what part of the foot that's come off of R9 to go into the back of the net. Looked like he just had to make any sort of contact. Lovely build-up play as well from Tex in the box to find R9. Simple touch past the goalkeeper and back at a level game.
It was a bit of a rocky road for Tex in day one of the competition. I don't think many people expected him to be in round 5 of Swiss in the position that he was in an elimination matchup, because he did go, in fact, 1 and 2 in Swiss, and he needed 2 big performances, one in round 4 against Ajax Joey, and round 5 he had to play against another USA representative. Is Razek back to goal. Little scoop turn from Eusebio. Scoop turn into the finish. It's absolute magic from the Portuguese icon.
Beautiful goal. Lovely fake shot. Smashed past the goalkeeper with the left foot from Nicholas Razek. Hitting him straight back. Just after Tex scored, Razek comes down the other end and punishes Fnatic Tex. What a game we are in for right here, right now, on Championship Sunday, under the lights.
Can we just talk about this as well, Richard? Tex did not concede a goal for 8 legs of FIFA coming into this matchup. 30 minutes into it, Nicholas Razek has put 2 past him.
When I was talking to Tex a little bit earlier this weekend, he was always saying, I was asking him, who's the best person you've played against? There was one name that was ringing around. Nicholas Razek. Nicholas Razek, he's the best that I've played.
And of course, if there's one way to beat Tex, as simple as it sounds, to outscore him. Don't forget that result in FUT Champions Cup 3 last year. In this exact same location. 7 goals to 1, you said, was the scoreline, and that was in a knockout game as well. Dolomite went and won that tournament. Obviously no Dolomite in this tournament after he was knocked out in the knockout rounds. Eusebio again, he's done so well to get round his man, drag back. Oh, no, it's in the way.
But he's almost playing Tex at his own game right now, is Nicholas Razek. The drag backs inside the box, the elusiveness, the aloof that Nicholas Razek is playing with
He's just so quick, isn't he? In and around the box.
He looks a little bit lost defensively at times, Tex. That's a goal right there if R9 doesn't get in the way.
I went round this morning as well to see obviously the players that are in day 3 of the tournament, Richard, are in the knockout rounds. And Tex was just there playing his FUT Champions games. Just getting games played, ensuring he was ready for this knockout matchup. On the other side of that, we know Rajek hasn't been feeling too well. Hopefully a good night's sleep is exactly what he needed coming into today. And at the moment, he looks on fire. Tex, though, already replied once. To expect him to reply again. Lovely little touch there from R9. It was an ambitious touch for him, though, to be able to control the ball afterwards. And just as expected, unfortunately, couldn't keep that ball down. Just that combination, though, Richard, isn't it, of Cruyff into R9 and Eusebio as well. Constant pass, drag back, scoop down. You can just see by the reaction of Rajek at the half-time. He's probably thinking, I could be 3-1 up.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking that this lead could be higher than what it currently is. You can see Tex there on the making defensive changes. I think he knows that the way that this game's going, if he wasn't to make those defensive changes, potentially this game could be 3-4, 5-1 after the first leg. You can't lose the first leg in such an emphatic manner that means that the second leg is away from you. If that means making defensive changes, putting your cams on, come back on defence and dropping your depth down to go into the second leg with a game still on your hands, sometimes that is what you've got to do.
Here comes Tex straight away in this second half. He'll be looking to equalise as soon as possible. Just rush that ball through to Hullet. He knows he rushed it as well. If you're wondering where these two did match up in the competition in day 1, it was in round 2 of Swiss, in which they did draw 1-1 across 2 legs, Richard, and extra time. And it was a penalty shootout victory, as we mentioned, to Rajek.
I think going back to the previous point as well about the defensive changes being 2-1 down, Tex also believes in his attacking players, that the 4 sort of attacking players he's got, his 3 cams and his striker, he can do damage with just those players on his own. He doesn't need his DMs pushing up. He doesn't need his fullbacks to be involved. We've seen Tex do damage with 1 player, never mind 4.
And let's not forget as well, Tex always seems to play a better second leg as well. Don't know why that is. It always seems to happen. Wow, off the post. It could have been free. Didn't finesse it, just a standard shot.
And I tell you what, Nicholas Rajek has got every right to be annoyed that he's not 4-1 up right now. R9, now that chance right there off the post, the one that he caught offside from, still looks super focused and doesn't really seem to be phasing Nicholas Rajek. I know he's quite an emotional player.
The attack is relentless from Nicholas Rajek at the moment. Can he find Eusebio? Patrick Vieira just throwing his face in the way and his body of Eusebio saying, no thank you, you're not coming past. You're in chat, hill to hill. Stopping the ball in and around the edge of the box, R9. And he got the rebound off Hullet. Hullet just doing enough though. There's a pause cue by Rajek. I still just feel like as well, there's so many German players out there in the FIFA scene, especially over on the Xbox. Now we've got the likes of Dolomite, who's a FUT Champions Cup winner. We've got Megabit. Over on the PlayStation, we've got some fantastic players there, including Mo Alba, an E-World Cup champion. And still, I just don't know where they rank Rajek.
I mean,
he's incredible.
I'd find it very hard not to rank him as the #1 Xbox German player. Overall, you'd probably put him second behind Mo Alba, because Mo Alba did win the World Championship, the World Cup. However, you can't put...
We probably sound like a salesman out here to try and get him a club, but he's making knockouts again, Richard. Quarterfinal, stage 1.
You can't underestimate how consistent he has been. You can't undervalue consistency at the top level over 3 games. This isn't just 1 year. This is over 3 different titles. When Tex won in Barcelona Who was the man he beat in the console final? Nicholas Razek.
And throughout that year, it seemed to be like he was making every single semi-final or console final when Razek, wherever it was in the world, making E-World Cup Grand Finals as well, Richard, which not many players can do either.
When MS Tassari in FIFA 18 won in Manchester, who was the man he beat in the console final? You know the answer. Nicholas Razek.
And it feels like all those tournaments you've mentioned, Richard, all those big moments in his FIFA career where he might have been just a step off the mark to becoming a champion, to really getting his name on that FUT Champions Cup, maybe to be the second German to do so. Of course, we still have a second leg in front of us. We're not getting ahead of ourselves, but he's been incredible. Tex could equalise here. Fantastic defending from Virgil van Dijk. Just stood strong with that left boot and just hoofed it clear, but hoofed it straight back into the path of Tex, who will come forward once again. We'll look to feed the ball into those danger men in and around the box. The skies through ball that he tries once more. Didn't go through that time.
And even though Razek is winning right now 2-1, if you were to look at this game in terms of odds or anything like that, Tex will probably still be favourite to take this game, as Eusebio making a mark there down the right-hand side, but Maldini coming across and cleaning up any danger for Tex. It's going to be Zambrotta to travel 30-40 yards forward with the ball. No pressure on Zambrotta at all here. He's able to travel so high up the pitch, bringing everybody else with him.
Yeah, probably gained about 30 yards there. R9's in there. He could have taken the shot himself, wanted to play in Hullet though. Again, the pass slightly too heavy. And then Razek, just under 10 minutes away from a slight advantage, headed into that second leg. In which, if he does end up losing by a goal or so, I'll be thinking, how have I not scored before that? Allison just sweeping that one up. Tex will get one more chance. As I mentioned, always seems to have a better second leg. That's this young man. I think you said it yesterday, Rich, if there's one way to beat him, it has to be over a best of one, because over 2 legs, time and time again, he's proven us wrong. I remember that Gorilla game last year, probably one of the best games of competitive FIFA I've seen, a Grillo against Tex. Could say one of the veterans in the UK scene up against one of the newcomers. It was just an end-to-end game of FIFA. Who could outsmart the other one? Tex just winning that one in the end, but he had so many questions asked of him, and he continues to get questions asked of him, Tex, every single major tournament. We saw it in the E-World Cup final last year when he didn't make it into the knockout stages. It really suffered him personally. And there we go, full time in the first leg. There is a slight advantage to move into the second leg with 4 in Razek, but what performance from the German.
Yeah, great performance. You're probably thinking only 2-1, but probably should have been 3-4, in all honesty. He had the chance with R9 in the second half. He then had the opportunity where the shot hit R9 and when the referee called it offside in the end there. But I think for Tex, he's such a good second leg performer that even though Razek is leading, he will know that he has a far, far bigger job ahead of him in keeping this lead.
Most definitely indeed. It's only a 1-goal lead as well, which in competitive FIFA is absolutely nothing, of course, for Tex to come back with. We've seen him come back before from 3 goals down and do some remarkable things, of course, when it comes to FUT Champions Cups. And if he was to go and win again today, Richard, it really would be incredible for him. You know, over 3 years, that'll be... He's already won a major every year across 3 years. If he can go back-to-back majors, we'll start having these back-to-back conversations again, as we did last year. Whether it was LQEs or whether it was majors, he was always there, and he was lifting trophies for fun last year.
I think the bigger thing for him as well will be, a lot of people last year said that he was just good at the meta, whether that was the scoop crosses, whether that was the skill move links, the elastico. People said that he just abused the meta. This year, it's a completely different game. Yep. FIFA 19, you had to learn 4, 5, 6 skills, and sort of you learn routines and you could be good at the game. Whereas in FIFA 20, you've got to have a much more well-rounded package. You have to be able to defend, you have to be able to break people down who are playing drop back one depth, you have to be able to sort of exploit the opportunities that you're given. If he goes on to win back-to-back events in the same vein that he won last time as well, last year, the conversations of him being the best FIFA player ever will just accelerate. You also look at the bracket that he has had.
It's a very difficult side, isn't it?
This point as well, he had to beat FUT Jamie 3-0, who was on fire, probably the best Jamie that we've ever seen at an event.
Yep.
He then had to beat Lyrics in a super, super tight game. He kept Lyrics pretty quiet throughout the majority of the game, beating him 2-0, keeping a clean sheet. And now against Nicholas Razek, who's just off the back of beating MS Desari.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other word to describe it than, incredible. An incredible tournament.
I think the best thing is as well, like we're so early into the year of FIFA 20 that people haven't even grasped the game properly, and the fact that Tex is somehow still winning tournaments,
so
and still
consistent,
being consistent. And I've said this before, and I'll still back up. I still don't feel like we've even seen the best version of Tex this year in FIFA 20, and he still brushed past everyone in the tournament just 2 weeks ago in Bucharest. Top of the pile on the Xbox rankings, and honestly, I don't think he will be moving from that first spot throughout the whole year if he can continue to dominate once again this weekend. And obviously, if you don't know, the other matchup we got is where we've got an all-Brazilian Xbox semi-final to come up after this game. NSE Vinny up against Gabriel PN from Team R10. That's Ronaldinho's esports team. So do not go anywhere. There's still so much more action to come. I think Tex has just got back after a very small break. And you can see Enzo there over his shoulder. Probably just giving him a few instructions before jumping into the second leg.
This is the Xbox culmination of the bracket here. We've already had the PlayStation semi-finals wrapped up. It was Crazy Clash Gamer beating #Harry. And on the other side of that, you saw Paolo Neto with a very professional, well-rounded, driven performance, beating Dami 2-0.
Yeah, it was a really impressive performance, wasn't it, over the two legs. And it's just, we will keep talking about it as well whilst we're waiting for this game to go and get into the second leg. But just the South American dominance has just been amazing, isn't it, to see, like, and with those names already auto qualifying back to the next FUT Champions Cup, it opens up even more spots for other Brazilians.
And then you also look at the players who didn't make this event from South America. Nicholas, Janos, Resende, Senator Bone, Tor. These players who were pretty much at the top of the South American region last year can't even qualify. The talent coming out of South America right now is astonishing.
It's amazing. The reason why there are so many players coming out as well is because of those role models like Verfilza and Nicholas, Abinio.
It's also as well, I think, because of the sort of the molds that they have. They have these organisations, they have these teams with multiple players in them where they can constantly play against each other, they can constantly improve at the game.
You can just see it there. Tex, average goals conceded a game 1. Nicholas Razek, the first person to score against him in 8 legs of FIFA. Tex obviously did not concede a goal from round 4 in Swiss all the way until this semi-final. We are joining in the second leg now. When Razek be able to back up another performance again this year in FIFA 20. They matched up in the Swiss round. It was a 1-1 over 2 legs. And he had to go down to a penalty shootout in the end where Razek was able to pick up a huge win for him, which might be a confidence booster. He's just giving away possession though. There's 3 players running through. Can he recover from this? It will be Laurent Blanc that has to come over. Vieira can't do enough. Garincha's through. He's going to open up with a finesse. Surely Yashin can't hold on to it. And he could just about pick up the pieces afterwards.
I'll tell you what, he'll be thanking these lucky stars right there, will Nicholas Razek. Played a short free kick from the offside. He got caught out and Neymar was just bursting away from Laurent Blanc. Yashin to the rescue.
It's one of them, isn't it? You don't give Tex a sniff in and around the box. We saw that yesterday against Lyrics. It was that one mistake. Laurent Blanc dived in, and R9 found himself That pocket of space where he just dropped the shoulder on his left and was able to smash it into the back of the net with that right foot. I'm sure if any of you guys were following the tournament, you'll remember that goal perfectly from yesterday. Tex, though, a very strong start, just 10 minutes in. Very close to going 1-0 up and making this game all square on aggregate at 2-2. If we are drawing over the two legs, we will go to extra time once again. We've done it many a times.
You saw then when Tex did the sort of slow down, because when you do come to a full halt, it takes about a second for your player to then react back to the inputs. You saw Nicholas Razek sprint at him, just flat out sprinted him with Hullet and disrupted the movement of Tex. Something he's probably looked at that Tex was doing and thought of a workaround for it.
There's Razek. His first real chance to get near Tex's defensive third. That's a great ball into Pele. Can Pele finish here? Yes, he can. Fantastic start once again from Nicholas Razek. He went 1-0 up in quick succession in game one, and he's been able to do exactly the same in leg number 2. That's a 2-goal advantage, Richard. That is massive.
And the warning lights are flashing right now for Fnatic Tex. Trailing by 2 goals against the player of Nicholas Razek's quality. It's going to be a tough ask for the FUT Champions Cup Stage 1 champion. But if anyone can do it, it would be this man that you'd put in that situation to succeed.
We haven't seen too much of a outpour of emotion from Tex, especially in Cup 1 in some of those tough games, or in this tournament where he did have his back against the wall from round 4 Swiss onwards. If he was to bring this one back and win it 4-3, I'm sure we'd see a huge celebration pour out of him. Here's Hull on the edge of the box. It's a great ball into R9 all the way across. That's fantastic. Fnatic Tex take a bow.
Yeah, great goal from Tex, hitting him back straight from the kickoff. Lovely play inside the box, simple pass across. Eusebio's going to slot that in every single day of the week. Cutting him open. That's the perfect reply for Tex. Having that deficit straight away.
So important just to keep Razek in touching distance still. Only by a goal. And Razek has to go and hunt for another one now. Concentration levels needed from Nicholas Razek to try and hold on to this one, Lil, will be incredible. There's a through ball into Eusebio. He's down that byline now. It's going to fall back to Vieira, into R9, and he will reply once again. We said to expect an incredible semi-final, and it is certainly delivering right now in Bucharest.
End-to-end FIFA. 2 of the best players on the planet hitting each other blow for blow. Haymaker for haymaker.
You just can't describe the importance in that goal as well, Richard. To then go 2 goals back in front against Tex. 30 minutes played. And we've already seen 3 goals in this match.
Just saw there, Nicholas Razek using an engine chemistry style on R9. Quite an interesting quirk for him.
It's crazy to think as well, the goals that Tex has scored just over these 2 legs was the amount he scored in this tournament up until this game. Nicholas Razek being able to find the back of the net 4 times across these 2 legs coming into this match. We have to remember Tex did not concede in 8 legs of FIFA. He did really well for Eusebio with that heel to heel just to try and tease Van Dijk. Found the little pocket of space, and Allison able to make that save for him. And then we're going to go into Tex's point of view now, into his team management.
Attacking changes there for Tex as well. He's switched now into a 4-4-2, and it's Zinedine Zidane coming on at centre mid. He's brought off Vieira, who's predominantly more of a defensive midfielder, and Zidane, who can offer you that attacking threat, coming on. I like the change, and see if Zidane can be the catalyst for a Tex comeback here.
Garincha. Lucky enough, Vieira able to do the job. I think Rajek, we're thinking, let's just try and shut this half out and get me into half-time with that 2-goal advantage. 4-2, the German does lead at the moment. Seems like Bucharest is the place in which he will play against Tex, and 9 times out of 10 get a result against him.
You see a little nod of the head there from Razek. Just to sort of assert yourself a little bit more in this game. Every decision seems to go in Razek's way right now. The throw-in, the free kick.
Can get another one as well. This will really question Tex. Cruyff could be through into R9. Allison just off his line slightly.
Yeah, it weren't a great finish. It really weren't a great finish from Razek. But again, all the 50-50s are going the Germans' way.
He's going to come straight back at Tex once again.
This one-touch passing is really, really nice to watch.
R9, he's going to be through. Ball roll round the keeper, can't get round him. He's going to be offside anyway, it's not going to matter.
The way that it's just pinging the passes on the edge of the box. Everything has a purpose, everything's quick, snappy. The game is a real joy to watch right now.
Really is probably one of the standout matches we've seen all weekend long. Added time at 3 minutes, quite a generous allocation of added time in his first half. Razek, though, once again, whether it's Laurent Blanc, whether it's Virgil van Dijk, it always seems to be the right decision defensively for him.
2 absolute units at centre-half as well. 6'4", the pair of them.
You know what, you might even get one more chance as well. Fortunately, Van Dijk will clear that one into Rosette, and more importantly, bring this first half to a close in which both players very even with the shots they've had on goal, but Razek being able to find the back of the net a number of times in this matchup. 2-goal advantage, Richard, and he's 45 minutes away from causing a huge upset and stopping Tex from not just getting his name on the trophy. It will mean that we will have a new winner.
That's the question, though. Is it an upset? Is it just 2 unbelievable players going against each other? A little bit like when you had Nadal and Federer, when you had Phil Taylor, Raymond van Barneveld. You had 2 players at the top of their game in their individual sports playing against each other. At the end of the day, one's got to win and one's got to lose. More often than not, when we've been in knockout football, it's been Tex who's been the winner. That's why some people would say this is an upset. But for Nicolas Razek, this is an expected performance from him. He'd be disappointed if he went out right now.
Especially after taking out the Sari yesterday as well. To take out another huge name. If not one of the biggest names in competitive FIFA right now.
Let's just talk about that as well. Desari and Tex, he'll have knocked out back-to-back rounds.
And he'll be feeling on fire going into that huge console final. And we're waiting for a Brazilian in there. NSE Vinny or Gabriel. We have to say this again and again and again and again. If Tex goes out, we will have a new FUT Champions Cup winner. It will be 5 names on that trophy. Of course, there's the potential for 4 players to go there and win it. Still 40 minutes or just so left in this matchup. He's only 2 goals behind. This is Tex we're talking about. But Razek has not put a foot wrong. Lovely ball into Cruyff. Could this be a 3-goal advantage for him if he can just find that killer pass in and around the box? Cruyff does so well just to suck out Maldini. There will be space now in the back. There's that space. Pele turns back inside. Huge save from Alisson.
What a save from Alisson. Another pause here by Tex. Putting those cams on, stay forward. Well, the fullbacks, I think, on you see him there. Not on step or attacking anymore. It's got to be another change. Mbappe's been introduced here at half-time for him. Zidane as well brought on. I wouldn't be surprised seeing Neymar come off potentially. With Pele on at left back. Surely that's sort of looking towards a 3 at the back. Carlos Alberto, Van Dijk and Maldini. But he's going to be Pele left back for the get-go.
That's the choice he's made. Wants to sacrifice the defender for another attacking change. Corner to come in from Nicholas Razek, who is still a free agent somehow. He's made 2 events already. Could be an esports jersey he could have worn across those 2 legs. Especially into day 3 in this one as well. Laurent Blanc, of all people, picking up the ball in the box into R9. 2 people had to try and take R9 down. The pass onwards did find the Dutchman in Cruyff. He found himself offside. Just feel like Nicholas Razek wants one more goal in this game just to kill it off.
Yeah, the next goal scorer is everything. If Razek scores, it'll kill the...
Oh my God, Yashin.
It'll kill the energy as well of Tex. Because right now he feels like he can get back in this game. Oh, that's an awful touch.
This could be it. This could be the match winner. Pele, can he get it past Alisson? Yes, he can. And you just saw the outpour of emotion from the German Razek. Maybe he thinks he has done enough to book himself a spot in a console final.
He knows that no matter who you're against, whether it's Tex, Desari, anybody, a 3-goal lead in FIFA 20 is so tough to turn around. So tough.
This is what we expect to see. Tex straight into his team management, and it really is now or never. Everything out for him. He has got time. He's got 3 goals, though, to get against a player that has been really sound defensively as well.
This is no shock right now either for the changes that Tex is making. To be honest, it's why Pele came on at left back. He probably knew that he was going to have to switch to a 3 at the back. He would have liked to do it a little bit later in the game with not 25 minutes left.
I just want to address this as well, Richard. The way you beat Tex is you attack him and you score goals against him. So many players that have played against Tex and have tried to come up with game plans of, I'm going to sit back this game, I'm going to try and see out a 1-0. The way you do it is you've just got to constantly attack and attack and attack him, keep him guessing and outscore him. Simply the way, and Razek did it back in Bucharest for Champions Cup 3 last year. 7-1.
I think Goal Machine had a game as well against Tex at an LQE in London, where he did a very similar thing. He just got at him. He got early goals against him.
Because Tex will reply. You saw him reply, what, once, twice, 3 times, and he was trying to keep the game tight. Obviously, all the respect in the world to the young man. He's achieved so much in the last 12 months of competitive FIFA. But Nicholas Razek is 20 minutes away from knocking out one of the household names here in Bucharest, Romania. And will also mean that we will be seeing a new FUT Champions Cup winner, a new name on that trophy.
The ball could be causing a little bit of controversy as well down the line. Headed out from Alisson, and that ball turned back over to Nicholas Razek. He's got to be dreaming right now.
I think this is one of them, Richard, as well. Coming into this, we know Tex didn't concede in 8 legs of FIFA. We know Nicholas Razek's a very attacking player, and he's looking for a 6th. Is he going to find one? Alisson collects that one. What a goal kick that is as well to find Pele.
Where's the runners, though? Where's the midfield runners?
That's what we'll be saying. Where is the options for him? He's got a lot of space there, though. R9, back to Eusebio. And it's those big moments there that if Razek can find an answer for and get out of those moments as well. We had 4 people chasing him down. Still, switched the play out, was able to find Roberto Carlos, and this could be game over. Little dink over the goalkeeper, and you might as well write his name in the Xbox console final. Nicholas Razek with a first-class performance.
They're hitting for 7 in January. Nicholas Razek, he's got 6 already. With 10 minutes left to go. I think Tex has conceded 7 goals in this tournament up to this point. He's conceded 6 in 1 series right now. I think this is more of an indication of how good Nicholas Razek is
We said it. We said if there's one man that can take down Tex, especially this early into the game, there's not many people that have grasped the game this early on. We keep saying this. We keep talking about it. Nicholas Razek, he lost in a penalty shootout last time he was here against Dolomic. It was that tightly contested. It was a penalty shootout. Imagine if he won that penalty shootout. Could it be a different story? Of course, hindsight's a beautiful thing.
Nicholas Razek has the perfect performance right now. And he, no disrespect to NSE Vinny or Gabriel from R10, he will be thinking, this is my tournament. No Desari, no Tex, no Nicholas, no Stefano Pino, no Joxan, no Mo Alba.
What a chance he's got.
Double Mike out of the competition.
But
this
also,
is his
on the
tournament.
other side of the bracket, the Brazilians right now. We said about household name value. We said about Tex. Everyone's scared to play against him. He's about to be knocked out of the tournament. Nicholas Razek wants another. Will he get one? Just holding the ball up with Pele. Tex knows it's game over. Unfortunately, he will be crashing out the competition. Did make it into Championship Sunday. Did pick up 800 Global Series points. But unfortunately, he won't be getting his name back on that FUT Champions Cup in 2 FUT Champions Cups back-to-back. Nicholas Razek, headphones are off. Turtle Beach headsets off as well. Added time of just 2 minutes, if that. Nicholas Razek, $15,000 richer. But more importantly, the confidence, Richard. Knocking out MS Desari, knocking out F2 Tex. Is this the weekend for the German?
He will have no better opportunity to win a FUT Champions Cup than right now will Nicholas Razek. 6-2 victory over Fnatic Tex. Job done. He moves into the Xbox console final. And what a perfect performance.
Can we just say, he's still a free agent at the moment, this man. I don't get how he is. He is so consistent when it comes to FUT Champions Cups and knockout football. He always seems to go the extra mile. Commiserations to Tex. Still entertained us all weekend long, kept us guessing in day one. Was he going to go out in Swiss? Of course he wasn't. Breezed past in day 2. And of course, did get stopped by no one else, by Nicholas Razek. And great sportsmanship between the two at the end.
Yeah, I think they're so evenly matched, these two. It were a penalty shootout in the Swiss. Razek won on penalties there. And then here in the semi-final, it was all about that first leg for me. As soon as Nicholas was winning, and then he got the first goal in the second leg as well, and just started to put Tex under pressure, constant changing of his formation, constantly making him switch what he was doing, what he was playing. Tex is a rhythm player. If you let Tex get in a rhythm, he will dominate the scene. He took him out of that rhythm. Yep. He put him under pressure, and Nicholas Razek with the perfect performance. I've said it once, I'll say it again. This is his tournament right now.
Yeah, I think you have to say that. Nicholas Razek, there's obviously only one German left in the tournament, and that is him. And obviously, we are going to definitely see a new FUT Champions Cup winner. That is confirmed. No Desari, obviously no Dolomite, no Tex, no obviously Rocky as well. That means we are going to have a 5th name on the trophy come the end of play today, which is going to be a really exciting, obviously, last few games. We've still got another Xbox semi-final to come up, of course, the all-Brazilian matchup. But let's have a look at some stats from that semi-final we were able to commentate over. But I think the big stat was, Richard, Tex not only not conceding goals in 8 games coming into this, but only conceded 7 goals coming into the game as well.
Yeah, unbelievable, really. You look at the stats there, 10 shots on target for Nicholas Razek. He scored 6, 97% pass completion rate for him with 52% of the ball. I said he was perfect, and the stats right there, he nearly was in his pass completion. That's over 2 legs as well, let's not forget it. You can see here the individual stats as it breaks down. 306 passes made, 10 shots on target, 6-2 victory. Tex, if you are just joining us, has been eliminated from FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 here in Bucharest.
Yeah, and he kept us guessing, as we said, all weekend along. The first leg, he did keep it tight. Obviously, it was only a 1-goal advantage heading into the second leg. But Nicholas Razek, 97.2% passing accuracy over 2 legs. That is just ruthless from the German. And 10 shots on goal as well. Well played. Congratulations.
Yeah, unbelievable game here in the Xbox semi-final. You can see the excitement here in the booth. Jimmy, what's it like down at the stage?
Yeah, we're buzzing over here, Brandon and Rich. Incredible scenes because NRASIC Well, he beat somebody that hadn't given up a goal in 8 straight legs, and he scored 6 against them, and he's with us now on the couch with Kyle and Mike. He's in the Kyle and Mike sandwich over here. First and foremost, congratulations.
Thanks.
Do you think this is the biggest win of your career?
Probably, yeah. I beat him last year at the FUT Champions Cup 3 in Bucharest, so it's basically the same.
Yeah, all right.
Now, he leant over to you after the game, and he was smiling, he was laughing, but he said something to you. What was that?
He said, this is your tournament, you have to win this one and win it.
Well, if you've got a fanatic text saying that to you, then that's got to be a big thing.
Yeah. Well, that's what I just told him too. I was like, is this the one? It's time. I need to see you with the trophy, because you've been there where we were talking about it, but you've been someone who gets beat by the guy who ends up winning the tournament. You're always right there. You're in the running. I was saying before we went into that match that if you go through the last 3 years, you're in the top 5 most consistent pro players. You're always right there on the cuff in multiple events. So this is it, right? This is it.
So. No pressure, Mike. Mike's
no pressure.
Let's take a look at the highlights now. You can talk us through some of these highlights because we want to get your perspective, some of the things that you were thinking about. And we're going to start here with your first goal. Tell us what was happening here.
Yeah, I was playing through the wing, and then I made like a RBX pass in the middle. I was hoping my player got it. It was a bit 50-50 if my player gets it, but I took the risk and it worked out.
Yeah, we were talking before the game that scoring the first goal we thought was going to be very important. And if you got the first goal, that could set you up to win the game. But now he gets back into it 1-1. What are you thinking about now?
I was like, I was happy that I just took the lead, and then I conceded 1-1 straight away, but kept my head up and knew I was going to score some more, and I did it.
Richard was talking about Tex and his rhythms and the fact that if he gets into the rhythms, he's really difficult to play with. What did you do specifically to stop him getting into a rhythm and a flow and playing against you like that?
Actually, I watched some of his games and watched how he defends, so I knew how he's going to defend, and I tried to not give the ball away quickly, to keep it as long as I can, and basically to try to get to the box every attack. And I think I did a good job and made not a lot of mistakes.
But the 6 goals says that you did a great job, actually.
Yeah. No, because it was a pretty one-sided performance, all things considered. I mean, you were better than him on both sides of the ball.
And what tactical adjustments did you make, maybe specifically for Fnatic Tex? Because you've beat him now twice in this event. You're obviously progressing through. You clearly have a tactic that's worked where everybody else has struggled.
It's not like a tactic. I think I'm really good at understanding how the other player defends, and so I knew how he was going to defend, and it's like 50-50 whether he defends this way or this way, and I always knew which way he's going to defend, so I always went the other way.
And I've always complimented your gameplay in terms of being someone who can play against the opposition. We talk about some guys play their own game, and other people really play their opponent. I feel like you do a good job adapting to the opponent. Is that just additional research? Is that you spending more time, having maybe different formations, having a certain level of versatility in your locker?
I just think I can play quick, slow, I can press, and I can also play deep. So I think it's really good, and I can change it depending on my opponent. If I want to pressure my opponent, I can do it. If I want to play possession against my opponent, I can do it. If I want to play fast, I can do it. That's really good, so I can variate my playstyle on whoever I play.
Now, you took out the self-proclaimed king of the jungle. You're taking out Prince of Bucharest. Now moving forward, the trophy's behind us. Surely you've got to get your hands on it now.
I mean, it's 2 more games, and I have to play the winner of the other semi-final, the 2 Brazilians. I already played Vinny in the Swiss, where I beat him. So maybe we will see a rematch. And
yeah, that would be nice. Well, I have another question for you in a second, but first we got a Twitch drop, everybody. It is going down. I know you're excited if you're watching in the chat. So make sure you've linked your EA and Twitch accounts so that you're eligible to win an in-form Kevin De Bruyne. As I mentioned earlier, he was very good against Chelsea yesterday in real life. So make sure you do that. Link those accounts, and then you'll be eligible to win also, or you're guaranteed to receive a number of FIFA Global Series Club items, including new limited edition kits, tifos, stadium dressing, and more. And then for a clarification, all viewers with a linked account who participate in the Twitch extension and the trivia or pick'em features on both Saturday and Sunday will receive an untradeable gold players pack by Monday. So good luck to everybody. I hope you've linked your EA and Twitch accounts. Okay, and Rasik, the winner against Tex, which very, very, I don't know how to say it. I guess it's a huge honor, let's say, because he has so much success in the scene. Now you're going to face Vinny or Gabriel, a Brazilian Brazilians are coming out of nowhere here. You played Vinny in the Swiss format. Is that who you want to play again, or would you rather face somebody you haven't played against yet?
I think I would prefer to play Gabriel because I haven't played him, and yeah, it's always bad to play someone 2 times because it's a bit more predictable what you do. So I prefer playing someone new.
All right, well, thank you for your time. Congrats again, and good luck because Vinny and Gabriel is coming up right after this. The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud sponsors of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Welcome to the FUT 20 Champions Cup Stage 1 here from beautiful Bucharest. 3-day tournament, 64 players, FIFA 20 is among us.
Big chance here for Arnaldo, and he's taken it, he's slotted it away. Here's Vieira, here's Arnaldo!
Hey, we're ready for our cross-console finals.
Here's Arnaldo, beautiful from Tex! Fanatic Tex is your champion here in Bucharest.
Nunca faria isto para jogo a sério. Isto é errado.
Wrong? What's wrong with wrong? I mean, is that the wrong place for a pitch? Hey, eu gosto do scum. Alright, let's talk about wrong. Is that the wrong kit? Vinicius? I see you. Everyone's gonna want them, trust me. That's the wrong way to play. Alright, pack it up. Do you remember when Sancho was wrong to leave? You're killing it over there, my guy. Wait, AJ?
Wrong sport!
Megan Rapinoe.
She's the wrong influence. Yeah, but I think she's okay with that. Sterling? They say he's the wrong size, he runs wrong, he's got the wrong tattoo. That's just noise, man. Wrong's working for you. Wrong? Yeah, because wrong's the new right. Wrong breaks new ground. Yeah, that's wrong.
Cup is brought to you in part by Gillette. Welcome back, everyone, to Bucharest, Romania. It's the last console semi-final of the day on the Xbox side of things. It's two Brazilians. One of them is going to book their ticket to the console final. That'll be a big honor for them. They'll have two players in the console finals. That is a guarantee. We got Vinny on the left and Gabriel on the right. It's a big one here, and I'm sure the whole country is probably still celebrating because Flamengo beat River Plate with 2 goals in the last minute in the Copa Libertadores final yesterday. The scenes there. I expect similar scenes here. I'm here with Rachel and Richard. Good to see you on the couch, my friend.
A quick jog from the commentator booth over here. So
Quick snack in the middle.
yeah, had a little bit of
Romanian Hungarian.
It's like this sugary bread, and I can't. It's pretty naughty. Like it's really really good. So
I think it's Kortash Korlak. I think I said that right. Kortash Korlak.
Sugary bread.
It's as American as I can say it, I think.
That was pretty exciting what we just saw there.
It was.
Whoa! So someone
A
who's
bit of
gonna
a
take-
surprise, but kind of not a surprise either.
Well, someone who's going to have a trophy.
That's true. Someone new is
Which
going to
is-
have a trophy, which is neat.
Well, I think we were all surprised, weren't we? And that you were commentating on it.
I was saying that it was sort of very similar to when you get sort of Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer. Is it a surprise when one of them win? Because they're two unbelievable players. Yeah, Nadal beat him this time. Is that really a shock?
But has Enrasic ever won
gonna say,
a
you can't
trophy?
really
He's
say that.
been the bridesmaid, but never the bride. This is his big opportunity, and he knows it.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard there when he said Tex walked past him and he just went, "This is your tournament. This is your time now."
Which was very
you
cool
beat
of him to
Desari,
do.
you beat Tex.
That's right.
If you don't win this, I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but you've choked it. You've bottled it. Do you know what I mean? Like
The jinx is real with Richard Buckley right
you
now.
have. You look at the name power. Obviously, that's not everything.
Sure.
But if you're not winning this tournament, people are asking questions.
Listen, if we've learned anything about this tournament is you can't sleep on the Brazilians in FIFA 20 in particular. We got 2 of them today. Which of these 2 do you think has the advantage, Vinny or Gabriel?
Oh, gosh. Well, they've both taken out 2 Germans to get here, and big Germans as well, in the form of Dullen Mike and Megabit. So they're no kind of mean feats as well, and someone like Dullen Mike did really well 2 weeks ago. That's a really tough one to say. I'm going to say Vinny, just because his credentials as well last year in FIFA 19, he's kind of been building to maybe this point in his FIFA career so far, and yeah.
But I have a fun fact for you. Gabriel has only lost once, and it was in penalties to Alexander in the Swiss format. So he's on good form, quietly on good form, Richard.
And for that reason, I'm going to say Gabriel.
I swayed you. But you think it's a kind of a coin flip then?
Yeah, 100%. I think very similar to the Tex versus Razak game where you've got 2 players very, very evenly matched. I feel like these 2 are very evenly matched as well. It's going to be the first goal. Whoever scores that first goal, I think will take the game. The first goal is so impactful in FIFA. Very, very rarely in FIFA 20 do you see sort of leads flip. I think that's why when we looked
Unless
at...
you're Houston or Lost in the Waves.
Dami and Tuga,
Or
when
Fafilza.
Dami turned that game around,
Right.
it was so meaningful. You saw Zalonia really getting hyped. But we had, 3 examples of a lead flipping in, I don't know, 100 games this weekend. It's so strange.
Well, so Vinny sat on this couch yesterday in day 2, and he said that they practice against each other a lot, and that he thought he maybe did a little bit more, and he thought he had the advantage. And I respect that. If you feel like you're practicing more, you should have that confidence.
Well, yeah, they're practicing more, so they know each other's game even more, which will make it even more tasty. But just going back to Richard's point there of the goals, I was having a little look beforehand, and Vinny's goals, 17 so far at the competition, to 29 goals for Gabriel. So Gabriel is obviously the person that's scoring more, maybe taking more chances, or just playing more attacking football. So looking at those, Richard, would you say Gabriel has the advantage based on that, to get a goal first and then kind of push on?
I would say so. I also think managing the situation, I think you've spoke about this a little bit, Jimmy, from your sort of professional footballing background. It's very different playing in here to playing in the players' lounge. You feel the pressure in here. It's silent as well, which is one of the biggest things.
There's no atmosphere.
There's no vamoses, there's no let's goes, there's no shouting.
I mean, I can do that for them if they want. If they want me to do it, I'm happy to,
But it's a completely different area. I was talking to Tex, and he was saying he much prefers playing in this room because it's sort of a focus space. You can really knuckle down. You can really just, your coach, and the game. There's
Is it
no
more like a
distractions.
bedroom then? Could potentially be more like when you're playing at home?
Potentially. I think I'd probably say the other.
With a lot of lights and a lot of cameras in your face,
Yeah,
potentially.
they do. They have this so
That's true.
cool setups
That's
now,
true.
these players,
That's
don't
true.
they, at home?
Well, I appreciate you guys' insight. Let's throw it over to the casters now, Mark and Dan, who have the call of this great matchup.
Like that, cameras everywhere, just to ensure everyone can see every angle when I'm playing my FIFA games on stream. It's the best. It's
It is
the best way to play.
Just like hearing you call a game. Take it away, guys.
Thank goodness you said playing FIFA. Anyway, let's get into our final Xbox semi-final, and we are going to cut the field down from 6 to our final 4. One thing we can guarantee, Dan, is the fact that 2 out of the 4 players left in the tournament will be Brazilian, because we have 2 Brazilians in our semi-final.
Yeah, this is a real chance for both of these players, who I'm sure wouldn't have really expected to be in this position at the start of the tournament. I'm sure they would have just happily said, all right, if we get into the last 16, we'll be more than happy. But instead, they found themselves in the Masters positions. They're going to be at FUT Champions Cup Stage 3, and now they have a chance to get to a console final. And also, this whole tournament is for the taking. You heard what all the analysts are saying. You heard what probably is the whispers between players. Tex is now out of the competition. There will be a new name on that trophy for the first time since Dull and Mike last year. Well, sorry, early this year in Bucharest.
Yeah, last game, we should say. Last game, FIFA 19, a long time ago now. But, I mean, give us the tale of the tape of these 2 players, how they've got to this position they find themselves in.
So Gabriel has only lost on penalties to Alexander in the Swiss phase. He's had some pretty impressive results, but I'd say his biggest one was against Dull and Mike, where he won 5-3 in the round of 16. For Vinny, he has had a couple of losses. He lost to Megabit in the Swiss phase, but then got revenge in the round of 16, where he beat him 5-1. That was his largest victory that we've seen. That's where the majority of his goals came. Every other game has been kind of close for him, like 2-1s, 1-1. He drew with Diogo and then won that one on penalties, whereas Gabriel really has been more of a goal scorer. He has been able to find the back of the net more consistently. So I agree with the sentiments of the couch. I think if the first goal goes to Gabriel here and he starts to push on, starts to pressure Vinny, he might be able to make him crumble, and he should be able to get a victory because of it. However, if Gabriel can get the first goal, get some confidence behind him, then who knows what might happen.
Well, here you can go. We can see it here. It's time for our final Xbox semi-final. 2 Brazilians are going to be going up against each other. It has been, once again, an incredible performance from that region, and from that particular country here in Bucharest. But only one of these 2 can progress to our Xbox console final for a matchup with Nicholas Razek. Will it be Vinny or will it be Gabriel?
I'd say that both players would usually be feeling the pressure, but because they know the other person is also in uncharted territory, they're probably thinking, look, what's the point of being nervous at this point now? We just have to focus on the task at hand, and we'll try and be the better Brazilian.
So it will be Vinny, who'll be playing in the red and white. Gabriel will be playing in that Brazil home kit. I'm sure there was a little bit of a discussion about who was going to get to use that. As Gabriel now manages to find R9, but a strong tackle there, and Carlos Alberto will bring the ball away. Nice direct stuff here from Vinny, attacking the heart of the defense from Gabriel. And you can see he's kind of got a little 4v4 situation just opened up here momentarily, but that little turn back from R9 is going to force the centre-back out of place, and Johan Cruyff is going to rattle the post early on.
So close as well for the follow-up. For Vinny, almost had the rebound, but that's a warning sign for Gabriel. Needs to be very careful at allowing Cruyff to turn that comfortably. But now he can slow things down yet again. You can see Gabriel with R10 after his name. Of course, Ronaldinho having his own little organisation, his own little dabble into esports.
I haven't seen any players dabbling with Ronaldinho, though, in this tournament, as far as personnel on the pitch is concerned. But now it's going to be Pele, and I was impressed with the way that Vinny actually attacked, took his first attack to Gabriel there. The fact that he was very direct, managed to pull that player out, found the room to strike it with Cruyff, and wasn't afraid to take an early strike at goal and rattle that post. And now, again, direct, getting inside the box. Eusebio just showed a little bit too much of it to Roberto Carlos. It will be a corner hit.
Haven't seen much from corners throughout this tournament. Still no one really finding anything that has defined a corner meta. A lot of it has just been playing outside, and so many times you see it end up like that, where a centre-back will get the ball and they're too clunky on it, so it gets given away.
Speaking of giving it away, though, it's given away here, and Ronaldo takes an early shot. I'm not sure if that was a shot or a cross, but it almost went out for a throw-in. It will be a goal kick.
I'd like to think that must have been a cross. If that was a shot, then that is not something you want to be seeing from R9. But a lot of pressure from Vinny in the early stages. Gabriel has to show that he can answer back, can put pressure on himself. Otherwise, Vinny will start to get a little bit too comfortable on the ball.
Nice little two-touch spin there to get away from the man on the near side. Comfortably defended here, and you can see there's a foot race going down this far side. Carlos Alberto will have the head start, though. Looks like Gabriel's a little bit more patient in his build-up play, a little bit more deliberate. Whereas Vinny does seem the more direct of the two players, looking to fire that ball forward a little bit quicker. As I say, that just slows the play down once again.
Yeah, it's just a case of looking for these gaps now, hoping that Gabriel will bring a player out of position. You saw a couple of players lunging in there to try and win the ball back, but as soon as he does find himself even slightly vulnerable, he instantly switches back.
Huge chance here, but Johan Cruyff couldn't beat the goalkeeper to it. And I think we're going to see more and more and more of Yashin as tournaments roll past. He has been an absolute force to be reckoned with in goal. So many vital saves in vital games throughout the tournament. And now Gabriel a little bit more deliberate in that build-up again, but Vinny keeping the pressure on and marshalling Ruud Gullit into position to cut those passing lanes. Will defend him once again.
Already, just from watching the opening 30 minutes, I'm sure Nicholas Razak is going to be watching on, rubbing his hands together, saying, all right, well, these are two players who are struggling to break one another down. If you can accredit that to them being in a situation where they're actually struggling offensively rather than performing well defensively, and I think the way that Nicholas Razak took down Tex, he's going to be saying, oh, well, nothing can stand in my way now. If I can take down the previous champion and one of the best in the world, then why should one of these Brazilian players give me any trouble?
The Brazilians have been causing so much trouble for players, though. Such a passionate contingent over here in Bucharest, all supporting each other as well. It's great to see the region really wishing each other the best and supporting each other as they move through the tournament. As I say, we will be guaranteed to have one Brazilian into our Xbox semi-final. On the other side of things, of course, Paulo Neto waiting in the PlayStation console final. Almost an opportunity there to play that ball over the top to find the run of Gullit, but instead it found the centre-back who managed to get a block, and now Carlos is in a foot race, and good pace from the Brazilian. It's one thing he does have on his side.
And neither player really being able to get any clear-cut chances as of yet. Mainly because there is that defensive line that is quite deep, putting that wall in the way, and because they're tracking runs so successfully as well, as Carlos Alberto demonstrates at the right time. Those through balls just aren't working when the striker is going shoulder to shoulder with the defender. The pace of these fullbacks just too much. Really, you want to be trying to maybe get shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Van Dijk if he's on the pitch, because he's not as quick as some of the other defenders in the game. As we reached 45 minutes, and, well, to be honest, not too much to talk about. A couple of early chances for Vinny. He certainly looked the more successful going forward, but Gabriel has done enough to keep him at bay.
Yeah, no real opportunities to spring any counter-attacks either. Sometimes we look at, you know, a player who's looking to soak up pressure and then try and strike on the wings and get those wide cams into those offensive positions. No shots at all from Gabriel in that first half, but kind of feel like this is a little bit of a feeling out process between the two players. Yes, of course, they would have played against each other, coming from the same region, I'm sure, numerous times, but playing at home and playing in a tournament situation, very, very different, Dan.
Well, they were saying on the couch that Tex preferred playing in the studio because it was a lot quieter, kind of focus on everything. A safer environment, you don't have everyone screaming Vamos around you. And as we get to these stages of the tournament, more and more players eliminated, and they're kind of in that room just playing Weekend League at this point.
The real action's here on the main stage, though. And here comes Gabriel, tries to fire that ball into Neymar. Again, Vinny looked pretty untroubled so far defensively. Very solid across all areas of the pitch. And offensively, the more creative as well. Finally manages to get in behind for just a second here. And speaking of in behind, it was almost a great pass there from Johan Cruyff to find R9.
That's been the key buzzword for this entire game, though, is almost. It's almost been the pass. It's almost been the ball roll around the player. It's almost been the shot on target, but it collided with the post. Very small margins that can separate a lead in one of these games, or of course, what could just have you in this stalemate that we have between these two right now. And when I was saying that there's no reason for either player to be nervous because they know the other player has also not been in this situation before, but I'm sure it's easier said than done when you are in your first ever semi-final and you have a chance to get to a console final. You're not playing against one of the biggest names. Maybe you feel extra pressure because it's more expected for you.
You're kind of looking ahead of yourself, thinking about what could be, not just what is. You're not thinking about getting to a console final, you're thinking this is probably one of the best opportunities I might have in a long time to win a tournament, to call yourself a champion. Get your name carved on that trophy. Nice little step over there from Cruyff. Sabio inside, back to the Dutchman. Slow and deliberate here from Vinny. Can't find that ball between that midfield line to find someone just in front of those centre-backs trying to isolate one of those defenders. And now on the counter-attack, Gabriel can come forward. Slows it down again, just allows Vinny to get back into position defensively. It's such a tight, narrow defensive setup here from him. Here's Hullet. Cruyff with the scoop turn. Can't get past Van Dijk.
Decent effort, though, and I think that's what they've got to try in that final third. They need to try those kind of risky scoop turns that if you do pull it off, it's probably going to be a clear-cut chance and a clear shot at goal. It seems to be Cruyff time and time again for both players that is in that position, whereas realistically, you'd like your R9 up there.
Here's Roberto Carlos then joining the attack, and that's a nice little dink into Pele as well, and Zambrotta has to get his body in between Neymar and the ball there to get that clearance away, but we're starting to see a little bit more life in this game. Those players maybe starting to feel a little bit more comfortable on the main stage with the situation. And the first half kind of, you have to say, was owned by Vinny. The second one so far has been, in my opinion, owned by Gabriel.
Yeah, Gabriel's starting to get a little bit more creative with how he's going forward, whether it be little dink passes or an extra skill move where maybe sometimes he would be recycling the play. Might be down to frustration, or he's just recognizing that, okay, this isn't really going anywhere at the moment. I'm not doing enough to win this game, and I don't just want to sit at 0-0 throughout the entirety and it go potentially 2 penalties. Both players are familiar with penalty shootouts this tournament. Vinny has had 2. He won 1 and lost 1. Actually, no, he's won both. My mistake. Whereas Gabriel, he lost his penalty shootout to Alexander. So maybe Vinny would be happy with a penalty shootout. Who am I kidding? No one's happy with a penalty shootout except #Harry.
I'm sure both of these players will not be wanting it to go that far. There's no crueler way to go out of a tournament being so close to a console final than to find yourself having to go to the spot. It leaves you with so many what-ifs. Should I have gone a little bit more attacking, a little bit more earlier? Could I have taken that one chance? But Neymar now might have the first chance here for Vinny. Goes back inside to Ronaldo, and he misses the target. That's something you don't see every day.
And is that down to just applying too much power, or is that pushing the stick just too far, or is it one of those situations where he was just slightly off balance, or one of those days where R9 isn't hitting the target? Either way, that was a massive chance presented to Vinny. It was from just a little bumble, a little mistake. And with the way these two have been playing and how closely contested they have been, which is something Richard Buckley said on the desk, that they're going to be very closely contested, it may well come down to that mistake.
Carlos Alberto there beats Mbappe to the ball, where Mbappe just for a second looked favourite. And that's the biggest chance of the game so far. As I say, I'm still kind of shocked that it didn't at least test the goalkeeper there. In that position with R9, you expect at the very least for him to test the goalkeeper. Not to be. With 10 minutes left to go in this first leg, is there a goal to separate these two players? You feel like this game kind of needs a goal down.
Definitely to open it up and to create it into a more of a game for the neutral anyway. Otherwise, in the moment, I think we are just going to stay in this standstill.
Maybe a mistake there, that ball given away, but again, just as it looks like there's an opportunity to go forward, a misplaced pass or a good defensive tackle changes the direction of the flow of the game.
Well, both players are just trying to turn on the ball too easily, and it's allowing the defenders to step up so comfortably, like Van Dijk, like Blanc. They're just lunging in and winning the ball. If you don't get that ball all away from them quick enough, or you don't play the pass quick enough, you are going to be put under far too much pressure to be able to just simply use that left analog stick to move around them. The best players have been showing that it's combining both just that left stick dribbling as well as skill moves at the right time to be able to beat that man. Neither player really being able to find any attacking flair thus far.
So into the 90th minute then. It's going to be Gabriel who's going to have the attack. Then behind the ball once again, it just fizzles out. Maybe there's a chance for Vinny to go forward for one more attack. Spreads the play out here to Carlos Alberto. Garincha will bring that down. Has to go forward though, only 30 seconds left in game, and we're now over that allotted time. And at the end of our first leg here in the Xbox semi-final. No goals, and not a lot of action to report either.
Yeah, a very scared performance from both players, I'd say. Neither of them really taking any risks. And I'd like to see one of them say, look, I want to win this one. I don't want to go home where I haven't been able to have any shots on goal. I haven't really had any chances. I haven't taken as many risks. Me, as a player personally, I would rather be taking the initiative. Saying, look, I'm going to change my formation now. I'm going to throw people forward. I'm going to actually take it to you. I'm not just going to sit there and just drop back and hope that I win on penalties or extra time.
Well, good news for everyone. Obviously, we've been running a Turtle Beach competition and keeping you on your toes about what that hashtag is going to be, so you can enter. Well, we're going to reveal it now. There it is, audio FTW, followed at Turtle Beach, and use that in a tweet, and you'll be entered into a competition to win one of those beautiful headsets that you can see on the heads of the players.
And just in case my dad's watching, FTW means for the win, by the way. I know these boomers nowadays don't necessarily know all of these different meanings that us kids throw around. But there you go.
Hey, you called me do you know what? I'll take that 100% of the time. I still think I'm a young guy. Yeah, anyway, let's talk about the game, because it was devoid of chances. It was devoid of a little bit of creativity, to be honest with you, which is kind of surprising from some of the Brazilian flair we have seen in some of the other games that we've seen Brazilian players involved. Do you think it's just a case of these players know each other so well? It's just kind of that mutual respect?
It's not necessarily respect, it's more so you know their tendencies. When you have practiced against the player so much, you know what passes they're going to be pulling out. You know what skill moves they've got up their sleeves. So you can cancel everything out. As soon as they're on the ball, you're like, okay, well, he's going to do one of three things, which I've already seen 1,000 times at this point. As long as I position my players in X, Y, or Z position, he's not going to be able to get past me.
This is where I think having that little bit of tactical nous can really help you out in these situations. Yes, it's a risk. When you have two players just matching up against each other and kind of butting heads for the majority of the game, if you can work out how your opponent is defending, or maybe just slide for 5 minutes into a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, or just something a little bit different before you switch back, just to keep your opponent guessing, I think is a real valid way to just try and stretch the defense a little bit.
I guess one thing that both of these players can focus on as a positive is they haven't really made too many mistakes. I say that because that was really one of the first mistakes, running the ball out of play. And even though it wasn't a mistake that leads to anything dangerous, those are the things you have to keep an eye on. So those are all things that will keep you up at night if you do lose a game and it's because of just a simple pass that could have been made elsewhere, or if you stayed on the ball a little bit longer and waited for that correct pass instead.
Ball spread. That's a great long ball there from Van Dijk, but unfortunately, Eusebio will be caught offside just as I thought there might be an opportunity to get into a dangerous area on the pitch. But this is a drought at the moment, Dan. It's a drought for action. It's a drought of goals. And I just put it down to the fact that this is just such a pressured situation for both these players.
And looking at it, you'd say, how on earth has Gabriel scored 29 goals so far in this tournament with how this game has gone? But it is just because there is a complete clash of play style.
Well, maybe there'll be an opportunity here. Johan Cruyff turns away for the first time from the tackle. Somehow, and I'm not sure how, Laurent Blanc has managed to win the ball from behind there. I thought that was going to be either a strike on goal or a penalty for sure.
Well, if you're still wondering what players to add to your ultimate team, I think Blanc just
made a very good case, yeah.
Put in a good shift there to say, actually, I'm worth spending your coins on. He has done some bizarre things this tournament, but also some incredible ones as well.
So remarkable things. Nevertheless, still 0-0.
That's a risky pass. Those are the ones that scare me, when you just kind of drift it across to the other side of the pitch and it's lifted ever so slightly, but it's at that height where if a player take it down on their chest, suddenly they're through on goal. But I'm okay with it. I want risks to be taken from one of these players.
Risks need to be taken, otherwise we are going to be going to the penalty spot. Really hasn't been any chances. That was the first time we've really seen a defender been turned in that situation, and it was a miraculous tackle from Laurent Blanc that kind of slowed things down. You can see maybe Vinny looking to apply a little bit more pressure now, but that's just going to allow Gabriel to step into space, and Neymar will get a second opportunity at it now. Neymar, great ball. Johan Cruyff onto the left foot. Maybe just overplayed it, or maybe he's played it perfectly. Wide of the upright.
It's just a lack of confidence, really, in the final third of, well, if I do one more turn, I'll get a clean shot. Maybe another turn. You know what, we'll throw an extra one in. Then by that time, the players have been able to reposition defensively. It's a real struggle at the moment for both of these guys going forward. And I think we'll get to a point where they will start to realise that they haven't had as much shots, they haven't had as much chances, and they'll start pinging it from distance and hoping for a rebound, or hoping for a deflection, hoping for a corner that they might be able to get something from. And you never really want to be leaving it down to a little bit of luck. You want to be giving yourself the best chance by taking those risks. It does seem like Gabriel is the one who's having a little bit more of an attacking flurry right now.
Well, I think that's just because of the fact that his opponent has actually changed the amount of pressure that he's looking to put on the ball, and it's just leaving a few spaces in behind.
And that's the reason why neither of them wants to change their formation. Because if you change your formation, you get more aggressive, suddenly you're more vulnerable at the back. They can take advantage of it on a counter-attack, and then it hasn't paid off for you. And if it doesn't pay off for you, you're going to be saying, oh, well, I've changed my formation. I should have just stayed how it is. I should have just accepted the fact we're going to extra time. You're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't sometimes.
I always feel the player that tries to go and win the game, though, is the one that's going to have the opportunities to do so.
You'd like to think so.
Here's the Dan. Steps forward. Here's Neymar. Good tackle again, and now there might be a chance on the counter-attack. Cruyff's just going to slow things down again, but now picks up the pace once more. Zidane coming across to deal with him. Cruyff with that accelerated fake shot, but can't get away from Eusebio.
And this is going to be a tough game for both of these. The further we get into it now, mentally for them, no one wants to play a game like this. No one wants to watch a game like this where two players just clash in the middle and no one can create any chances. So then you start to overthink everything. You start to then be a little bit lapsed in defense. You make some mistakes here or there, and it'll be that one mistake that costs you a goal, and that goal could cost you your tournament.
But Gabriel's starting to grow into this game a little bit more now, as we're about 10 minutes away from half-time in our second leg. No goals to report. But you just feel that the pace of this game has started to change, and a big tackle there from Ruud Gullit. May just allow a counter-attack. Eusebio now turns back inside, but again, the issue with sitting so deep is when you do win the ball back, even if it's high, you have to wait for the rest of your team to catch up with the play.
Both players just playing not to lose, in my opinion, rather than going for the victory. And I think that is because they've never been here before. They are not your traditional semi-finalists in the FIFA Global Series. Realistically, playing this way, are they going to beat the likes of Nicholas Razek? I don't know, but they were able to take down Dull and Mike. They were able to take down Megabit. So players who are more attacking seem to struggle against players like this. But when you get two players who are playing the same way, we just get this congestion in midfield.
So the half-time whistle is about to beckon, but before that one goes, the referee is going to give a free kick, and that's going to be a booking to Ruud Gullit as well. Maybe it's a set piece. That's going to open things up. It's Carlos Alberto now. Joins the attack, goes back inside to Zidane. Can't get past the initial tackle. Zambrotta's going to make a mess of that. And as stoppage time dwindles down at the end of this first half, maybe it's going to be Neymar who can unlock the door towards goal, but it's not going to be 0-0 still in this game. And just the one attempt on target from each player.
You've got like maybe one key, but there's actually 19 padlocks at the moment, and you're desperately trying to find which one works, and it just isn't. They've tried everything. They've tried plan A, B, and C, and if they have played against each other and they've practiced against each other, they're going to know plan A, B, and C. There isn't a fullback option, and that's why we just have this in the middle.
I just wonder if one of the players is going to take that risk. That's the thing, isn't it? We've been talking about it a lot, is do you want to be the player who takes that risk and then loses the game and thinks, what if? I would rather do that and be in that position than be a player who
doesn't
sits
take a risk.
back, yeah, and doesn't change the formation, doesn't try and go on and win the game and loses.
And then there's a deflection.
Yeah, because then you're thinking, you know, what could I have done? Why didn't I do that? Instead of, at least I tried to go and score a goal. At least I tried to, you know, take the game to my opponent and put myself into that final. It's a tough one. I just want to see if one of these players is going to do it sooner rather than later, because we are desperate for a goal in this semi-final.
But I think that kind of mindset comes with experience and comes with being in this tournament situation more than just once. And maybe it needs to be just a whisper in the ear from one of their coaches. Just to say, all right, like, how do you want to play this? Because we can carry on going this way, when no one realistically is going to score. Maybe you'll get a lucky deflection, maybe your opponent will get a lucky deflection, and this game can come down to just who gets the flip of the coin. Richard Buckley said it on the couch.
Yeah.
He said it's a coin flip, this game. And at the moment, the way both playing, it is going to be a coin flip. It could come down to a penalty shootout.
Well, here's Vinny, and has he beaten the offside trap? He goes around the goalkeeper! But it won't count. Deadlock still intact.
And I mean, at that point, you just wanted to shout about a goal. I wanted to shout about a goal. But alas, we go back to this battle. It's like the battle for Helm's Deep, but there's just no, like, cannons. There's no arrows. There's nothing. There's not even orcs there at this point.
Well, here's Johan Cruyff then. Maybe he can be the player to spark something out of one of these players, but every time, they're not even getting into the 18-yard box before a good tackle is coming in. It's been a really impressive defensive display from both players. As you can see, 10 men behind the ball here, as Ruud Gullit is around 35 yards inside of Vinny's half. Alberto will get the ball back. A little pocket of space here for Zidane. Pressure on the ball almost immediately, though. Forces him back, and now it's Pele. Dragged back from him onto that left foot, but again, just bumbles the lines at the last second. Pele fighting for the ball. Gullit wins it back. I just feel he had to pull the trigger there. Had to pull the trigger.
But they don't want to take the risk. They're playing the percentage game a little bit too much here, overthinking everything. And because they're not getting as many opportunities as they would naturally in a game of FIFA, when they finally are presented with that opportunity, they're just not ready for it. Their mindset is too much thinking about defending rather than actually getting into an offensive situation. I'm busy thinking about cannons and catapults, Helm's Deep. And they're just thinking about putting a wall up.
So 30 minutes left of regulation time. Is it going to be a winner, or will we be going into extra time? Wouldn't be surprised to see it go that way at this point. Feels like in this game at the moment there's just 15 players on either side. As Pele gets upended there on the far side. Alberto will go into the book. Maybe with some players forward here from the set piece. Is there a way that Vinny can work his way towards goal? Can he carve out a chance? Scooped up here. Pele gets the ball back to Eusebio. Inside the 18-yard box, pulls it back! And there is the goal for Vinny. Finally, something to celebrate.
And of all people, it's Zambrotta, steaming from the fullback position to absolutely smash it home for Vinny. And it took 160 minutes of football, but we got there in the end. And finally, this game can start to begin. This semi-final should now have that injection of life into it. Because Gabriel is going to have to come forward. He's going to have to attack Vinny. And if Vinny does turtle up and just try and to defend this 1-0 lead, with how drop back works now, Gabriel is going to have a little bit more space to build his attack, to think about how he wants to go forward, and he should be able to find chances.
It's almost poetic, isn't it? The fact that we've been talking about defence, 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 and the man who breaks the deadlock is a defender himself. Zambrotta coming up trumps, just arriving at the right time, almost Lampard-esque, with the way that he arrived and slotted it home. And it's the Italian who has broken the deadlock. 1-0 here to Vinny. And it was that set piece, Dan.
Well, will Gabriel be the player who will be walking home and saying, I wish I had taken a bit more of a risk when it was 0-0. Wish I had been the one to take the initiative and been a little bit more daring with my attack. He still has 20 minutes. And now he's forced to get attacking.
Is what he's got in play as well when he tries to turn back, but Maldini wins it back, and now Vinny will be defending for his life. Opportunity here, maybe for a second, though. You can see he's got runners outside of him. Lionel Messi's going to continue his run through the middle. It's Van Dijk against him, and Van Dijk gets his body in the way.
And that's what Gabriel knows now. He's going to be vulnerable at the back because he's got players streaming forward. But it's those tackles that are so important for Vinny.
And it was Zambrotta again, the man, the goal scorer, the hero. Here for Vinny, who made that tackle. Now R9 inside the box. Can he pick a pass? Opportunity there to maybe have completely sealed this one for Vinny.
Yeah, maybe just held onto the ball a little bit too long, but it was decent defensive work from Gabriel to try and cover those angles and cut that passing lane effectively. 13 minutes left. What have you got in your locker, Gabriel? You've scored 29 goals so far this tournament. You need a 30th to keep your tournament alive.
Zidane plays this one into Neymar, tries to return it to the Frenchman. But that's given away. Now Gabriel can come forward. Hullet, great little ball outside to Pele. Mbappe. Zambrotta again involved. No free kick given here. Mbappe brings it down again. Pele's not going to be able to collect the pieces, and it's a little bit of carnage at the back at the moment. It's not comfortable, but at least it's effective.
Vinny took a risk there as well. He was reluctant to just hoof it up the pitch and give possession away, so he was brave by holding on to that ball defensively, and now could be rewarded on the counter-attack.
Lionel Messi, that's a fantastic ball out to Eusebio as well, but the linesman's flag will go up. And this is it, the final roll of the dice here. The last opportunity to get some fresh legs on, to really change those custom tactics, to get players streaming forward to find an equaliser. But has it been left too late?
I mean, the biggest question for me is, how are you going more attacking now than you did prior? When you pause the screen at 70th minute, you go for the most attacking option as possible right there, right then. You don't leave it with just 7 minutes to go. You send everyone forward back then. You haven't scored for 160 minutes.
I don't know what makes you think you're going to be able to do it in just 7. But there is space here for Carlos Alberto. That's what you do with this possession. 85 minutes on the clock. Gabriel's going to be thinking, this might be my last chance of the tournament to find a goal, to keep myself alive as Vieira steps in. Messi looks so dangerous in behind. And now Neymar is just streaming towards goal. One Brazilian. will make this final. The Brazilian might set up the goal for Lionel Messi. But with 89 minutes almost on the clock, there's one more attack here for Gabriel.
Yeah, this has to be it. You've got the ball in a dangerous spot with Messi, but he needs help, needs to utilise those RB and LB buttons to bring those players, send them away.
90th minute here. Carlos Alberto goes into Hullet. Hullet across to Lionel Messi. Little flick to Mbappe, and it will be a tackle that Vinny will remember for a long time. And there is the final whistle. It was just one goal that separated these two players, but Vinny holds on, and he will go into the Xbox final to take on Nicolas Razek.
A very tactical battle. I'm sure strategists all over the world will be able to look at that one and analyse it. And look how each player defended, and they held each other at bay for so long, but realistically no player was willing to take that risk for quite some time. And eventually, it was just that set piece for Vinny. He was able to find the space, able to get the cut back to Zambrota of all people. And he gets that lead, and I think we knew it was just going to be one goal. With how that game was going, we knew it was going to be one goal that decided between these two. And honestly, I feel like Gabriel's going to go home disappointed.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think the opportunity was there to maybe make more of that opportunity. However, it is going to be Vinny who moves on into our final. It's so poetic, isn't it? The fact that, you know, it's a 0-0. Two Brazilian players, we're always excited because Brazil has that link with the flair and the attacking prowess on the real pitch. And they've been doing similar things here in Bucharest as well. But it was an old-fashioned 0-0, grinding each other down, almost an Italian-style game. They obviously pride themselves on their defence throughout history. And the Italian defender is the one who comes up with the winner.
And the prize is you get to go into the final and play against Nicolas Razek, one of the players who's looked amazing going forward. I mean, he just took down Tex with some of the best attacking play that we've seen so far in this tournament. And, I mean, I'd be terrified, to be honest, with that game that I've just had, then going into a final against one of the most attacking players. Okay, sure, their defence was pretty top-notch, but are they going to be able to do the same thing against a player like Nicolas Razek would be my main question.
Yeah, that is the question. Of course, it will be Nicolas Razek versus Vinny in our Xbox final, the console final. On the other side, it will be Crazy going up against Paulo Neto, who has been incredibly impressive as well. I mean, anyone, by the way, if you're sat at home right now and you have those 4 players in your final on both consoles, then hats off to you. I don't think anyone could have called that we'd see these 4.
Maybe Nicolas Razek?
Maybe Nicolas Razek, yeah.
I think
sure.
when you look at that side of the bracket and we had Nicolas Razek, we had Tex, we had Desari, like one of those was going to be able to get to the final, and Razek does have that possibility. Anyway, we are going to go for a winner's interview. Kyle is on the stage.
Joined by the winner of that game right there, Vinny. It took a long time, it took a bit of a while, but you held your nerves. How was it playing against Gabriel?
Levou tempinho para você ganhar, mas você se acalmou, ficou sereno. Como é que foi ganhar do Gabriel?
Igual eu sempre digo, né? Ontem eu falei na entrevista que sempre eu treino com ele, então é sempre um jogo bem difícil. Então eu consegui me controlar, né? Normalmente eu estou treinando bastante essa parte do psicológico e é assim que me ajudou a passar de fase e chegar na final.
Well, it's always tough because they train against each other all the time, so they know each other a lot. But he's been doing also a lot of, serenity and psychological training, so that helped a lot, the nerves.
Now, Brazil was the most represented nation here at the FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. What is it about Brazilians and being so good at FIFA?
O Brasil foi o mais representativo aqui nessa etapa do campeonato. O que acontece com o Brasil e por que ele é tão bom no FIFA?
Ultimamente o Brasil vem treinando bastante, aí o pessoal que vem se dedicando bastante assim nos qualificatórios, e eu acho que a gente tem muito potencial para chegar longe e assim por diante. Quanto mais campeonatos tiver, mais os brasileiros vão chegar, né? E quanto mais vagas tiver, mais a gente vai chegar também, que tem muita gente boa.
It's a lot of training and a lot of very talented players and lots of opportunities. So the more you train, the more opportunities you have, the more you show your work.
Now we're stood next to the FUT Champions Cup. How would it feel to get your hands on this trophy right here?
O que você sentiria para se colocar a mão no troféu?
Eu sentiria muito orgulho, assim, de um trabalho que vem bem longe, assim, né? Dentro de 3 anos, eu sentiria muito orgulho e ficaria muito feliz, assim, emocionado, mais ou menos.
He'd be super proud and thrilled, and it would be sort of the crowning of a long time work he's been doing.
Definitely been a long time, a lot of work right there. Jimmy, back to you guys.
Kyle, and congratulations to Vinny. He's now 2 games away from being the grand champion here at the FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 event, the second major of the season. Let's get right into the highlights, Richard and Rachel, shall we? Richard, why don't you take us away here?
Yeah, well, there wasn't really a lot to write home about, in all honesty. Before the game, we'll just get out the Richard Buckley checklist. It's going to be a tight game. Tick. The first goal is going to win it. Tick. That's what I do. I predict these things.
There's only one goal, babe. Only one goal.
Wearing socks on the couch.
And I won that goal. Won it.
So here we go. That is the one goal that we ended up seeing in the second leg. Vinny did what he needed to do. We talked about psychological training, and I think we're going to see a lot more players doing that. Nicholas talked about it before. We've heard other players talk about it over the years, and how much it's to help them improve and deal with the in-game adversities.
We talk about the goal scorer just for a second. Zambrotta. When you're in a game like that, it's often the unlikely hero. I don't mean, again, I'm going to be negative. You're not going to win a game if you don't have a shot on target. Gabriel didn't have a shot
Which
on
is
target.
crazy because Gabriel
had more goals.
And he only had, well, let me say it like this. He didn't lose in regulation, right? The only game that he lost so far at this event was in penalties to Alexander. That was it. So for him to lose over 2 legs and not score a goal, like you said, Rachel, is crazy.
I think we're saying he had like 29 goals so far in the competition, so not to be able to get one at all past Vinny, who I think came into this with something like 17 or 18 goals, was quite a big difference to start with. And then we obviously saw him go all the way. But I think the psychological thing is the key thing here, because I was speaking again to Phil SKS's coaches, and they said the reason they think he lost this time out was because he did lose it mentally. I think he went 3-0. Oh, sorry, two. He had 2 wins in the Swiss, then went and lost 3 in a row. And he was like, to do that after getting through the stages last time out, kind of shows that you need to go back and just think about it more, mentally, and improve that side of your game.
Not even having a shot on target, though, at this sort of juncture in the competition. Do you think that's also, you've got to look towards the nerves, the butterflies in the stomach, how big of a game this is, double the prize money for winning this matchup as well for Gabriel. Unfortunately, didn't do enough, and I think on the opposite side of that, Vinny has to take his game a step further to be able to beat Razek, in all honesty, in a console
Maybe
final.
he plays to the level of his competition, right? That's
Similar to
more than
Moalba.
possible.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the updated brackets. We're going to go with Xbox first and get everybody caught up on all the action here. Day 3, Championship Sunday. We are down to our final 2. Vinny versus Enrasic. Now, Enrasic was on the couch a little bit earlier saying he didn't want to play Vinny. He'd preferred to play Gabriel. Well, we'll see. He's not going to get his wish, so we'll see how Vinny takes advantage of that. And now looking over at PS4, we'll flip over there and we'll catch you guys up here. We have Crazy versus Paulo Neto. And these are 2 very good players who Crazy hasn't even lost yet. And Paulo Neto is just smashing people. I mean, he beat Moalba twice. I'm going to say it again because I find it so impressive. Twice over these past 3 days, 6-1 and 7-1. That's the reigning E-World Cup champion. He slapped him around.
And you're just saying there about Enrasic as well, and Vinny. And the reason that is obviously because Vinny lost to Enrasic in the Swiss, and I think Enrasic was like, well, I want to take on someone new and maybe kind of go through and be like, well, let's tick off a couple of other pros that I can win against. So that's why I guess he said that he would like Gabriel to have gone through. But he's got Vinny.
Well, sometimes it happens where if you play somebody early on and you get a shot at him again, you usually win. We see that a lot, where Vinny lost to Megabit in the Swiss format, and then he ended up beating him in the knockout rounds. So maybe Enrasic's a little nervous about that.
Yeah. Often the rule that we go by is if you beat them in Swiss, you lose to them in the knockout. So I think it ends the sort of folklore tale that a lot of these competitions go by.
All right, so we started today with 8 players. We called today Championship Sunday, but now we are down to 4. And these console finals are coming up right after this.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud sponsors of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Go!
Get off me. It's a different jingle when you hear these car keys. Ballers, I put numbers on the boards.
Pace test recalibrated.
Whether rapping or I'm rapping to rap, or might reach back and read after wrapping up the raw. Givenchy fitting like his gym clothes. 88 Jordan leaping from the free throw.
7 seconds. Exercise reboot in T minus 5 seconds. Exercise reboot in T minus 3 seconds. Commencing exercise.
25 smooth work like chore. Hit Delaware twice, needed 25 more. I see flaw, cracks in your diamond. CB4, we rhyme from Simon. The sticker in the window, in case you wonder what it costs.
Welcome back to FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 here in Bucharest, Romania, which might be the best major I have ever seen. I know that's high praise, but coming from me, you have to know that it's true. I'm Jimmy Conrad, and I got two new guests on the couch, Mark Hatcher, Dan Gaskin. Thank you guys for joining me today. We have a huge console final, coming up.
Yeah, we do. We're into our console finals. It's been unpredictable, I think is the best way to sum up this tournament, but great to see new faces making it through to these finals. But the big one for me is the fact that Nicholas Razak is still here. We were talking about it when we were commentating all of his games throughout the tournament and just saying, he's just missing that big major victory. He's always consistent. He's always in these latter stages. He's just missing that trophy. This is a huge opportunity for him.
It is, and maybe he might be thinking about that too much because he knows it's such a huge opportunity. I kind of liken it to Spurs. When Leicester won the league, they had it. That was their time to do it. All the other clubs had dropped off, and now they couldn't do it.
As an Arsenal fan,
I'm not saying that.
Anything where Tottenham get close
and
then fail, I'm all for. So.
Now, Dan, let's talk about this matchup in particular. Crazy has yet to lose a game in this competition. And Paulo Neto only lost once, and it was the first game against Harry 2-1. He hasn't lost since then.
Both of these players have looked so good. I mean, I was one of Crazy's biggest critics 2 weeks ago. When I saw his style of play, it was very defensive. He kind of stuck 10 men behind the ball, but this tournament, he looks just like someone else. Like, going forward, looks so impressive.
It's crazy to think about.
But then you go up against Paulo Neto as well, who has, like, he beat Mo Alba 7-1. Like, those kind of victories are something that you'll remember for time and time again. Like, you'll dream of those. But he could lift a trophy. And if he can lift a trophy, then maybe that'll top that.
All right, well, let's take a moment to take a look at this feature of Paulo Neto so we can learn a little bit more about him. Check it out.
I'm not afraid of anyone, but I think that the PS4 Fifuse is the best player, so he's a good player to look at. I think that Spider Kong surprised me because he didn't have a good last year, So he did reach the semifinals in the FUT Champions Cup stage 1, so he surprised me. I think that Tex is the best offensive player. He is a very surprising player, so I think that he's the best offensive player. I think that the best defensive player is Fifusa. He did great in the defense in the FUT Champions Cup stage 1. I think that Gult is a player who plays in every position. He can be in the attack and in the defense, so he's the best guy. I prefer fast players. I think that because they are quick, so they can have dribbling and defense. Ems Dossari, he won the FEWC, and last year he was in 2nd place, so he's the best. I think that the SPQR is the greatest team on the FIFA Brazilian stage. So, and I hope to do good in this FUT Champions Cup to make the fans proud of me.
He said he wanted everybody to be proud of him by playing well, and I think he's done that so far. Do you think he needs to win any other games to go home satisfied, or do you feel like he needs to take that next step, you two?
I feel like pride, he's achieved everything. I think every single person in this building who's watching has his respect. It's not just the way that he's worked his way through the tournament, it's the way he's played. He's been fantastic to watch going forward. Very exciting, but also has a great balance of defense and attack. A little bit like Tex has. You know, we always talk about one side of Tex's game more than the other. It's usually the attacking side. But defensively, we've seen it in a lot of player interviews, like you've heard there. You know, Tex is seen as one of these best defensive players. He has such a fantastic balance to his game that it really is difficult to pick flaws with him at all. And I think, looking at the players left in the tournament, I don't think there'll be a better opportunity for him to win a tournament now. But as far as pride is concerned, I think everyone can be proud of him now.
Well, can we say the same thing about Crazy, Dan?
You could say, like, you put it perfectly. This is their Leicester opportunity, right? You don't have the Man Uniteds, the Arsenals, the Chelseas, the Man Cities, or whatever.
Did you say Arsenal? I'm sorry, did I?
Yeah, even I went, come on, Dan.
Depends what year we're looking at, right? But we don't have those big players left except Razek. Like, there's just that one player that's getting in the way. So this is a real opportunity to be in history. Like, there's only 4 names on that trophy right now. We're going to have a 5th name. We haven't had a new one since Dylan Mike last FIFA 19. And this is an opportunity for both of these players to make history.
Okay, so I'm going to make you the coach of Crazy. What are you telling him right now before this final?
Do exactly the same as you have been. Keep having fun, keep smiling, keep being a little bit silly, because that seems to just free him up a little bit to play his game. I mean, if you would have given Crazy these 2 tournaments back to back at the start of the year before FIFA 20 kicked off, I don't think he would have believed that he would have got this far. Yeah, he's an Italian champion in previous FIFAs, but this is the big stage. This is the global stage, and to go, even further than he did in the first tournament, and do it in a completely different style as well. I think just say keep having fun, man. Like, just see what happens, and just don't go out of the tournament with regrets.
I want you to be my life coach. That's what I want. I want Mark to be my life coach. Okay, and then say you're the coach, Paulinetto. What are you telling him?
Look back at that game against Mo Alba, take everything offensively from that game, and then look back from your previous game in the console semi-final and take everything defensively out of that game. Mush them together, and you'll probably win, because he looked phenomenal attacking in the quarterfinal, phenomenal defensively in the semi-final. Now he just needs to just mold them.
All right. Well, I appreciate both of your guys' insights. Maybe not so much on the life coach there. I feel like I'm molded already, Dan. All right, let's bring in our casters. Brandon and Rich got the call of this game. The PS4 final is upon us. What's up, guys?
Yeah, the PS4 final is here, isn't it, Jimmy? And I don't think we expected probably one of these names or both of these names to make it all the way to this stage. They have, and I think the best story for me is that we are going to see a new name on that FUT Champions Cup.
I kind of wish it was Richard Buckley, but I guess we'll have to wait till the next one.
I want Dan to mould me.
That's too much info. Take it away. I can't deal with you guys anymore.
Big game. Crazy gamer. Only unbeaten player left in the tournament, and this is what it's all about. This is the moment that these players have been waiting for, when you've got a clear path to victory. No of these big players left on your console. No Nicholas, no Stefano Pina, no Mo Alba. You look at the winners from last year, New York City Chris, he was a force to be reckoned with. Stokes now on PlayStation. All these players have fallen by the wayside. It's either going to be Crazy Gamer or it's going to be Paolo Netta making it into a cross-console final.
They are indeed, Rich, and as we said, they've already guaranteed themselves 1.4 thousand Global Series points get into this stage and $15,000 each. You win this game, you double your money again, and you will be the console winner of your choice. 2,000 Global Series points. He's been the man of a celebration. The celebrations are even out before we've even started for Crazy. from Team Clash. We saw a VAR celebration, I think it was yesterday at the end of play today. We saw some sort of dancing celebration that Cole
We
got
saw some
involved in.
glasses. We're seeing the dance here. But as
Can
Mark
we
was
just
saying,
remember we have got a console final to play still?
as Mark was saying, he's very, very relaxed. He plays better when he is relaxed. And I think the appearance of this entire sort of team coming with him, with Team Clash, you've got almost two squads against each other right now. You've got SBQR, who always bring players, always bring family, always bring a presence to these events. On the other side of that, you've got Team Clash, who, in the last 2 weeks here in Bucharest, they may as well have had a seasonal residence, because they have been here, there, and everywhere.
They really have been. And guess what, Richard? They're all going to the next FUT Champions Cup as well in January, whether that will be, because he did obviously also qualify himself back to this tournament. Here's a little bit of statistics from both of them. You can see Clash Crazy there, average 3.4 goals scored a match. Paolo Nito, though, what a tournament he's been having, Richard. Scoring goals for fun and smashing Mo Alba 7 goals to 1 yesterday in the last game of the day. Came into today, did not concede a goal against Dami, won that game 2-0, and has deserved to be in this console final. And I said it perfectly, I honestly think Brazil have got one of the best chances they'll ever have to win a FUT Champions Cup here. There's 2 players left in the last 4.
Yeah, 100%. You've got to think the percentages and the odds are forever in their favour right now. Paolo Neto, top 4 in Atlanta, back in February last year. Also, this isn't the only time he's been in a final, because it was in the Gothia E-Cup 2018 final where he finished 2nd place. Picked up the silver medal.
I believe that was against Raleigh. Obviously, he's moved on, played for AIK for a period last year. Obviously part of the Allsvenskan. What a tournament that was for Paladito. What a throwback as well. When we started to really get involved in the competitive scene. A few years on though, Paolo Nito involved here straight away. It's going to be Clash Crazy with the first attack of this game. A lovely little piece of trickery there in the box from R9.
Yeah, really nice Magidi spin inside the box, trying to open up a little bit of space and get that finish. You're off with R9.
But let's not forget, sorry to interrupt you, Richard, that Clash Crazy doesn't concede many goals.
Just what I was about to say as well, we were asking question marks of his offensive play 2 weeks ago here in Bucharest. I feel as though he's definitely improved offensively. He was winning games 1-0, he was scraping by games when he attended here at FUT Champions Cup Stage 1. Now, in Stage 2, the man seems like a different animal. He seems more relaxed. He seems like this new sort of laid-back persona. It's really suited him. He's playing almost a different style of FIFA from what we saw 2 weeks ago.
We did have a spell in the Virtual Liga last year, did Clash Crazy. Obviously represented Italy and Team Clash. See on the same team as Roma, well, ex-AS Roma Inter. Quite a popular name in the FIFA scene. I'm sure we'll be watching all the way from Italy, supporting him in this matchup. Will be SBQR Paolo Nito's first real chance to go forward. Was the SBQR got their kits in the game? They were nice enough to give me a personalised shirt as well.
I think mine's just in the post.
As that free kick is given away by Patrick Vieira. On the edge of the box, just 18 minutes in. He gets the first yellow card of the game. And are we going to see a direct shot? Most players just tending to run over the ball, dummy over the ball, make that fake run. We are going to see that play shot to Messi. There's that left foot shot. Saved away by Alisson.
You saw the goalkeeper move it. It moved him pretty much to the left-hand side of the goal there to stop the direct shot, but I thought that shot might trouble Alisson more than it did there with the positioning. 3 against 2 on the counter-attack from Clash Crazy.
Look at Ronaldo. Oh, 9 at the back post as well. That's CR7. Just trying to get past his man. He's done so well to delay it, though, Paolo Nito. Fantastic defending.
What was so good there from the defending, he didn't panic. He just ran in a straight line. He didn't try and commit to a tackle and
just jockey,
frantically win the ball back. He just ran in a straight line and just kept up to tabs and kept pace with Clash Crazy on the counter-attack.
have just joined us, we're into the last 4 now in FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. Day 3 of the tournament here in Bucharest, Romania, and we will be crowning a brand new FUT Champions Cup champion at the end of play today. Obviously, we've got our Xbox console final to follow up shortly after this one. In a game that I don't think many people have been able to predict. Nicholas Razek up against NSC Vinny. Really can be anyone's tournament, this one.
100%, and I think that just goes to show the levels of FIFA 20 that we've seen so far. It's a complete mixed bag of players. You don't know who's coming, who's going at events.
I think one of the things that really surprised me, Richard, is that I was speaking to the Filzer before jumping into this game, and even when I was just speaking to him, he's like, Brandon, I've got to go and support my fellow countrymen, and that's what they've all been doing. They might be out of the tournament, but they're continuing to support each other. How important it is, I just think that's the big point, Richard. How important it would be for South America to win a FUT Champions Cup. That is the big story.
Yeah, I think more South America, and even looking specifically into Brazil, they've always had a rich history in esports and in FIFA in particular, and this could be a real sort of celebration for Brazil in FIFA if they were to have a FUT Champions Cup winner.
And what a warning shot that was fired by Paulo Nito. It was Messi on the edge of the box with that left foot that we know is so dangerous. Look at that ball, if he can just get there. Oh no, unfortunately the pass was too heavy for him. I mean, we're going to be seeing 2 fantastic defenders up against each other as well, Richard. If you look at the run that Clash Crazy has had, it's not just an impressive performance, but 5-0 in Swiss. The man has simply not lost a game since being in Bucharest, Romania this weekend.
Conceding 4 goals in his bracket play up to this point. 3-1, 3-2 and 4-1 the scorelines.
So that 4-1 result against #Harry, we saw that a little bit earlier on today.
It's been so fixed up and so solid at the back, has Clash Crazy.
It really is going to be insane to think that he will potentially be challenging for Filzer for that top spot on the PlayStation side if he can push past this game and make the cross-console final. Yashin called into action there at a pretty awful corner, just ricochets off Messi's face, out for a goal kick.
I mean, it will be, won't he? I think he'll not be too far behind him if you look at the points that Filzer had. I think it was a round of 16 exit for him, plus the 2,000 points that he picked up 2 weeks ago.
I believe if he gets to a cross-console final crazy, he'll be on 2,830 global series points because he got 800 for making the semi-final, I want to say, Championship Sunday last time round. For Filzer got 300 points for making knockouts this time, plus the 2,030 he's got.
Yeah, it'll be
we should see an overtake, yeah.
Leaps and bounds, about 500 points more than him, but he's got to get past Paulo Neto first, and Paulo Neto having the greatest chance in this game thus far.
All square though, at 0-0. A scoreline we're very much used to seeing, especially with some of the South American players that we know have been so good defensively. Crazy as well. One of a kind, let's just say that.
Well, also, you're in a console final right now, so there is going to be more tension, there's going to be more nerves. You're going to probably try and overthink some of the plays as well, which will mean that you're thinking more, you're less likely to make mistakes, you're less likely to play into a rhythm. Every single move that you make on that pitch is going to have a reaction, whether that be positive or negative, to the story of this game. The question is, who will be the first player in the grand final?
We've got 3 halves of Competitive FIFA left and a chance to double your money. You know why I say that? If you can make it to a cross-console final, you're guaranteed $30,000 even if you lose it. More importantly though, it's that pride of being that console champion. It was something that Verfilza was very much proud of. Unfortunately, couldn't have the tournament to back it up again. Still made the knockout, still made it to the round of 16. But after an unbeaten performance, right up until the cross-console final against Tex, he'll have his own standards that he'll want to follow in the rest of the competitive year. Clash crazy. Back-to-back FUT Champions Cups. Consistency is the key word we've been able to see and talk about all weekend long. Paulo Nito, it doesn't really matter who he plays against, big name or not. He was taking players down for fun.
Yeah, he dispatched everyone that he's really come up against. It perhaps in the round of 16, and then a very decisive, emphatic victory over Mo Alba, 7-1. We saw his semi-final today, 2-0. As Dan was saying, moulding the defensive and the offensive.
Here's Ronaldo.
For Paulo Nito, the offensive, 7 goals scored. But even in that game, he only conceded 1 goal. Having that balance of attacking player and defensive player in the same sort of category is really the stuff of champions.
I think that is really the talking point, Richard. The fact of, as over his 3 knockout games, he's only conceded 2 goals. One of those against Pap City, the other one against Mo Alba. Speaking of scoring goals, though, he's been able to register 11 goals across those games. So impressive for the Brazilian, of course. So impressive for SBQR as well. We said it before, we'll say it again. They have had some of the best Brazilian players on their books in the past. We've seen Senator Bone be a part of that. A lot of Brazilian players.
Tor as well.
We'll look up to this organisation and be like, you know, they really are the standout one. Some of the best FIFA players from Brazil. Of course, you've got NSE as well, looking after some great players. Recently signed Rafifa, if you cast your mind back in competitive FIFA, I'm sure you remember him.
Now R10 as well, competing in Brazil to be the feature, the premier Brazilian organisation.
You ask why. South America have been so good. They've just got so much talent through their ranks. Here's Clash Crazy. And again, went for a very ambitious finesse shot from the edge of the box. Hit Van Dijk. Van Dijk was able to deal with that one. And a pretty fresh Mbappe. Will be able to do something, if not. Seems very frantic in the final third for both of these two players, trying to find that killer pass. That
I think Paulo Neto looks a lot calmer in terms of just looking at the face cams. I often will sometimes just have a little glance at the face cams and see how the players are actually reacting to what's going on the pitch. He looks a little bit tentative, does Clash Crazy right now. Paulo Neto looking focused, looking driven, and he has had the best chance in this series to break the deadlock.
I think one thing that really impressed me from Paulo Neto was that fantastic goal he scored with Messi in the previous matchup. Obviously, Mike had the pleasure of breaking it down to him, and it was one of them. You know, you normally see Messi take his shots on that left foot. We know, obviously, is his strong foot. There's not really any risk with it. He might carry a 4-star weak foot with him, but not many players will back that. Here's Clash Crazy now with Pele. We have a breakthrough. 74 minutes on the clock. The ball fell to the Brazilian. And he smashed that one straight past the goalkeeper. That's going to be 1-0 to the Italian, who just continues to keep on impressing us.
It's a lovely bit of play as well from Clash Crazy to get into that opportunity inside the box. Smashing past the goalkeeper, and you're looking back to the game that we last saw Clash Crazy in. Seems like a lifetime ago. The first game of the day versus #Harry. It was a very tight first leg, and then in 35 minutes in the second leg, the game was won for him. He scored 3 goals inside 20, 25, 30 minutes, and that were it. The series was sealed from then on out. He just saw the game out and moved himself into the PS4 console final, I should say. Lovely back heel to set Pele up.
And it will be Clash Crazy. It does take the lead in this PlayStation 4 console final. The best two players from the second FUT Champions Cup of the year. An achievement within itself for getting this far. And of course, it's all about that title now. In the PlayStation 4 champion. Putting that in your Twitter bio. It's one of your big achievements for this year, and it also give you a chance to face up against the Xbox console champion in a fantastic cross-console final that will be coming at the end of play today. Has that goal giving Crazy that little bit of confidence that he needed to go forward and maybe try and find a second now. Pull it into CR7. There's a drag back that could be dangerous for him.
Interesting that CR7 looks to be playing more central now. When we saw him against #Harry, he was pretty much the focal point on the right-hand side.
Tell you what, Rich, this could be an unbelievable chance if it wasn't for that deflection off Van Dijk's shin.
And
yes, interesting point, though.
A lot of the chances that he was making was from Ronaldo being at right cam and having sort of the versatility that Ronaldo possesses to be able to either hit it on the right at the near post or cut inside and then shoot across the goalkeeper as well. Whereas now, it looks like he's playing as an out-and-out striker, does Ronaldo, with Eusebio on that right-hand side.
Yeah, no sign of Messi, it looks like.
That's a mistake.
That is a mistake. R9 could be through. Once again, Van Dijk. Man
King
of the match.
Virgil.
Really is. Don't get me wrong, we've seen a lot of Maldini, we've seen Vieira in centre-back, we've seen Hullet there. Even the likes of Laurent Blanc, but Van Dijk every single time. A mountain of a man. Look at this from Clash Crazy.
Just dribbled out a play there. I love the left stick dribbling to turn backwards and then attack the byline again. Very similar to what we saw in FIFA 19, how players get down the byline, and then when you're inside the box, your opponent can't tackle you. He can't come in with a lunging tackle. He can't come and slide you because of the risk of the penalty.
Added time of just 2 minutes. Will he get one more chance? I don't think he will. And that will be the first game brought to a close, in which Clash Crazy will lead by a 1-0. All smiles around the Clash camp at the moment. I'm sure outside in the studio as well, they'll all be smiling at the moment because he is leading 1-0. But Paulo Neto must be thinking, you know what? I did have chances in that game, and we've said it before. We thought he looked like the stronger player.
He might be leading 1-0, but it's very much a game that's still in the balance right now. Paulo Neto scored 2 goals in 9 minutes against Mo Alba and completely turned the game in his favour on that occasion. However, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like there's something with Crazy Gamer this time around that he just looks a little bit different. He looks like a different man. He looks a lot calmer. He looks like the nerves from 2 weeks ago and the disappointment of going out 2 weeks ago in a semi-final seems to have stirred him on a little bit.
Yep.
Let's not forget, he's not dropped a game.
He hasn't. And what happened last time for Filza? Didn't drop a game. He made it to a cross-console final, didn't he? Let's not forget, Crazy was obviously part of FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, crashed out in the semi-finals, though. He's already gone one step further this time round. And he looks like he wants to go the full way, as you've mentioned.
He's arguably the most consistent player on FIFA 20 so far. Crazy.
He really is.
Crazy Gamer from Team Clash. Console final and a console semi-final to his name.
The only player
Tex
on FIFA 20
is a win and a semi-final.
He's lost to is for Filza. Lost to Filza in Swiss in round 5 and lost to Filza again in the knockout. It's the only person that has beat Clash Crazy on a LAN event this year out of all the Swiss games he's played, all the knockout games he's played, is for Filza. That's a very interesting stat. Not many people have got his number other than for Filza. And this time round, at the moment, it looks like nobody's going to be getting Crazy's number. He went 5-0 in Swiss, and he has looked ruthless into the knockout stages where he does lead 1-0 in this console final.
However, there is one man in his way. And he's 1-0 down. However, if he can get that attacking flow in his front four, then maybe he can turn this game around. Seba attacker on his fullback, cover centre on Zidane and Ruud Gullit. Messi, CR7, R9. The three cams for him, for Mr. Paolo Neto. As we get involved here into the final leg of action on the PS4.
Here we go. In 90 minutes of in-game FIFA time, we'll know one name that will be in that cross-console final. And who will be the PlayStation 4 champion for FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. At the moment, it will be Clash Crazy. He does lead 1-0 on an aggregate scoreline. Paolo Neto, though, we know the names that he's beaten throughout this tournament, including the current E-World Cup champion, Mo Alba. Didn't just beat him, he scored 7 goals against him, won 7-1. Came into today and showed us a very strong performance against Roma Dami, which has done enough for him to get to this stage. He'll be back at the next FUT Champions Cup. Obviously a top 4 finish is already guaranteed from the Brazilian. It's just, can he make this last game, this second leg, into a thriller for us?
That's one of the things. You've made your top 4 finish. Now you're into the top 2. You want to go all the way. You want to be lifting that trophy.
We said this, though, haven't we, on the other side of the bracket? Apparently Tex said these words to Emrazek: this is your tournament. Go and win it now, after Emrazek did beat Tex. If he did miss it, I don't know how that's been kept in by the corner flag. That must be one of the most luckiest things I've ever seen in a game of FIFA.
The way he bounced off the corner flag and just fell to Cristiano Ronaldo.
Can you imagine if he conceded from that?
Lovely elastico as well.
So the other name in the competition still, NSE Vinny. That'll be our next console final, coming up against Nicholas Razek. As we said, did take down F2 Tex, or Fnatic Tex I should say, XF2. In a 2-legged matchup in which he scored 6 goals. Really impactful performance from the German into R9. Maldini has done so well just to push off R9 away from the ball, to put him off balance at least. Vieira, once again, another attack for Clash Crazy. This time Messi will pick it up.
We saw Maldini so solid at the back there. We've seen a lot of centre-backs used. Who would be, do you think, your duo that you're looking towards at the minute? Would it be the classic of Maldini, Van Dijk, or would you stray away?
To be honest, I think this weekend I have been really impressed with Laurent Blanc. I feel like we've seen him a lot more this weekend than we did 2 weekends ago in Stage 1 of the FUT Champions Cup. And I think Van Dijk as well, you touched on it a few times, Richard, about just the mould of the man. He's just an incredible defender. Messi now.
Yeah, his player model in particular, it seems a lot bigger, it seems wider than a lot of others. Would you potentially be
don't know if I would use
tempted
Vieira.
by Vieira at centre-back?
I think it's one of them. There's a select number of players that have done it. We said this already, like the UK community seem very keen to play Vieira in its centre-back. Obviously, Lyric's one of the people to really get that movement going. Some players also do back it, but, you know, other players not even playing Vieira, as we're looking at Paolo Neto's team here in front of us. Great chance again from Clash Crazy. He's had all the chances in these first 24 minutes. So important for him to get an early goal as well. Something he's done throughout the tournament. And it's kind of been part of his winning formula.
You can see that he's got his players in the box very, very low. Nobody really making any sort of movement in the box.
Look at Ronaldo.
It's been easy to defend. But you put players on the box really, really low. So, see, you've got a back four already sat there in the custom tactics, you can do that. You can put players in the box from corners, from free kicks onto one notch. You'll have 2 or 3 players in the box, but it means that you're not going to get counter-attacked on. You're not going to concede silly goals and goals that can actually be avoided by getting countered on from set pieces.
His name up. Does get taken down. Referee will play advantage. Just see Crazy there, just nodding. Knows he just made him go away from his goal. Messi, once again, read well bound by Paolo Maldini.
Free kick.
Well, I can get my words out. And he'll go into the book once again. Obviously, Vieira being backed by Clash Crazy, but in his normal default position of one of those 2 CDM roles along Vieira, alongside Hullet. Just can't find that last ball. Once again, he'll try and find it into Messi. He'll just wait on the edge of the box for him.
The way that Hullet covers ground in FIFA, he's honestly mind-blowing. You saw him there just like glue, like Velcro, the way that he just zips onto the ball straight away.
You'd love to get like a kilometre count of how far he runs every game. Probably be up there as one of the players that does the most running on and off the ball. Always seems to be involved defensively or in the attacking side of it. You can see him there, already making a run on the left-hand side. If it wasn't from Carlos Alberto, that ball still would have went through. No, the chance will still be there for him. Both players just got in a tangle there. Messi and R9.
Just forced a little bit from Paulo Neto, yeah. It's a little bit early to be rushing through balls and trying to find gaps that aren't really there, trying to push it into holes that aren't really opening up for you at the minute. You saw the movement down the right-hand side, but it's just not really clicking yet in the final third for Paulo Neto, as it has so effectively in the quarterfinals.
We are nearly at half-time. Paolo is still trailing by a goal to nil. And we have to say that Crazy has been the better player in this first half. And I'm sure the stats will back that up at half-time. Added time at just 2 minutes. Paolo will try and build into the last attack of this half. See Messi on the edge of the box. R9's there. On the far-hand side, CR7 straight down the middle too. He might be lucky to even get this ball forward. No, he won't. Referee blows that one for half-time.
This game, with 45 minutes left, as we've seen so often, only at 1-0.
Saw it there, Richard. 0 shots at all in that half from Paolo.
Very similar to what the game between Gabriel and Vinny was, that Dinamarca just commentated on there. 1-0, and really not a lot to write home about.
I don't think they saw a goal until the second leg in about the 67th minute. Around that time. It was a long, long time they had to wait for a goal in that game.
I like this though from Paulo Neto, bringing on attacking changes, a lot of pace out wide. 95 Pele, Inform Mbappe both coming on as well. CR7 and R9 down the middle of the pitch for him. These are offensive attacking substitutions for him. Let's see if something can stick for Paulo Neto as Clash Crazy gets us underway in the second half of play. 45 minutes left for the Italian.
Can he make that grand final and be a PlayStation 4 champion? Lev Yashin being the man to say no, not just yet. Win the ball back straight away, and you can just see from the corner, 4 players already back on the halfway line. They're the players that aren't committing forward for him. Roberto Carlos as well. Not many people back in the Brazilian in left back. Seems to kind of beat Zambrotta stealing the show when it comes to fullback choices.
Yeah, it's simply just all-out personal preference. Roberto Carlos probably offers you a tiny bit more going forward. in the shooting category. But Zambrotta probably a little bit more defensively sounder. Might also be in for chemistry as well. If he's starting Neymar at left wing, he needs a strong Brazilian link. He's a big advocate of CR7 as well, so you might need certain chemistry, because it's also something you've got to consider as well.
There's just 35 minutes left in this half. Will be R9 now. A little drag back. It's going to fall back to Mbappe. A little bit of magic from the Frenchman potentially here. He saw exactly what he wanted to do. He is still in possession. Falls back to Mbappe, not once but twice. And will ricochet away. Only as far as Pele though. R9. Into Hullet. Could this be the big chance for Paolo? Just hoofed away by Carlos Alberto, and then straight back into the box again. And in the end, Clash Crazy just about does enough.
Very, very drastic defending there for Clash Crazy at the back post. Just, if in doubt, get it out. Lovely possession down the left-hand side, though, feeding Vieira into the game. Look for that movement of Leo Messi on the edge of the box. Strike goalwards. Always going over.
Yeah, you saw Paolo cue that pause. Is it time for a change for him? An attacking change, it looks like, as well. With not too much time left, especially when he knows that, you know, Clash Crazy, he can see out games at 1-0. He's done it before, he'll do it again. He doesn't need to score all the goals in the world. We saw that more, especially in stage 1 of the tournament. And even through his Swiss games as well for Clash Crazy. He went 5-0 in Swiss, did not drop a game. And more importantly, doesn't really concede goals either.
Into a 4-4-2 now as well. He's Paolo Neto. I'm just trying to have a little look at the instructions that he's trying to use. A little bump up there on the depth. Players in the box, also a slight improvement in the attacking sense. But you've got, what, 25 minutes left, plus a little bit of injury time. You will get a chance. You just have to make it count. And that's the bigger part of the statement right there. You have to take it when it comes your way. If not, you'll be kicking yourself. Oh, for a second I thought R9 was going to win that header and it was going to be a very soft goal concede.
Well, he only needs one chance, but it's safe to say Eusebio tried to peel away on the right-hand side, and this is when the attack comes straight back at you, especially when you put numbers forward. Can Clash Crazy finish this game off with Pele? Drag back and runs back the straight white.
If it had drag back exited there, just behind him, he probably could have got a shot off on goal at the near post. He's been very, very comfortable at that near post. I tell you what, Clash Crazy's Ruud Gullit over these 2 games has been immense.
Look at that space on the far-hand side. Can he find that ball? Of course he can. Out to Pele. Will he win the ball in the air? Yashin does enough.
Sort of a Hollywood pass, wasn't it, really? You saw the gap, you saw the space. But I think the angle was always a little bit too narrow for him.
This is his chance now. Time is running out for the Brazilian. Paolo Neto, trailing by a goal to nil, needs a little bit of magic. And what a coincidence it would be if the fellow Brazilian icon actually pulled him out of that 1-goal deficit and put him straight back into this game. It would set up for a fantastic story as we would have moved into extra time. Nearly at 10 minutes left in this game. That's Clash Crazy. Got enough left in the tank just to see this match out. Can he stand the pressure that Paolo is going to be throwing at him? Referee will play advantage, and so will Paolo. Can R9 be the man to bring him straight back into this game? You can see Zidane there just looking for an option, crying out for an option. And this is where Clash Crazy could finish this match off. If he can find R9 again on the run.
Fantastic ball retention there from Clash Crazy. Not rushing, keeping the ball. bringing these fullbacks into the game and letting these players slowly get back into position, letting Hullet get back, letting Vieira get back and get set.
Hullet into R9. Look at the numbers forward, the red shirts in and around the box for Paolo. Hullet's going to try and make that run. He's going to obviously try and find R9. Ronaldo's in there as well. The timing of everything has to be perfect, but it's just so difficult when you've got to get past those 4 midfielders. Then on top of that, you've got 4 blue shirts in your way at the back. This is a massive pause now. Your last chance to really make a change. Your last chance to really throw things forward.
3-4-2-1. The change that is being used here. Constant pressure all the way up to 10 on the depth. Fast build up, width all the way up. Players in the box. Corners and free kicks. Means if he does get a corner, if he does get any sort of set piece, the goalkeeper will be in there. Johan Cruyff coming on as a striker as well.
That means that R9 will be sacrificed for this remaining 4 minutes. Believes that Johan Cruyff could be the man. He's got enough players alongside him. Cristiano Ronaldo, Pele as well. Even Mbappe. Zambrotta does get moved into that right side of midfield.
And this is the biggest 5 minutes in both of these two players' professional esports career right now.
Just to clarify, you win this game, you're guaranteed $30,000 just for making it into the cross-console final, and you will be the PlayStation 4 champion.
This is the chance that he wanted.
Here for Champions Cup Stage 2. Whereas Paolo got another idea up his sleeve that he hasn't yet shared with the Italian. Zidane now. That ball looks brilliant.
Offside. He's offside.
He's just offside.
I thought he was coming back from an offside position, and he was very tight, but a great line held from Crazy Clash Gamer. And
he'll be thanking though, I know.
Could that be, as long as this free kick doesn't go somewhere not intended, he just hoofed it long. That's going to turn over possession
away again though. Last chance for Paolo to go forward and to try and keep himself in this game. The pass is just simply not good enough from Zidane. And the possession and the extra $15,000 is in the hands of Clash Crazy.
Not yet. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. And he's going to get one more goal kick. If he wins the flick on.
It's Johan Cruyff. Vieira will win it. And Clash Crazy will book himself a spot in a cross-console final. But more importantly, he will be your PlayStation 4 champion from FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. And Richard, he still remains unbeaten.
Once Crazy Fat Gamer, now under the alias Crazy Gamer, playing for Team Clash. Grinding out a 1-0 victory, and you can see the despair.
Is it time for a celebration? Oh.
He's programmed in the robot, and you see it in the robot. I don't know what that was, but we'll take it.
I don't know where these celebrations are coming from, but can we have something special for the cross-console final, please? You got about what 30 minutes to work on something. Can we get some sort of celebration?
Can we try that later?
I mean, out of the 3, that one was probably the worst one.
That was the weakest one, but we'll let you off, okay? You've just grinded out a 1-0 victory, so we'll let you off on the celebration front.
Congratulations, obviously Clash Crazy, amazing stuff. He's already qualified himself for the next FUT Champions Cup. We know he loves a celebration, but we'll be celebrating even more now because he is the PlayStation 4 champion. He will be waiting, of course, for either NSE Vinny or Nicholas Razek in that big cross-console final. He can't get over the celebration. Let's have a look at some of those match stats, of course, from that game that we were able to comment on. It was only 1-0 over 2 legs, and look at the pass completion rate. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, both very, very high on the pass completion, possession even as well, and you see 2 shots on goal to 5 shots on goal. I mean, one of the funniest things about that entire celebration is the producer we got in our ear just started giggling, and he was laughing as well, which sent me off laughing. Oh, what a time. What a time. It's good, though, that you see a win like that, and then you see the celebration. Not enough people do that sort of thing.
And really bring out that personality into the scene that we're crying out for. Give us a celebration. It was Yago last week with the Mbappe.
Yeah.
This time it's Clash crazy with every single celebration he can find. Will he be celebrating once more? That's the question. Unfortunately, Paolo Nito out the tournament, of course, at the console final stage. A fantastic run for him, and that means that he will be going on now to the next FUT Champions Cup, for Champions Cup number 3, but he will be supporting his fellow Brazilians, of course, in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, commiserations to Paolo Neto, but Mr. Roboto himself is with our very own Kyle Walker. Take it away, Kyle.
Thank you, Richard and Brandon. Yes, Mr. Roboto, that's what you're being called right now, a.k.a. our PlayStation 4 champion, a.k.a. Clash Crazy. How does it feel, PS4 champion here in Bucharest?
Prime impressioni, come ti senti campione di PlayStation 4?
Sono veramente contentissimo di tutto quello che sto facendo, di come sto giocando, soprattutto di Lamella che mi sta aiutando per quanto riguarda il coach, quindi sta andando tutto perfetto e speriamo magari di riuscire a vincerla.
He's speechless. He's really incredible, unbeaten player. So we want to say thanks, big thanks also to our coach Lamella, and that's it. It's incredible since the first time that we came here, and now we're fighting for the trophy. So.
You are indeed, you are fighting for this. But even from our last interview, you seem really relaxed. You said you like to have fun, you like to enjoy yourself. How does that feel, just enjoying playing FIFA?
Dalla prima volta sei sempre stato molto sereno, come mai? Qual è stata, insomma, quando giochi sei sempre sereno, come mai?
Ma io ormai sono abituato a fare tornei, ho partecipato alla Liga l'anno scorso, ho partecipato alle Global Series Playoff del 2018, quindi un po' di esperienza ne ho accumulata e di conseguenza mi trovo veramente bene, sono molto confidente di quello che faccio, soprattutto in game.
He's really confident, also thanks to the past events like the playoff of Amsterdam 2 years ago. Last year, the Virtual La Liga event, so he uses to manage this pressure, and then we're happy.
Now, it's all good being able to do it on the PlayStation, but obviously going into the cross-console final, you've got to play Xbox as well. How confident do you feel on that?
Come ti senti su Xbox?
Sicuramente sono molto meno allenato su Xbox, però darò sempre del mio meglio. Alla fine cambia solamente il controller, quindi ci possiamo provare e magari riuscire a vincerlo.
The controller is going to change, so why not win?
Why not? We'll see what happens. Amazing stuff. Our PlayStation 4 champion here in Bucharest. We have Clash Crazy. One other thing before we throw it back. Can we see the robot? Can you do it? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Back to you guys on the couch.
Oh my, I can't unsee that. Thank you, Crazy and Kyle, for that. Can somebody clip that, please, in the chat? I'm here with Mark and Dan. Guys, we're going to get right into the highlights of this one because, well, there wasn't too many goals, but there was some action. There was a lot of strategy behind this. So, Dan, why don't you take it away here?
Well, we knew it was going to be a strategical battle between these two, even though Paolo Neto has very much an offensive kind of play style behind him. You're going up against Clash Crazy, who has been one of the best at restricting people from having any of those chances. And as soon as Crazy took the lead, I think we all thought, all right, this is going to be very difficult for Paolo Neto to get back into it, because Crazy just closes out games.
Especially because, well, the trend here, at least at this tournament, is that if you score the first goal, it's looking pretty good that you'll end up winning the game.
Yeah, you've taken the words off the tip of my tongue there. The first goal pretty much decided this game, but I would also say that, you know, in the run of play, Clash Crazy deserved to win this game. It wasn't just that one chance that he managed to convert. He probably was the more creative of the two players as far as chances were concerned. He got into good areas of the pitch, but it's that first goal, man. It just decides games on FIFA 20, especially at this level when you have two players that are so closely matched. You score that first goal, you feel confident.
Now, behind the scenes, I heard some people kind of complaining and kind of whining. Oh, there's not a lot of goals. Listen, it's a tight final. You go to World Cup finals, you don't see a lot of goals. Especially because the skill level gets higher and everybody gets a little bit tighter, and that's just the way it goes. I love that it's a little bit tight.
And for the same reason you'll see in real football is people don't want to take as many risks when it gets to these high pressure situations. Players don't want to take that risk and then lose a game because of that risk. Me and Mark were saying we are people who would rather take that risk to go home and say, well, at least I lost and I tried, rather than just like playing defensive, sitting back and still losing because of it. But we're not the players up there. We don't know how they think. We don't know what the thought process is for them. And they don't want to take those risks sometimes, and that's fine.
Kind of a balance.
Anything to add to that?
It's a balancing act, isn't it? Especially when you do go down the first goal, especially in FIFA 20, you need to give yourself enough time for the tactics that you try and change to work. And sometimes we see players leaving a little bit too late in that second leg, and maybe the ball doesn't go out of play, so their pause doesn't get queued up quick enough, and they don't have enough time. I like to see players if they are losing by 1 goal, I think the second half of that second leg, if you're down by 1, you need to change quicker. You need to just try and get that goal, because it could be a case you might only have 2 attacks in FIFA 20. So you've got to try and create as many opportunities to score. I think that's something that you'll see players do more as we sort of roll through.
All right, to get some more, sorry, excuse me not to interrupt you, to get some more insight, again, I'm tripping over my words because I'm so excited to throw it over to Mike LaBelle over at the Telestrator. Take it away, Mike.
I appreciate that toss, Jimmy.
You're welcome.
And we're gonna look at penetrating passes, because something that Clash Crazy's been so good at in every single matchup, outside of converting the opportunities, is a lot of his passing, 1-2s, making sure that everything's weighted well, and he does a really good job of splitting the defense with some of his passes. It starts out here. We've got Ruud Gullit, and Ruud Gullit's going to look to hit Ronaldo. And it's a splitting pass area, and that's when you talk about taking some gambles, taking some risk, and you prefer to do this in the final third. And Clash Crazy's done a wonderful job of controlling matches and then starting to take these gambles or take these additional risks right on the edge of the box. So after he's hit Ronaldo, the play's not done just yet. And we're going to take a bit of a closer view here, and I love a good back heel. I think everybody can appreciate that. Bodies on bodies on bodies, and it's all about making sure that your finishers are in the right positions and they're able to be successful. We got Pele, who's going to step into space, and as he steps in that space, you can already see Ronaldo's turned his back. He's going to hit that back heel, and you've got options. He takes 1 touch and beats the goalkeeper, and that's the only goal that we saw in this matchup, and that's why I talk about being clinical, closing out games, and then with Clash Crazy in particular, he's just done a really good job of being able to manipulate and bait his opposition into mistakes once he gets in that final third via just not just the clinical side of finishing, but the passes and the intricacies with some of those passes. But back to all of you wonderful folks at the couch.
Thank you, Mike. That was some dynamite insight as always. Now let's talk a little bit about Crazy and how he's undefeated. What has he done so consistently, better than everybody else at this tournament?
I think he's probably taken the lead quite a lot of the times, but also his game management. I mean, we talked about it a lot. He's so difficult to break down. I don't even think it's a case of him just sitting behind the ball either, because he tries to win the ball back, and a lot of the time he wins the ball. He recognises when you're kind of dallying on the ball in midfield, and he's not afraid to step up with his CDMs and try and win the ball there. Some players will kind of sit and have that shield in front of that back four and kind of try not to make that tackle until the last possible moment. But defensively, I haven't seen any mistakes from him, and mistakes are what sort of have decided these games at this high level. He has just been superb defensively, and scoring that first goal allows him to play that way.
Do you think he's the favorite now because he hasn't lost a game, Dan?
No.
No?
No, I still think that Nicolas Razek is the favourite in this tournament just because of his past experience. However, we haven't really seen Nicolas Razek win any sort of major, so I guess that leaves it open for the taking. I mean, last time we were here in Bucharest, we had 2 players going to the final undefeated. Filza wasn't able to win that one from the PlayStation side, but maybe this could be Crazy's tournament. Maybe he will be that new name on the trophy.
That would be crazy.
There's no reason why he can't do it.
You got it in there, Jimmy. You got it very much. All right, everybody, we want you to join the conversation in the chat or on Twitter. Use the hashtags I got here. There's 3 of them. FGS20, that's one hashtag, FIFA eWorld Cup, or FUT Champions Cup, because Kyle's going to be talking to the pros before the big grand final right here on this couch, or maybe somewhere in the studio. I don't know if it's exactly right here. And we want you guys, we want to hear from you. So put it in the chat, put it on Twitter, hit up EA Sports, EA FIFA Esports, excuse me. There's a lot here. There's a lot of letters and a lot of hashtags. So we want you guys to do that, so please make that happen. And then, of course, yeah, let's get ready for the next one, right?
Yeah.
So we've named a PS4 champion. Okay, we have an Xbox One coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud sponsors of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them, the best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
Here we go to the final day of the first major of the season. We only have 8 players left.
And now we're here in the cross-console final here in Bucharest. And it's going to be Joksam from Epsilon up against F2 Tex. He saved on that right-hand side. Oh, my days.
What a header from Ronaldo.
F2 Tex, another huge win at the first EA Major. You're one of the best FIFA players in the world at the moment.
Xbox Grand Finals. F2 Tech taking on MS Dasari. Bullet whips this one in. Oh, Eusebio would have won it! Can you believe it? MS Dasari dethrones F2 Techs.
Here we go, this is your grand final.
MS Dasari from Saudi Arabia against Nicholas from Argentina.
Oh, lovely fake shot. Oh, and a lovely goal as well for the man on the away console. MS Dasari once again. Congratulations to the Saudi Arabian.
Welcome to Bucharest. It is day 3, the final day of the third major of the FUT Champions Cup.
I'm going to make a brave prediction here, if I may, but I don't think a German's going to win.
He is playing at the top of his game. Well, here's Neymar then. Oh, that's just beautiful. That is beautiful.
2 German players in a cross-console final.
Will it be Dolomite or will it be Hassu?
To Vieira, to R9, one more goal would finish this.
The main man, the man of the moment, Dolomite, the first ever German player.
Our youngest ever FUT Cup champion.
Here we go, we're live in Atlanta, Georgia, the Peach State. It's the FUT 19 Champions Cup, and it's Tex, and it's Tuga.
Some of the greatest players in the world of football do this move, but to see him do this 4 times.
Oh my goodness, I've honestly never seen a goal like that in competitive people.
That man on your screen, he is the special one. F2 Tex does it again. Look at the pace of Mbappe there towards the back post. It's 3, just like that. Blink and you'll miss it.
I don't really mind what Dasari says. I'm by far the best player in the world. I've beat him twice this year. He's beat me once, so I know best.
To Pele, back to Pele again to score and to deliver. He calls himself the king of the jungle, and he could be the king of the Xbox here in London.
Using those 2 CDMs to try and find the ball in behind, and Eusebio has found that ball in behind. The shrug of the shoulders there from Maestro, because he's realising he's up against the king of the jungle, and that is MS Dasari.
3-time FUT Champions Cup winner, the reigning world champion, and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
There's a good look at the trophy that these players are almost ready to win. They're one step away. This is the Xbox console final between Enrasic on your left and Vinny on your right. They played against each other in the Swiss format. Enrasic won that 3-2. We're going to get more into that breakdown of this big game with me, Jimmy Conrad, and Rachel and Mike here on the couch.
That energy's going.
Yeah, love
Building.
it.
I wanted it.
Okay, but before we do get into this, it's time for a Twitch drop, everybody. Yes, our third one of the day, so make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts. That's how you become eligible to win. And right now, make sure you check those accounts. Small rare gold player packs are what we're dropping to a selection of viewers. Of course, if you missed out, don't worry, because we got some other stuff. In addition to being eligible for daily live viewership rewards, All live viewers with linked accounts are guaranteed to receive a number of FIFA Global Series Club items, including new limited edition kits and tifos and stadium dressing and more. And then finally, all live viewers with a linked account who participated in the Twitch extension and the trivia or pick'em features on both Saturday and Sunday will receive an untradeable gold player pack by Monday. That is what's up. We appreciate you guys watching. And I think we've delivered a very good tournament. Now, let's get into this one in particular. You look really excited.
No, but I just keep looking behind.
Are they
And
listening?
he's on his own. He's so lonely. I'm like, I feel like I should go and say, then, do you need a coach? Do you want me to come and coach you?
He's got a big
Maybe.
smile. You don't want that.
You don't want that.
You
right
do
now.
want that. But basically, that just kind of shows how well he's doing as well. Everyone else had a coach all the way through the tournament. Everyone else has got a team. He's still a free agent as well. And that's his pinned tweet. Free agent, please read. I'm sure a lot more people will be reading now. He obviously left Rogue last season. And he's obviously in the final here, in the Xbox final. If he goes on to win this, surely somebody wants to coach him A, then someone might want to take him on B. But obviously, he wants to go further than that. He wants to go all the way. And
He's so close now.
so close. Had the harder draw as well, Mike, coming into this?
I mean, having to go through Fnatic Tex, having
Twice.
to go through MS Desari.
Twice.
Of course, you're going to say that. Is there someone more deserving to be in this position than Enrasic? Probably not.
But we see it time and time again where you play somebody earlier in the tournament and they get another shot at you and then you lose that one. Are we going to see that here? Or do you think Enrasic can hold them off yet again?
It's a scary situation to be in because deep down you want to say to yourself, like, I got this. But the fact that you have played somebody before, there's some sort of karma there, maybe to get a second, what's the saying, the second bite of the apple?
Yep.
Cherry?
Cherry.
It's a piece of fruit. One of the fruits, I think.
I prefer pineapple if we could do that. I don't think that really goes with this at all.
No, it
Anyways,
doesn't. I appreciate
yeah, the second attempt, right? He gets the second attempt to beat Enrasic here. Gets maybe a revenge match, and this is one of those classic clash of the styles. Even though we had Enrasic here, we were talking to him. He said, "I can play offensive and aggressive. I can play passive. I can hold the ball. I can do all these things well." At the end of the day, he'd rather score goals than sit back. And when you're going up against someone like Vinny would rather keep this as low scoring as possible, make it more of one of those heavy possession battles, and limit the overall opportunities on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you feel like with Enrasic, how important is that first goal for him? Because I think if Vinny gets it, we could maybe see a different result.
Well, it seems to be the deciding factor in most of the games, doesn't it? It did in the last one. So I'm guessing we might see the same here. It just puts the person under pressure, doesn't it? Puts the other person under pressure and on the back foot. And this is already a pressurized situation, so it's just kind of racking it up a notch even more.
Do you think that Enrasic has an advantage because he got to beat Tex first, his semifinal was first, and then he got to watch Vinny beat Gabriel, and maybe could be taking notes during that one?
I believe if Enrasic gets an early goal, he has a massive advantage because he's been in this situation before. We've seen Enrasic over the last 3 years on stages, on stages, on stages. And everybody's now saying, which is kind of maybe the one drawback, oh, you should win this now. Go ahead, Enrasic, you should do this. No problem. So now we put this big expectation, like, oh yeah, you got this.
You put that big expectation.
And texted as well.
That's true.
No, multiple people put that expectation out there, so now if he doesn't win it, then it's like, oh, well, that was on you. You had a good draw. Now you got through everybody. And it's not even like that. Everybody that's here deserves to be here. I mean, we're looking at Clash Crazy on the other end. The man still hasn't lost a game.
Okay, quick prediction then. You got to go Enrasic.
I'm going Enrasic.
So you can't back off.
I've already backed that
Well, I'm
narrative.
going to be his new coach, so I'm going Enrasic.
Okay, Enrasic as well. I'm going to say it
So we won't see
finishes
you at
2-1.
events
I'm not
anymore,
saying
you're just
anything
coaching.
else. If you guys want to ask a pro a question, Kyle's going to sit down with them very, very soon. Make sure you use the hashtag FGS20, FIFA eWorld Cup, and FUT Champions Cup. Use any of those hashtags. Drop them in the chat now or hit us up on Twitter, and Kyle will maybe ask your question of a pro, and that would be pretty cool. Also, we're going to send it over to our casters now who got the call of this console final on the Xbox. Mark and Dan, it's good to see you not here on the couch.
Oh, thanks, mate. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. It's a pleasure to be talking to you, but just far enough away that I don't have to look at you directly. But yeah, it's going to be a great final here. Obviously, a real opportunity for Nicholas Razek to kind of just solidify himself as one of the best in the world. Everyone always asks that question, how good are you? You need that trophy, and winning this major here would be a great story for him.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And it is indeed time for our Xbox final here, our second console final. The winner of this will be waiting for Clash Crazy, a surprise in itself, Dan. But these two players, Vinny and NR7, Nicholas Razek, have a huge opportunity here.
Massive opportunity, and honestly, Nicholas Razek needs to look at the rest of this tournament, how it's gone, the big players that have fallen, the big players he's knocked out, and say, this is my time. This is the time I can lift a trophy. I can write my name into history. We only have 4 names on that trophy at the moment. He has a possibility to get to that cross-console final and be that 5th name on the FUT Champions Cup.
Yeah, it'd be a fantastic achievement for him. And as I said, it's so much love in the community as well for Nicholas Razak. A lot of the pros want to see him go all the way and kind of, you know, just crown off what has been an incredibly consistent run across the years on different iterations of FIFA. But for Vinny, the Brazilian, and again, I keep saying it, how good have the Brazilians been here in Bucharest?
They have been phenomenal. There were 11 of them to begin with, and we found 2 of them in our console finals. But is one of them going to be able to get into that cross-console final? It's all down to Vinny, and I'm sure he has the rest of South America and Brazil in general right behind him against that man on your screen, Nicholas Razak. In terms of how they've got here, we have to look at the players that Nicholas Razak has beat and the actual... Well, the way he's got here is incredible because he's played Tex twice, he's played Dasari twice, he had to go up against Lyrics as well. Like, some of the best players in the scene he's had to face in this tournament, yet he still finds himself in this console final. For Vinny, he took down the likes of Megabit, the likes of Diogo, and they did play each other, these two, in the Swiss phase. I think the couch was saying it as well. It was a victory for Nicholas Razak.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The Xbox final is underway here in Bucharest at FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. And one thing we can guarantee at the end of the tournament is we will have a new name on that trophy. The question is, will it be one of these 2 players? Or will it be the man who's made it through to the PlayStation final, Clash Crazy? Nicholas Razak will be playing in the black and yellow. It'll be Vinny playing in the red and white.
And the couch was saying about that first goal and how important it's been throughout the entirety of this tournament, but I've got to say, even more so in this particular game with the semi-final we saw from Vinny and how closely contested that one was and how little risks Vinny was taking. If Vinny can go the goal up, you know full well he is going to sit on that lead, he is going to frustrate Razak completely. But if Razak can open those floodgates early, he could get goal after goal after goal and force Vinny out of his shell, which will create for quite a watch.
It certainly will, and I think Nicholas Razak has to be full of confidence after some of the players that he's beaten so far in this tournament. With a little bit of close control dribbling there, he almost found his way towards goal. Virgil van Dijk making a tackle just at the last second, but I would say around that edge of that 18-yard box, creating opportunities, Nicholas Razak has been the player who has impressed me the most here in Bucharest.
And he should have. He's beaten Dasari, he's beaten Tex. It's not easy to do that, especially in knockout stages. All right, you can get those victories sometimes in Swiss when players aren't playing at their best. But during those knockout phases, that's when usually people are at their height. And unfortunately for those who went up against Razak, he really has hit new heights in this tournament. But is he just going to be that bridesmaid yet again, or will we see him now really take this opportunity, seize the moment?
And you have to wonder if that's weighing on his mind a little bit as well, knowing that this is such a fantastic opportunity for him to become a major champion here on FIFA 20. Well, hopefully he's just concentrating on the game that's in front of him. It's been a strong start for him as well. He's had a few opportunities to get into that 18-yard boxes. R9 now manages to escape some pressure, and that's a great ball around the corner. Sambrota had to use that strength. But just kind of given away a little bit loosely there by Vinny. Maybe he's the player who's feeling the nerves more.
And Vinny wasn't really making too many mistakes in his semi-final, and that's one of the reasons probably why he is here. You could say that the players who got to the late stages of this tournament were those with fewer mistakes. Well, if Vinny starts to crack now, right at that final hurdle, I'm sure Nicholas Razak is going to be there waiting just to take advantage of any of them. But can Razak find that same attacking form that we saw against Tex? It's a little bit easier when you're going up against an opponent who also will come at you, also is very good at attacking. But Vinny has very much been priding himself in his defense.
Well, here is Vinny then trying to get on the front foot, and it's going to be a corner now. There will be a booking as well for Ronaldo. For the first time we've really seen Vinny get towards Nicholas Razak's goal. We saw set pieces be pretty influential, to be honest with you, in some of our other finals, but a cheeky ball down the line here might create an opportunity. Hullet back into Van Dijk of all players. Swings and a miss, but Pele goes for a goal. And the second time of asking, Yashin will clear. But the danger He's still very much alive here. Nicholas Razek kind of holding on after that set piece.
Vinny not rushing the ball back into the box though, waiting for that pass, and does manage to let fly with Eusebio there, but Yashin showing why he is one of the strongest goalkeepers in the game at the moment. Wasn't quite top bins. Might have been able to go in if you got that precisely in the top corner, but still will be a corner now for Vinny. A little bit of pressure being applied onto Razek. This is exactly what Vinny needed in the opening stages of this game.
And just keeping an eye on that marker as well. He's actually going to swing this in towards that back post. Goes directly for goal, and a little trick out of the playbook there from the Brazilian, trying to catch the goalkeeper off guard. Another corner. This time from the opposite side. Cruyff tries to go short. Well read, though, by Nicholas Razek. And after that little bit of pressure from the Brazilian, it's going to be a chance for him to kind of just get those shackles off for a moment and just take a little few seconds to breathe.
Exactly what Vinny needed, though, at the start of this game, just to say to Razek, look, I'm not going to just allow you to dominate this game, even if you are technically the favourite, even if you do have more experience. I'm not going to let pressure get to me. But he doesn't have a goal to show for it, and that's always going to be the worrying sign.
It was a nice run in behind there from Eusebio, and it might give Nicholas Razek an idea of what he wants to do going forward. This time it's going to be Pele who drops short. Hullet picks the ball up again now, Eusebio. Vieira tries to fire that ball into the strikers, but just doesn't work for him.
Well, Vinny managing to win the ball back, and again it's that pressure mark, applying it at the right time. He does look dangerous going forward. It looks a lot different to what we saw in the semi-final. Razek gives the ball away again.
Ball turns onto that right foot, and he's going to get a second chance here. Too quick. Snapshots came in. Neither was able to get past the defender. Two solid blocks from the centre-back, and this has been a very interesting game in this first 40 or so minutes. Chances at both ends. Both players finding their way towards goal. And Pele with that little challenge there on the near side is going to be able to come away, but that's a really, really poor pass.
40 minutes gone, though, and not really too much to scream about from Nicholas Razek's side. Very much has struggled to break down the back four of Vinny, and sometimes even the middle four. Or at least the midfield, anyway. Vinny's been able to get some very scary interceptions that I'm sure Nicholas Razek is going to be looking at and saying, I can't allow this to happen, as Eusebio almost nips that one away. It probably would have been a foul.
Well, that's where the pressure can create space in behind. If you get that wrong, it allows that player to attack another man in behind. You could potentially drag him out of position. So Nicholas Razek's kind of playing the waiting game a little bit with this. Trying to bait that player out, trying to wait for that last second to release the pass. But as you say, risky, but with great risks come great rewards sometimes.
One last attack, perhaps, but with that going into the chest of Cruyff, I imagine this is probably going to be the half-time whistle, but okay. Looks like the referee wants to let it play, but Vinny doesn't. Instead, he just puts it out himself. I have 45 minutes gone. First half in this Xbox final. No shots for Nicholas Razek. For all we've talked about him being so good going forward and how amazing he looked with his attacking flair against Tex, he has not been able to do this.
No, struggled to break down the bank of four and those two players in front of it. But you have to say he has still had the ball in promising positions. Just hasn't been able to kind of connect the dots for that final chance to be created and finally get a strike at goal. And looking back on the other side of things, Vinny has had opportunities, but again, you wouldn't really call them clear-cut opportunities. A shot from Eusebio, a couple of shots blocked. Kind of one save from that corner from Yashin, but again, not what you would describe as genuine goal-scoring opportunities.
But they're shots that we wouldn't have seen him take during his semi-final. He wasn't taking those risks. He wasn't looking for maybe a deflection or seeing what would happen from a corner if he aims at the back post. Can he catch the keeper off the line? I don't know whether he's just recognised that Nicholas Razek is a slightly different opponent here. It's a completely different beast to what he was facing in the semi-final. And now he does need to try and take those risks and get that first goal. and not allow Nicolas Razek into the game, not allow Nicolas Razek to be comfortable.
So it's going to be Vinny with possession now in the first few moments of this second half. R9 drop deep. There's a little run here from Johan Cruyff. He stops up. He goes inside! Beautiful patience from Vinny. And when the chance comes in the final, you have to be as cold as ice.
How many players would have hit it there? First time with Cruyff, tried to beat the goalkeeper. But to have the nerve to stop, wait, and absolutely bamboozle your opponent in an Xbox final against Nicolas Razek is incredible. And Vinny will take the lead, and now it's going to have to be Razek to answer back. Razek, who is yet to actually put a shot on target.
We talked about how important that first goal is here in FIFA 20. The further we go into a tournament, how important it can be. It can be a game-deciding goal. So now for Nicolas Razek, having worked so hard in this tournament and taken down so many huge opponents, he finds himself on the back foot. Is that going to bring him out of his shell? R9 gets taken down. There will be a free kick.
If you're Vinny here, you just have to watch the runners.
Well, it steps over it.
Well done.
Zambrotta will get the interception, but it falls back here to Carlos. The danger not cleared. Hullet again tries to turn back, but it's the goal scorer, Johan Cruyff, now back in position to help out defensively.
Good enough, though, from Vinny. Definitely knew what Razek was going to be trying from that free kick. Ensured that he slid in, and then he still had very much his concentration pants on as he continued to push on and make sure that no passes were going to be simple for Razek. And I think that's how he needs to approach the rest of this game. Don't make anything simple at any point.
Razek wins the ball back high up the pitch, though. Pele, the man who picks up possession for him, tries to ball roll away from the challenge of Maldini. The Italian will put it out for a throw-in on the near side. Pele now is the man with the ball in his hands. The ball now back inside into this dangerous area of the pitch. This is where Nicolas Razek has to kind of come up with a solution to these men behind the ball. Has to work his way towards goal. There's a drag back from Eusebio. He got half a yard there. But again, the pressure coming in. That was a fullback in position there, trying to make life as difficult as possible for Nicolas Razek. Here's Roberto Carlos. Again, R9 can't collect, and Maldini will now send Carlos Alberto away down this near side, and he, in turn, is going to send Eusebio on his bike.
And this is something that Gabriel struggled to do in this Xbox semi-final as well. He just couldn't get past Vinny's defence. Razek really struggling to get behind this back four. Has to turn, has to try and recycle play as the constant pressure is being applied.
Maybe it's Patrick Vieira who can find a ball into R9! What a tackle from Virgil van Dijk.
And that was a controlled tackle as well. He went for that slide, did Vinny. Always a risk sliding in the box, but when it's time to perfection like that, it really does pay off, and that saves an equaliser, because surely R9 would have put that one away if no one had stopped it.
Big chance then for Nicolas Razek. Great defending, last-ditch defending. Heroics from Virgil van Dijk. Keep this game at a one-goal lead for the Brazilian Vinny, and now he goes forward again, trying to dink it over the head of Laurent Blanc, but he'll deal with that well.
Vinny does look so good on the ball as well with his dribbling. He'll turn back and then double back on himself again. Really is being unpredictable on the ball and making Nicolas Razek think about every single little move.
Carlos has managed to get into a bit of space there. He managed to get around one player. Eusebio will pick up the pieces. Nicolas Razek stretching the play a little bit better here, and here's R9, but again, it seems like Paolo Maldini has a job to do here, and it's keep R9 quiet. R9 picks it up, Eusebio, Hullet's free again, R9's there as well, Patrick Vieira this time. Gets the body in the way.
The more I watch this game from Vinny as well, the more I'm liking Cruyff at CAM. He's been tracking back, he's been getting involved, then also at the other end of the pitch, he's been such an influence. Really been the centre of so many of these attacks for Vinny. And of course, was that goal scorer.
Here comes Vinny then, 81 minutes on the clock.
Oh.
Probably time for a couple more attacks each way before we blow for full time at the end of this first leg. As a reminder, an opportunity to play Clash Crazy. We made it through to our cross-console final, but a little mistake there has allowed R9 to pick up possession. And at the end of the game, when you're chasing, maybe not the ideal situation, but Razek does well to keep composure, and now he's going to release Pele down this near side. Pele attacking the fullback. Nicholas Razek working his way towards the inside of that 18-yard box, but again, he just can't link that final pass.
And it's not just a match-up in the cross-console final, but it's 2,000 Global Series ranking points for the victor here as well. Of course, Clash Crazy has already secured that, and judging by the points total that we saw last season, I know the points have changed ever so slightly, but around 2,000, I would say, puts you in good contention of having a possibility of getting to that E-World Cup. All you really need is one other mild performance to almost guarantee yourself there. So we probably will be seeing names like Vinny, like Clash Crazy when we get to the end of this season. I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing him at playoffs just from these performances alone.
Well, here's Eusebio, and Nicholas Razek has found space, but cannot find the finish. And as the final whistle goes, you could see the anguish on the face of the German. Huge chance there, right at the death for him to tie the game up. But at the half-time stage, at the end of our first leg, it's that man on your screen, Vinny, who has a one-goal advantage.
Razek probably thought, I've spent 90 minutes trying to break this guy down. I finally get what you could argue as his clearest opportunity. And he still spanks it wide with R9. But at least he has shown he can break past that defence. He can have those shots. You think it was just too quick on the turn. R9 not quite balanced yet, hadn't quite got his feet planted. So wasn't able to strike it as sweetly as he can sometimes.
Yeah, maybe the difference there was when you wait so long for a clear-cut opportunity that you do snatch at it a little bit. When you get into that position, you take yourself back to the start of the game when Vinny scored his goal, the composure that he showed in that situation, just to guarantee that he would have the best opportunity for his player to strike at goal. Might be the difference at the break here, but for Nicholas Razek to end that game on that high note, just a little reminder that you can break down a player of the likes of Vinny. I think he'll be feeling good still ahead of this second leg.
And just back to that goal, I mean, so if Vinny had tried to go for that fake stop and then he was tackled, we would have been saying, well, why didn't you shoot? But he's taken a risk there. And what did we say he needed to do in the semi-finals? He needed to take risks. He didn't take enough risks, and it was a very close game, and he could have lost down to a coin flip. But now he's almost taking the initiative here. He's taking more shots. He's going for more questionable things. He is taking those risks. He's asking the questions of Nicholas Razek. And that goal was phenomenal. So many players would have just hit it there with Cruyff rather than go for the fake stop.
It's impressive enough to do it in a Swiss stage, but when you're in a console final, to have your wits about you just to stop up like that and work it onto the right foot of Cruyff to strike it, it's difficult to kind of put into words the intangibles that takes as a player. That's practice, that's experience, that's keeping your cool in a pressure situation, which means that we do go into this second leg with that goal being the only thing that separates the two players. Nicholas Razek very much still in this game, but it is the Brazilian Vinny with the lead.
And if you look at the last 3 games for Vinny as well, those games he's played in these knockout stages, conceded 1 against Megabit, conceded 1 against Diogo, didn't concede against Gabriel. That's not good signs if you are a Nicholas Razek fan, because a lot of players have been struggling to get this ball past Vinny's defence.
So that's going to be the task here for Nicholas Razek. Can you break down Vinny? And maybe getting Johan Cruyff into an advanced position here might be the way that he can do so. Just stretch that defence. Nice turn there from Carlos Alberto, and a little bit of a mistake there. On which button was pressed means that the ball will be almost given away. But look at R9, fight for the ball. And it's going to have to be Cruyff who comes back and does defensive work. A little bit of a scary moment there for Nicholas Razek.
Yeah, I mean, you say a mistake, but I'm wondering whether he was actually just going for an over-the-top through ball, thought R9 was in a better position, or maybe even thought that he would be able to just bundle his way past the VVD like that. Either way, I like this Vinny, the Vinny that we're seeing in this console final. So much better than the Vinny we saw in the console semi-final. He's taking risks. He's taking the game to Nicholas Razek.
Great interception as well, read that so well. Vieira's going to hustle. Ruud Gullit out of play there, but it will still be possession here to Vinny. I know it goes back to that conversation we were having on the couch a few moments ago with Jimmy. When do you make those changes, Dan? When you are chasing the game?
Well, it's whether you see yourself as too vulnerable if you suddenly just go gung-ho and you throw everything forward with the 3-5-2. For me personally, from what I've seen from Vinny and from what I've seen in this tournament, I make those changes as soon as I go 1-0 down. I don't have a slightly attacking formation, an ultra-attacking formation, a slightly defensive formation, and an ultra-defensive formation. I have my ultra-defensive formation and my ultra-attacking formation, and I switch between the two. Because so many of these games have come down to just one goal in this tournament that you cannot afford to almost waste time just playing a slightly attacking formation.
Well, here's Eusebio. R9, massive chance for Razek! And his patience pays off. The Germans level here in the Xbox final.
And it was just that deadly turn with R9 as well. Maldini's had his number throughout the entire of the first leg, where Razek just pulls out that little bit of magic when he needed it. He was patient. He didn't throw everything forward. And now it means he doesn't even have to go into that tactics screen. We go back to square one.
And just looking at the player cams here, just extreme focus on the faces of both of these players. Not much emotion in the celebration from Nicholas Razek after that goal. Just business as usual. He knows that that's just brought him back level. That goal's not going to win him a tournament, but it's certainly going to give him a chance.
Well, Razek needs to do something that Vinny's last 4 opponents haven't done, and that's score more than 1 goal against him across 2 legs. Does Vinny have a second goal in him? That's the real question.
Yeah, so difficult to switch gears again once you have spent so much time defending in the game and trying to nullify the attack of your opponent and defend the lead, to then switch to have to be a little bit more aggressive and go forward. And I kind of like what I'm seeing here from Nicholas Razek as well. Keeping this patient approach means that that's going to start frustrating Vinny here. Vinny barely touched the ball in this second half. He's conceded a goal, and the longer this goes on, the more he's going to start worrying. And another goal is just around the corner here for Nicholas Razek. Here's Eusebio, little drag back. Nice controlled dribbling here. Eusebio's going to walk towards goal. And you can see the panic in the defending now from Vinny. This is a very different game from just a few moments ago.
Well, I think Razek has noticed that throughout the majority of the first leg, whenever he received the ball with one of his players, he would try and go forward. He would try and beat that man with a skill move. He'd try and play a pass. But it wasn't really working because Vinny was stepping in so quickly. So instead, Razek is turning. He's shielding himself. He's shielding that player, and then he's walking backwards, recycling that play, playing another pass, and then he's doing exactly the same and same again until he finally finds that gap.
Well, Van Dijk's going to play the ball across the block to Eusebio, who misses the target. Massive chance there for Nicholas Razek to take the lead.
You really wanted Eusebio to be that second man when it was Blanc that got the ball. And VVD played it across because Blanc's not going to be able to hit them as successfully as the likes of Eusebio or R9. And by the time it had got to Eusebio, I think it was just too much pressure from the defenders. It was too tight of an angle.
And now Vinny's going to be striding forward. And let's see what his Eusebio can do. Gullit has to win that. And he did.
And Gullit always wins those. Arguably the most important part of all of these teams is Gullit in the midfield. It was a shame last year when we saw Gullit start to get moved into that left-back position just because of that heading meta. But even then, he was so important because he was there to do a job.
It's the one player who could deal with it. Or try and deal with it, we should say. Even with him in that fullback position, still wasn't the case that he won everything. But Razek has completely controlled the game in the first half of this second leg. It's the first real mistake we've seen him make, to be honest, there, just giving that ball away. But for Vinny, maybe an opportunity here at the end of this half.
And I just hope that Vinny doesn't change his play style, in that he doesn't stop taking those risks we saw in the early stages. He doesn't get scared of the fact that Razek was able to get that goal, able to get that equaliser. I want to see him still go for some of these fancier passes and slightly riskier balls, but as I say, that slightly sloppy one gives Razek the final attack of this first half of the second leg of this Xbox final. It is strange to have an Xbox final without the likes of Tex, without the likes of Dasari. And it's the first Xbox final in quite some time we haven't had one of those names.
So the half-time whistle goes in the second leg. 45 minutes left. Vinny with no shots at all in that first 45, with only 30-odd% possession as well. I said that Nicholas Razek has dominated the play, and it shows in those statistics as well. But the only statistic that matters, as we always say, is that scoreline. And with 45 minutes left, it is 1 apiece on aggregate. Who's going to roll the dice?
It's almost the polar opposite of the first half that we saw in the first leg. Nicholas Razek, who hadn't had any shots on goal. And it was Vinny who had really been the one actually taking those shots and taking the initiative. Although Nicholas Razek still did have most possession in that first leg too. I wonder whether Vinny is going to be able to cut that possession statistic down a little bit, take the ball back off of Razek and pressure him in those situations once again where he was winning that ball high up the field. It was the likes of Cruyff coming back on defence and winning it for the rest of the team so that they could then steam forward on that counter-attack.
Speaking of steaming forward, Cruyff managed to momentarily get behind Zambrotta, but the Italian will make a strong challenge here to send it out for a corner. Now, Razek has looked dangerous from these corners, but tried something a little bit different there with a heel-to-heel. Didn't quite pay off, but you like to see that kind of creativity in those areas.
Patience again, though, from Vinny. Saw a couple of runners, could have gone for a long through ball to the right-hand side, but being a little bit sensible, saying that that risk wasn't worth it. It was a very difficult pass to make. So instead, just goes back to the defenders and looks to head down this right flank again.
What a strong run this is from Carlos Alberto, forcing Pele all the way back to track him and defend. You can just see that run ahead from Pele as well. It's something that Nicholas Razek has looked to use to his advantage, trying to get those men in behind those wide cams. And here is one of those players, Johan Cruyff. Tension building now in this game. Nicholas Razek striding towards goal once more. Trying to weave a tapestry towards goal and create a masterpiece, but unfortunately for him, Ronaldo will just be caught offside.
It's almost a chess game at this point for Razek. But he can only move diagonally at the moment. Needs to upgrade himself to a queen so he can move left and right, back, forward. So the diagonals just aren't quite working, aren't able to penetrate through Vinny's defence.
Linesman's flag will stay down here. Cruyff tries to play that one in early and almost kept the ball in play. And here is that pause. And I wonder if it's going to be personnel. I wonder if one of these players is just going to take a gamble here. Maybe they've recognised something. It would surprise me, I have to say, with what's on the line here and an opportunity at that cross-console final and the chance to call yourself the champion of the Xbox. However, sometimes fortune, as we've said, favours the brave.
It's actually a change to balanced, I think, there for Vinny. I mean, my Portuguese isn't the best. And I believe that he did just change it to balanced rather than maybe something like possession he had previously. So he's looking for a couple of those players to get forward a little bit more, make a couple more runs. Whereas Nicholas Razek, I mean, he doesn't really have to change anything at that pause because he's been the one who's dominated this game. He has had chances. He has been getting into that final third at certain areas. He is leading this leg. It certainly would be down to Vinny to really look to change something.
Lionel Messi on the pitch. You can see it there for Nicolas Razek. Maybe there's a little bit of magic in that left foot. Messi also on the pitch here for Vinny, and it's Neymar who's striding away from the fullback. Carlos Alberto stops up. A little step over and a little ball inside as well to Lionel Messi. Manages to go for the cutback. He just found the space for it. But again, well intercepted, well positioned. Defenders for Nicolas Razek.
I think Razek's going to be happy when he starts to see Vinny come towards him a little bit more, though, because that will leave him slightly more vulnerable at the back, and the counter-attack will be available.
Spacing behind here for Lionel Messi if he can gather this, and he does so. Nicolas Razek with 71 minutes on the clock gets inside the 18-yard box. Has to recycle, forced back by the defensive pressure of Vinny. A goal in this situation could be the goal to decide our Xbox champion here in Bucharest. R9 Ronaldo, forced out wide again by Vinny.
And there's just no one else to pass to. When R9's getting the ball in those areas, everyone else has shifted too far away from him. And Razek's desperately tapping that RB button to bring players closer, but he's just forced to go back time and time again.
The advantage is going to be played here by the referee, and Lionel Messi is going to take advantage of that. Messi turns back inside. You wondered if he could create. It's Eusebio! Let's go! Come on! Nicolas Razek has turned the game on its head. Lionel Messi, the provider. Eusebio with the finish. And is that the goal to decide our Xbox final?
And it was how he just waited and waited and waited with Messi as well. Didn't try and force that pass into the centre of the box. Didn't force a shot on the left foot of Leo Messi. Instead, he waited for Eusebio just to show enough in front of the defender where he could play it to him and where something like a drag back could just be executed, and then he could put him to the knife, put him to the sword. Doesn't matter how big the blade is, he's put him on it.
That goal at this point in the game as well is just absolutely enormous for Nicolas Razek. He was chasing the game, but he's kept his composure, and I think a lot of that's coming down to experience, being in these situations before, going up against players of this caliber. Nicolas Razek knows how to get the job done. The question is, can he see this out?
Well, the experience would suggest yes. Nicolas Razek has been a man who has very much showed that he can roll with the biggest players, he can beat some of the smaller players. He just hasn't had that one tournament where everything has clicked until now. He's taken down the Giants. He's currently leading against, you could say, the underdogs of the tournament. And he's now, what, 12 minutes in-game away from a cross-console final.
And of course, waiting in that cross-console final is Clash Crazy, the Italian. But for Vinny, he's got 10 minutes to score to send this to extra time. The job is simple. Here comes the Brazilian Virgil van Dijk with a great interception there for Nicolas Razek. And now he's just going to take his time. Pressure coming in here from Vinny. Has to win the ball, and Eusebio does so.
Razek just got to be careful with some of those passes, driving forward. Otherwise, Vinny is going to take full advantage of it, and all he needs is that one chance, that one slip-up, one mistake from Razek. And Vinny will be right back into this game.
Vieira, you can see Lionel Messi made a run in front of him. He decides to go back to Ruud Gullit instead. Nicolas Razek trying to marshal the troops. Laurent Blanc gets his body across Lionel Messi. And now Mbappe can stride away.
Oh,
great dribbling there from Kylian Mbappe. Beautiful stuff from Nicolas Razek.
Razek's dominated possession throughout the entirety of this game, and he just needs to do more of the same for these final few moments now. No mistakes, and you're into that cross-console final. You've got those 2,000 Global Series ranking points.
Maybe there's another goal in this. Kylian Mbappe instead will force the ball out of play, and I think that's actually a goal kick. So it's going to be possession back to Vinny, and this is the last chance for him to get the ball forward.
And we need to see
for
three
that
at the
last
back.
gasp equaliser.
I was going to say, we have to see three at the back at this point. He was teetering and playing around with four at the back, but probably constant pressure, three at the back, fast build-up. Everyone on stay forward. Maybe one of the CDMs not so, just because then you have that extra little link in the midfield if you do win the ball back. But he's got a goal kick here. You look at the size of some of the players on the pitch. Messi and Neymar on the wings. Eusebio, Zambrotta's currently up the top. R9 Ronaldo. They're not going to win much headers. So you need to be looking to play this one short, ensure that you actually have that pass on, and then look to quickly spread that width and get up the other side of the pitch. For Nicholas Razek, he's got to try and stop that initial pass, or at least be very conscious of where the possibilities of that ball being played are.
And also, if that's me as well, don't be afraid to make a heavy challenge if you need to. Just break up the plate. Stop the opponent from going forward, getting into those aggressive areas of the pitches where you never know what could happen in a situation like this with 88 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock. Do what you have to do to get through to this cross-console final.
If you are going to make a heavy challenge, do it in your opposition's half. Do it when they're trying to play that ball around. Do it early, because we saw how Razek got his second goal. It was actually a heavy challenge from Vinny that allowed so much space for Messi to dart down that right-hand wing.
Well, Vieira's won a big header there, but Lionel Messi has won an even bigger one. The scraps were picked up by Messi. He was the creator for the second goal, and Kylian Mbappe moves down the line, sends it back, but no, a mistake here. Is there time enough for Vinny to go forward? He has to go forward, and he doesn't do it. And Nicholas Razek, from one down in this tie, has turned it around. And Nicholas Razek is your Xbox champion.
Finally, Nicholas Razek showing us what he's made of at a tournament where everything has gone right for him. So little mistakes throughout. And now he just has one last task. And that is that cross-console final. That is to be a part of history, be that fifth name on the FUT Champions Cup. But of course, there's history possibilities as well on the other side. I mean, when was the last time we saw a PlayStation winner at a FUT Champions Cup? I don't think we've ever seen one.
I was going to say, there is a world champ.
Was Rocky on... Yeah, but that's not a FUT Champions Cup. That's not the E-World Cup. Was
That's
Rocky on PlayStation or Xbox? I think Rocky was Xbox as well. So there's a chance for Crazy to make even more history on the other side.
And chance for him to surprise, I think, everyone. The odds on Crazy winning this tournament would have been very low coming into it, but he has proven to be one of the best in the world on FIFA 20, and that is who Nicholas Razek is going to be going up against in our grand final. But, I mean, let's talk about Nicholas Razek's journey, because it has been, you know, we talk about his consistency and how he's always come up a little bit short in that final. He's got to this final now. He's taken down some of the biggest names in the world. He hasn't slipped up in this game here against Vinny, who I think coming into the tournament, he would have expected to beat a player like Vinny. All due respect, of course, fantastic performance from Vinny in this tournament. But still, that question is there, isn't it? Still, that question is there. Can you now win this next game to finally, you know, get that monkey off your back?
He's going to have to get the monkey off his back, Nicholas Razek. And we'll take a look at some stats on screen as well from that game whilst I talk about his journey for you, Mark, because it was a pretty incredible one. A lot of people will look at the Xbox side of the bracket and say this is one of the greatest runs we've seen in recent time. Not only did he get out of a Swiss phase where he beat Tex, he had to go up against Dasari and Lyrics. He did lose those games, but then had a rematch against Dasari in the knockout stages, won that, beat Tex in the knockouts as well. I mean, that was an incredibly difficult bracket for him, yet he was still able to overcome all of that to get here and be the Xbox champion.
Amazing stuff. Well, let's hear from our winner now. He is on the stage, feeling pretty good, I can imagine, with Carl.
Thank you, Mark and Dan. Yes, I am here, our Xbox champion. We talked to him before, but now we can say it. And Razak, well done. You didn't make it easy for yourself, though, did you?
No, it was a really hard game. I have to say he defended really well, so it was really hard for me to create chances. Yeah, I won 2-1. It was a really good game. I think he played really well, and yeah.
You had a big sigh at the end of that game. Was it a big sigh of relief to be the winner?
Yeah, it was really important to me to win, because I've been 3 times in the Xbox final before, and I've never won it. So now it's the first time I won. So I'm just really happy right now, and
I can tell by the face that you are extremely happy. You've got one more to go, though, cross-console final for this, the FUT Champions Cup behind. How would you feel to win that game?
It would be amazing. I mean, I'm really consistent for 3 years now, and I haven't won a trophy, so definitely it would be great.
Now, you've not had it easy in the overall tournament. Tex, Lyrics you've faced, MS Dasari as well. But here you are. Does that mean that you've just been better than them at this tournament, or do you think you're actually up there with the greats from FIFA?
Yeah, I think I had a really hard bracket. I had to beat. I played Dossuri and Tex in the group stage, and then played them again in the knockout stage. So I could definitely say I beat the best in this bracket. So I'm really happy that I won the Xbox side, and now it's one more step.
Confident on PlayStation?
Yeah, I used to play a bit of PlayStation, so it's okay. It's a little difference, but I'm okay with it.
Now, I'll give you a little bit of time to prepare before we get into that cross-console final, all right? So relax, smile, enjoy, take this moment in. Our Xbox winner here in Bucharest at the FUT Champions Cup Stage 2, and Razak, back to you guys on the couch.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Congratulations to Enrasic for doing what he hasn't done before. And one thing we didn't mention is that he was a goal down. And usually whoever scored first was winning, and he came back and won 2-1. So congratulations again to him. Now let's take a look at those highlights to see exactly how he did it. Here we go, nice look. Enrasic's in black, Vinny is in red. He gets his first early goal. We thought, oh no, I guess this is done and dusted. This was gonna be the one.
And this beautiful composure there to have the stop and pop fake shot in order to be once again creative and also open up the angle with Croy type of 1v1. And I'm sure Enrasic was very relieved he was able to regain some composure and get an equalizer. It did take a lot of time, though, because he had missed a couple chances, especially in the first leg.
Yeah, we didn't know if it was coming for sure, but he did get it, and I feel like it did change the outcome, of course, but just the momentum in general.
And the fact that he had no coaches, like we mentioned before, to give him a pep talk, to tell him what to do, you know, it shows what a well-rounded player he is, that he knows if he has to make any switch-ups or anything.
And I don't want to put words in Enrasic's mouth, but I've always looked at him as kind of being a loner with all his consistency. I feel like Enrasic's been able to do a lot without a team, so to
I think
speak.
a silver lining of that, or what you're trying to say, is that it makes him stronger. He's had all this experience. He's already heard enough from coaches, and now he can take all of that and apply it to himself. And I think at this point, he's played in so many of these games and lost so many of them. I think he's using that disappointment in his favor.
Maybe even more special is that we kind of came into this tournament saying the PS4 side of things is really open, and the Xbox side was like, yeah, you know, you've got the usual suspects, you've got MS Asari, you've got Tex, Lyrics is doing really well. Don't really mention Enrasic. And then, like we just said, to knock out, or to beat them both, twice, it shows that maybe the Xbox side of things could be open or more open now going into FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Well, no one can argue his path of difficulty. Like, if you had a strength of schedule in terms of how to get to the finals, he's got to be the hardest strength of schedule between the Swiss stage and then going through the bracket stage, beating the majority of guys that we would talk about being favorites to win this event. I mean, remember MS Dasari was undefeated until running into Enrasic. And he had to go against the best version of Tex as well, because Tex had really recovered after the Swiss stage.
And 3 times in that situation and never winning, and he's finally done it. That shows a lot of character as well.
We'll see if he has any emotional drop-off. Now let's take a look at the path these players took to get to the grand final. We're going to start with the Xbox first, and we'll get you guys all caught up on all the action that's happened over day 2, and now specifically Championship Sunday here, day 3. But here is Enrasic. He is the Xbox champion. Takes down Vinny. Commiserations, as Richard likes to say to him. He had a great run. He has a lot to be proud of. It's just tough when you fall, right at the finish line, when you're almost there, but it's obviously something for him to build off of.
And something that should stick out with you when you're looking at these results, look how many close games. Whether it's the Xbox or it's the PlayStation end, there's not big spreads here. Everybody's battling it out. It's a lot of 2-1s, 4-3s, 1-0s, etc. Always 1-goal spreads, often when 2 pros get matched up against each other.
And you can see Crazy as a PS4 champion. There were 3 out of 8 Brazilians coming into today. All 3 of them, did not make the final. They had 2 chances to make it happen. Instead, we have Enrasic and Crazy.
Yeah, German and Italian now. We didn't probably expect that either. We were like, yeah, 11 Brazilians coming into the, or 11 South Americans coming into this, and none of them make it. We had one last time out, obviously, Wolves from Filza, and a British guy in the way of Tex, but got a new champion. Someone's going to obviously go away with 50K. These 2 both the minimum they're going to go home with now is $30,000.
They're going to need bigger pants.
Bigger pants or
They're
pockets?
gonna put it in their pants?
Well, yeah, you can stuff it into your pockets.
Wow, learned something new about Mike Lavelle
Bigger
today.
pants,
Puts his
you know,
money in his
bigger
pants.
pockets. Come on, guys. Application.
Pockets, these things.
Your pockets aren't that big in small pants.
Got those
Okay.
MC Hammer pants. from
Yeah,
way back
exactly.
when. All right.
Swiss swash. Or whatever. Swish. What? You know when you walk, you want to hear them coming.
Oh my
Money
God.
pants.
All right, let's just get to the Gillette precision play of the day. Now that we've finished on both consoles, there's a lot to choose from, and this is what we went with. I'm not going to let Mike talk over this. It's just going to be me and Rachel because Mike's going to break it down a little bit further. But it's NRASIC. This was the dagger that really sealed the deal to beat Tex. Tex obviously having an aggressive goalkeeper, trying to get back in the game, trying to get something to happen, being a little impatient at this point at the end of the second leg. But, I mean, what a goal. That was my favorite goal for sure today.
The fact that you managed to chip it over Allison as well. We'll
that's
just
not
kind of
easy
put
to
an
do.
extra dagger in Texas Hawks. Obviously, it's a Liverpool goalkeeper, so that won't go down very well, I'm sure there. But yeah, excellent goal. And Mikey, you're gonna.
Now, Mike,
Talk
I was giving you the green light here. Sorry.
And that obviously closed out the game, so it was huge.
Yeah.
And NRASIC's kind of been not only the player of the hour, the player of the day, maybe the player of the weekend, beating MS Desari, beating Fnatic Tex, both twice. We're going to review this. And it's a beautiful goal where I like the way that he handles it, actually, maybe even a little bit more than the initial pass, because basically Tex is being more aggressive in this situation. And you're going to see an over-the-top through ball into space. And it's not that pass that's so special, but the way that he handles the goalkeeper coming out, and in this situation, you've got a bit of a split there. You said it was Alisson, indeed. And a lot of times this catches somebody off guard. You're not ready for it. You don't expect the goalkeeper to come out aggressively. But when you're clicking, you're on all cylinders, like NRASIC has been for today. He gets it down real quick with Eusebio, takes the two-touch, beautiful chip. Even Tex had to acknowledge that this was a wonderful goal. Nothing you could do about it. You saw the game a little bit quicker than yours truly, and he goes on from there. Everybody knew once NRASIC converted that opportunity that was a good game, and he's moving on to the next round. And I'm coming back to the couch.
Gillette precision play of the day. And congratulations, NRASIC, for winning that and just having a good day overall.
I think
now
he deserves
he's
just
in.
like
He
a
is
clap as a group here.
to the grand final. He's taking on Crazy. Crazy has yet to lose. So who's the favorite for you? Just to talk about this game a little bit.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks. Put me on the spot. Right. I'm
It's
gonna
the
say
hot seat. It's the couch.
I think NRASIC as well because he's just come off momentum. He's gone down. Firstly, that we just said. That we were saying he's usually person with the first goal goes on to win. He wasn't. He was the underdog going into that with obviously being a goal down. Sorry to start with. Yeah, I think he hasn't got as much time in between as well because he hasn't got a big team around him. So he's got no one really to go and talk with and kind of set him down and his nerves kind of sorted out. So I think for him, he'll wish to be like ready to go now. We heard the interview. He was kind of on great form, wasn't he? So I think he is the person for me that momentum is building all the way through.
Well, I said whoever won between Fnatic Tex and NRASIC was going to be the winner of the event.
Okay.
I have to stay strong.
Crazy
with
hasn't
that.
changed your mind at all then?
Not changed my mind. I got to stay strong with what I've been talking about.
But you respect what he's about.
I respect both players, and I also think that it might work as a slight advantage. And NRASIC just played.
Yeah.
He hasn't been sitting down. He doesn't have an hour break in between. His hands are still warm. Whether he starts on the Xbox or he starts on the PlayStation, I still think he has to feel relatively confident, like he does have some momentum in his favor. And anytime you make a comeback, it makes you feel something like right here.
So NRASIC said he seemed a little bit more comfortable on PlayStation than Crazy, who's like, I don't really play Xbox so much. Do you think he's slow playing us? Do you think he's just throwing some shade out there so we don't really
well,
lower expectations?
Surprisingly, a lot of times we've seen Fnatic Tex or MS Desari in this position, and both of those guys are pretty much equal. They spend a lot of time on both platforms. They've actually competed on both platforms, so it really doesn't change much if they switch to a different controller or whatnot. It's not a big deal. However, both of them looked a little bit uncomfortable on the other platform. NRASIC said, I'm good with it, but he said he hasn't played on PlayStation in a while. And then when you saw, like you said, with Crazy as well, it's like, I don't know, I really don't touch the Xbox too often. So we'll see if that ends up ends up where the guys don't look necessarily as comfortable or as quick. A lot of times with your decision making, if you're hesitating at all at this level, it's noticeable.
All right, everyone, we're going to get to a quick break, but before we go, Kyle Walker's going to talk to a few pros, so make sure you join the conversation. Here are the hashtags FGS20, FIFA eWorld Cup, and FUT Champions Cup. Drop that in the chat if you want to ask a question of the pro. Kyle's going to break it down for us. Now, we started today with 64 players, the whole tournament was 64 players, and now we're down to our final two. And that big matchup is coming up right after this Kyle thing and after this little break. Check it out.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud sponsors of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them, the best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach. The Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
Get off me. It's a different jingle when you hear these car keys. Ballers, I put numbers on the boards.
Pace test recalibrated.
Whether rapping or I'm rapping, some rap ball might reach back and read after wrapping up the raw. Givenchy fitting like his gym clothes. 88 Jordan leaping from the free throw.
7 seconds. Exercise reboot in T-minus 5 seconds. Exercise reboot in T-minus 3 seconds. Commencing exercise.
25 smooth work like short. Hit Delaware twice, needed 25 more. I see flaw, cracks in your diamond. CB4, we rhyme, simple Simon. The sticker in the window, in case you wonder what it costs.
Nunca faria isto num jogo a sério. Isto é errado.
Wrong? What's wrong with wrong? I mean, is that the wrong place for a pitch?
Hey, eu gosto da scum.
Alright, let's talk about wrong.
You wearing?
Is that the wrong kit? Vinicius? I see you. Everyone's gonna want them, trust me. That's the wrong way to play. Alright, pack it up. Do you remember when Sancho was wrong to leave? You're killing it over there, my guy. Wait, AJ?
Wrong sport!
Megan Rapinoe.
She's the wrong influence. Yeah, but I think she's okay with that. Sterling? They say he's the wrong size, he runs wrong, he's got the wrong tattoo. That's just noise, man. Wrong's working for you. Wrong? Yeah, because wrong's the new right. Wrong breaks new ground. Yeah, that's wrong.
Welcome back. Now, before we jump in to our cross-console final a little bit later on, we thought we've got a bit of time. Let's get some of the pros on the sofa with me, Kyle Walker, and let's sit and let's actually talk to some of them. We're in Bucharest. We're at FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. I've got Wolves for Filza here with me. Now, I've been asking for some questions on here. You can send your questions in, all right? On the Twitch chat, I'll be looking through that, or on Twitter as well, using all of our hashtags. Now, I'm currently on the FIFA eWorld Cup hashtag, so if you're on that, I'll keep on refreshing and I'll be looking. But Wolves for Filza, hello. Bucharest. This isn't the first time you've been here. We know that you've done so well here before. How are you feeling about this tournament so far?
Yeah, this tournament, I think I didn't play my best, but we have a lot of new players coming and doing great tournaments. Yeah, I think Bucharest is a good place for me, but I want to make more, like being a champion.
Yeah. Now, how do you step up? How do you actually get to that point? Because we've seen you go so far. I feel like since last season to this season, I've really seen you take a massive leap. You've stepped up a level. You're nearly there. What do you do? What do you have to do to get to that point, do you think?
Yeah, I always like to learn with my mistakes, because I always aim to be a champion. Like I always say it in every single transmission. But I think the mentality changed a lot, because now I have more calm, more confident, and yeah, the gameplay feels like I can play right now. You know.
Now that mindset and being calm and being confident. We've had a question here. Emrino FIFA on Twitter. Which quality do you need as a pro that separates you from the casual players?
Yeah, I think the mentality is really important. But not only this, you also need to know every single space of the pitch. Like what kind of shots it works, what kind of passes. Like you need to defend well. So yeah, you need to watch the pros.
What I've seen from the pros is I'd make a pass in the game. I play the game. I love to play it. But you guys will do something completely different. You'll do something that I've not even thought of doing. And I feel like that's what separates us is I might shoot too early, whereas you might take an extra pass. You'll open it up and then take the shot and you'll score. How do you learn those skills? How do you learn to be calm, to be confident, and just to believe in your own abilities?
Yeah, so most of the pros, they always look for the best opportunities to score. So that's why we always have like that extra pass, that extra skill. So like to have more chances to score. So I think this is an important thing to do. And you need to learn this with the pros.
Now, something I want to jump into with you. Brazil, all right, as a nation, most represented nation here in Bucharest. Why are you so good? How have you managed to become so good?
So in Brazil, it's really, really, really hard to qualify because we have a lot of potential players, and sometimes they can't qualify because we have only 4 spots. So that's why always then a Brazilian come, he do a good tournament. We have 1 Brazilian in the PS4 final and 1 in the Xbox final. So it's a huge thing for us. So I think we enjoy it a lot to play FIFA. We like to play beautiful FIFA, scoring goals. So I think this is the big difference, you know.
Now, would you say that you're the best Brazilian player there is?
I don't know.
Go on, back yourself. Come on.
I wouldn't say the best, but I would say like the more prepared maybe, because me and Thomas, we are doing I think we are doing a great job together, watching our previous tournaments, and we see what we can do different. So, but all the Brazilian players have quality to be in the top.
Amazing. Wolves for Filza, thank you so much for joining us right here. I'll grab that. You can make your way round and you can head off, all right? Nice one for that. Enjoy the cross-console final. I'm sure he will. If you have got any questions, make sure you're using all of our hashtags, all right? I'm currently on Twitter, as you can see. I'm scrolling through. Feel free to at me as well. I'll definitely see it then, at Kyle Walker 115. Oh, we've got another player. Oh, come on over. All right, there you go. Jump in, yes. FUTWiz Jamie right there. Now, just going to scroll through this, all right? Let's try and find some of these. Jamie, for you this season so far, how are you feeling? Obviously, qualifying, travelling. You've travelled quite a bit, I'm guessing, over the past year.
Yeah, the air miles are going up very quickly. You know, obviously probably the furthest travelling in the tournament coming from Australia. So it's always a bit of jet lag in there, but I feel like I did well, yeah.
Now let's jump straight into the game. FIFA 20, got a question from Brad Wilmot. 24 Brad Wilmot on Twitter. Who is your favourite player to use and why?
At home, I have Eusebio. I'd say probably at the event it was R9 because it's just 5-star weak foot in this game is so important and you can do it on either foot. But because I use Eusebio at home and I use him here as well, I'll probably say Eusebio.
Okay, and what sets him apart, do you think, from some of the other players or the foot items in game, do you think?
Well, I would say Messi would be better than Eusebio if he had the 5-star weak foot. Like I said, I think it's just way too important this year and way more important than probably skill moves were last year. So, yeah, I'd say Eusebio.
Now, talking about skill moves, we've had a question from Razantro. How do you improve skill moves online or playing with the computer as well?
Well, obviously, you know, online you can obviously play against other people, but even like the practice arena and in the skill games, you're not playing against anyone. So it's your best time to do skill moves, learn from them, make some mistakes, and get better at them.
Roughly, how many games have you played FIFA 20 so far?
Probably about 600 at home.
Wow.
Only a few losses in there.
Yeah. Amazing. All right, one more question for you. Talking about skill moves getting better, we've had one. Daniel West has said, did you or do you learn from watching the streams or videos from other pros?
For sure, I'd say, you know, Tex is the best at skill moves in the world. And even as a pro, you know, I'm not on Tex's level, so I'm watching people like that, seeing what they do. Obviously, did the rainbow flick against my teammate Lyrics yesterday. So maybe that's something I've got to try and do next time. I don't know.
Have you got the confidence to do that?
It's easy to say now, probably not, but hopefully one day.
Amazing. Foot with Jamie, thank you. Short but sweet, but nice one for that. I'll take
much.
this for you. You can make your way back and we'll see who else we've got rummaging backstage. As you can see, we've got this lovely arena right here. Someone walking through it. He's got a bigger smile than me. Mo Alba, come and join us, Mo. All right, now, Mo, I've got to say, I first saw you properly. I think I got to meet you a couple of years ago when I first properly jumped into the FIFA scene. Don't think you've stopped smiling since.
Yeah, why I have to stop. So yeah, I feel good. Yeah, I have a nice job. It's a pleasure to play here, you know, even if you lose or win. So I just lose weekend league game. So, but I just smile.
How do you respond to that then? Because you play weekend league like lots of people who are at home as well, and you don't always get 30. You know, you might lose some of them. How do you respond to that when you're at home or when you're here in Bucharest?
Yeah, I always after the World Cup. They reply after the game, so they write me, yeah, GG, and was a nice match. So it's a bit harder for me to play weekend league after the World Cup, and I write with the opponent. So like fast, maybe every game they write me, and yeah, it's really hard to play weekend league.
Now I know you must have been asked this question so many times. You've gone over the World Cup win time and time again, but now a few months later, having reflected on it. Was it a shock for you to go in and win that? Because people would have mentioned your name, but other people would have been talking about Dasari, would have been talking about Tex, but you came out as the winner.
Yeah, I think I won because of that, because I was not that favorite every game. I had like the hardest matchmaking ever. I played like the first, third, second and first in the world. And I was, yeah, not one-time favorite, so that was really good for me. I played better opponents. I can play like it's an open game, not that defensive is offense, and it was nice for me. And I didn't expect this, but yeah, after I won, it was yeah, really nice. It's a big achievement, you know. It's a goal, a lifetime goal. Now I have it like with 22, so I have to take my next goals. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I'm here again in FUT Champions Cup. Try to qualify again, and maybe this year again.
Maybe it will be. Quick prediction for our cross-console final. Who do you think's got it?
I think Rozek will win in penalties. They will play 2 times 0-0 and then penalty Rozek.
We will see what happens. That is Mo Alba's prediction right there. We're going to go to a short break and then we are going to kick it off with Jimmy and all of us for our cross-console final here at FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. We'll see you very, very soon.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud sponsors of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them, the best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach. The Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
Es ist das Derby im deutschen Fußball.
Welcome everyone to the FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 Grand Final here in Bucharest, Romania. I'm Jimmy Conrad, and after 64 players participated in 3 intense days of some great FIFA action, we're down to our final 2. The PS4 champion Crazy, who's going to take on the Xbox champion in Rasic in a cross-console final, and the winner of that will be the grand champion of this event, the second major of the season. Like I said, I'm Jimmy Conrad. I'm here with 2 of my favorite people, Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle. Wow. After all we've seen so far, we're down to these 2 who have played extremely well throughout the tournament.
Wow, indeed. Where do we even start at what's kind of happened the last 3 days now? You've had world champions going out. You've had former world champions going out. You've had the winner of last time going out. You've had the runner-up of last time coming out. You've got these 2 newbies behind you. Not newbies, but newbies to this stage.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time we have a new name on the trophy in quite some time.
Well, let me paint a picture.
Let's do it. You got a brush?
All right. Well, I mean, I don't have a brush in my pocket right now, but I'm sure we can get a prop if necessary.
Sure.
So on the PlayStation end, no one's been able to beat Clash Crazy. He's the only undefeated competitor left. And then on the Xbox end, top 5 most consistent professional player the past 3 years. However, he hasn't ever been able to lift up that trophy. Today could be that day.
It could be the day, because he's been the bridesmaid and never the bride. And so this could be the time that he breaks that curse, as it were. He's looking at me right now, which adds a little pressure when we're talking about him. But that's not to take anything away from Crazy. He's changed his name, and now he's got maybe a new identity in some ways. He's been playing great. As you said, Mike, he's undefeated, and he's been doing it in real style.
Yeah, and obviously that's what kind of helped last time as well. Both Wolves Filza and Tex were both undefeated, sitting in those chairs behind us just 2 weeks ago now. So if that's anything to go by, that kind of sets him in good stead going into this. But Enrazic, we keep talking about him. He was 3-2 in Swiss, so kind of had a bit of a shaky start to Crazy's undefeated Swiss round. But that doesn't mean anything now. That was 2 days ago. That was a long time ago.
And you kind of wonder with Clash Crazy, does he have a celebration for the finals? Because he's had a different celebration every time that he's got a victory, whether it's a little dance, we've got glasses, we've got a coach collab.
He's got quite the personality.
They're synchronized.
Okay, let's talk about the money and points that are at stake, because the winner gets 50,000 and whoever gets second is 30,000. So there's a 20,000 swing in this game.
I don't think they're worried about that though, and they've both got 2,000 points. That's probably what they're kind of looking for now, because we know what points mean. Points ultimately means you're going to get to the FIFA E-World Cup, which everybody wants to get to. That's the pinnacle of the whole FIFA season. So, I mean, when they get home, they'll go, oh, I've got money. But right now, it's also the points as well.
And between the first two events, these guys have almost solidified themselves. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but almost solidified themselves for being in that final 16 and having a placement in the FIFA E-World Cup.
Yeah, the FIFA Global Series points were introduced last year, and I think it's a great addition to the competitive scene because it allows you to kind of understand where you are, and you have to earn your right to get to the FIFA E-World Cup. Now, last year, I think it took, what, 2,200 points to qualify on either console? These guys get 2,000 points just for winning this event, or actually, they already got it for winning their consoles. And now they're just playing for that extra cheddar, but it is a very big deal. And I'm very excited to see what they do with it because they have so many points, they can maybe relax the rest of the season. I don't advise that, but it's possible. But anyway, this is going to be a good game, and I'm happy we're here for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And just going back to points as well, the competitors like then seeing where they're ranked in the world rankings, which is always nice to see. If you can get on top of the world rankings, I mean, you're the best in the world. And yeah, here's exactly what they're getting. We just mentioned that, didn't we, Jimmy?
Yeah, here's the point distribution. First and second, these guys have already secured 2,000 points, like we mentioned, and then it trickles down from there. But these are all valuable points because it's not easy to get those points along the way. And then here is the prize pool. 50,000 to the grand champion, 30,000 to runner-up. Nothing to sneeze at for either of these two, but still, I'd take that extra 20 grand, Rachel. You're downplaying a little bit. I would take it.
I would take it as well. I'm definitely not downplaying that. And those guys, they want the 50K, not the 30K.
Not a bad day in the weekend or weekend in the office. Office in the weekend. Day in the office.
It's a
I'm just trying to find the correct
saying. Let's just catch up everybody at home. Let's catch up everybody at home. This is how the format's going to go for the cross-console final. They both play one leg on each other's console. So one leg on Xbox and one leg on PS4. Which one do you think has the advantage going into this, maybe on their foreign console?
You want me to start?
Yeah, go for it, Mike.
I think Enrazic has a slight advantage over Clash Crazy in terms of the two consoles. I think that he spent more time on the PlayStation than Clash Crazy has spent on the Xbox. Early prediction.
Okay.
I mean, whoever's practiced more, I think before one of the boys said about 30 hours is needed to kind of perfect a console. So if they've got 30 hours under their belt, then they might be in with a shot. Okay,
now let's do predictions. Where are you thinking on this?
I'm going to go Enrazic. I think he's a good story as well, the free agent kind of story.
I think she switched up from earlier.
Well, I don't. Okay, hold on. Time out. Crazy has not lost yet. These 3 days here in Bucharest, he has not lost. Does that not sway you at all? Enrazic's lost twice.
I'm feeling this is Enrazic's time. That's how I feel right here, deep down. And I think Enrazic's going to convert. He's had a very difficult ride to get here. He's faced adversity. He's done what he's needed to do, and he's in the finals. And this is his time to lift the trophy. Enrazic.
Okay, I appreciate you guys' insight as always. We're going to send it to a quick break, but when we come back, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckler are going to have the call of the game.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach. The Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
Well, welcome back once again to Bucharest, Romania for the FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 Grand Final. We found our best player, Richard, from PlayStation and on Xbox. Of course, myself, Brandon Swift, and Richard Buckley taking you through this Grand Final. The important news, though, Richard, if you have just joined us, we will be adding a new name onto the FUT Champions Cup.
And the first opportunity for a new nation as well. Currently, we've only ever had France, Saudi Arabia, and England on that trophy. Italy has its time in the sunset. Can Crazy Gamer from Team Clash get his name in history? Or will it be Nicholas Razek, the man who has almost got to the summit of the mountain but always seems to fall short? He has now the opportunity to etch his name in history. Brandon Smith.
Yeah, he does indeed, of course. You know, the big talking point of the weekend has been that Tech's obviously out the tournament via Nicholas Razek. And also, another interesting talking point is those celebrations we've been seeing all weekend long from Team Clash, and obviously Crazy on the left-hand side of his screen, who we must add, Richard, has not lost a game all weekend long. Went 5-0 in the Swiss format on day one, and just does look relentless, really, hasn't he? Through day two, into day three, breezed past where he kind of left off in the stage one of the Champions Cup, and now he finds himself in a grand final. And not just that, I think the important thing we have to say is that he's now top of the Global Series rankings. He's gone above Filza. He's in pole position on the PlayStation 4.
It's been a fantastic tournament. It really has for Clash Crazy. You look how he made it through the bracket play. Look at him. He looks so relaxed. This is just another day at the office for him.
Does he know he's about to play a final?
Beat George Aduma with 3-1. He then beat Maestro 3-2 in the quarterfinals. Moving on to the semi-finals, which were played this morning, beating #Harry 4-1, and then a very tightly contested 1-0 victory against Paolo Netta have set him into this position. On the other side of that, Brandon, Nicholas Razek, how has he gone about his bracket play?
Yeah, fantastic in the end. Richard said went 4-1 in Swiss and looks so good. He beat Tex in Swiss. We must add on to that. He took down a number of big players, then went through to the knockouts. And you thought, you know what, his matchmaking might have been hard enough in Swiss. Had to play against Sami Lumi. Just kind of walked past him. 5-0 in that game. Then he played against a previous World Cup champion in MS Dasari in the quarterfinals. Beat him. Comes into today, into Championship Sunday. And who's he face up against, Richard? Tex was in his way. And what did he do? He went past him. He scored a number of goals as well. 6 goals in that game. 6-2 he won. And he was up in a fantastic grand final on the Xbox. It was a win against NSC Vinny. And I think we have to talk about that as well. Is there was 11 Brazilian players in this competition. We know that we've already got 3 of them returning back again at the next FUT Champions Cup, but I thought honestly one of them would be in this cross-console final right now. I thought it'd be their opportunity to do so, but clearly not, and it's going to be an Italian against Germany final. Will PlayStation 4 be able to win another cross-console final as well?
That's the question on everyone's lips right now. Nicholas Razek as well. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He was losing against Vinny, 1-0, and then turned the game around with a 2-1 victory. On the other side of that, Crazy Fat Gamer, also known as Clash Crazy Gamer. Here we've got his game, 1-0 victory against Paolo Netta. A super tight, really contested final. It could have swung either way, but a goal from Pele was the deciding factor to send him into this cross-console final.
If you don't know how the cross-console final works, of course, you play one leg on each console. We are going to be starting on the Xbox. So obviously the home console for Razek, who's been a fantastic player. I still don't get how he's a free agent at this moment in time, Richard. Still a free agent. I'm sure if he goes and wins this, he will have a club in the bag probably by Tuesday next week.
This man's doing the Mexican wave on the stage. He looks so relaxed coming into this cross-console final. On the Xbox first, I think it's a big ask for him to play on his away console first. There's no home or away goals. However, it will favour the player whose console they usually play on, their preferred console. So in this case, Nicholas Razek has to make an impact on the Xbox straight away. If you're going in with a 3-4-0 lead onto Crazy Clash's preferred console on the PlayStation 4, you've put yourself in a fantastic position. Some players don't have a preferred console. We feel like Tex, MS Desari, Nicholas as such as well. These players have played on both consoles. Megabit as well springs to mind. Someone who is very, very comfortable on either Xbox or PS.
I think we have to talk about it as well before we jump into this game, Richard, is that when we have seen cross-console finals in the past, for example, every single FUT Champions Cup we saw last year, Xbox always came out on top as the winner. Whether it was Dolomite, whether it was Desari, or whether it was Tex, it was always the Xbox console that came out on top. But here we go. After 3 long days of action, we are now in our grand final. $50,000 up for grabs. And a chance to call yourself a champion and to get your name on that FUT Champions Cup. 2 legs of FIFA, as promised. We will be kicking it off on the Xbox first. Nicholas Razek in that Team Vitality kit from left to right. Up against Crazy Clash in the Spanish strip from right to left.
And again, very similar to Tex in the console semi-final, it's going to be about the early start from Razek. If he can stamp his authority on the game in the first 10, 15, 20 minutes, I think he'll be in a great position to potentially take this series and take the trophy. Well, the one thing we've seen about Clash, he's relentless in the way that he'll play. He's almost perfected the basics at such an early stage as well in FIFA 20. He's only lost, you say, on land to one player, and that's for Filza. He's unbeaten in this tournament. He lost in Swiss and in the semi-finals in the last FUT Champions Cup.
That's a mistake straight away. R9 could be off. Look at the overlapping run of Eusebio. He's going to pick up. This could be dangerous. And Razek save from Allison. Warning shots already fired by Nicholas Razek. At Clash Crazy's goal, that's going to fall back to him again as well. Van Dijk couldn't find that ball through to Vieira. This is promising signs from the German.
Great start, Allison with a big save, but look at that gap in between the fullback and the centre half.
Ronaldo, his arcing is run into the box as well. Neymar, a few ball rolls in there just to try and delay the cross. Delayed it too much though, as Carlos Alberto just picked up the pieces. A word on what you were saying there, Richard. A fantastic stat so far we've seen in the FIFA 20 Global Series. Crazy Clash only losing to 1 player on a LAN at a live event, and that is for Filza. Other than that, he has been ruthless. 5-0 in Swiss in this tournament, been able to score 28 goals, only conceding 13 throughout groups and knockouts. Here's Razek.
And you see Razek, the way that he's just playing right now, I feel as though in the console final, I think the thoughts of, I'm here again, this is where I've fallen at previous tournaments, this is where I've almost hit the mental wall. I think that came into effect a little bit because the attacking flow that he was playing with, the confidence in the final third, the dragbacks, the skill moves that he was used against Tex to such good effect, they were in that game against Vinny. And he seemed quite tentative, and having to come from a losing position showed the mettle that this man has. And now he's over that barrier. He's conquered the console final. This is his moment, a lot of people are saying, in his way.
We're not being
an unbeaten player.
You know, kind of saying that Clash Crazy is going to win the tournament, but when you've just beaten Tex, and the first thing that Tex comes and says to you after is, this is your tournament, go and win it. He tweeted out as well.
And Desari. He beat Desari in the quarterfinals.
I really feel like Mrazek, we've said it so many times, he's one of the most consistent players on Xbox, making it into knockout stages. He's been in console finals before. He's rarely been in a cross-console final. For him to win a trophy, it'll be massive for him. Let's not forget, though, Clash Crazy, there is something about Italian FIFA players when it comes to big tournaments. You think back to Principe in 2017. Don't know what's happened there.
Trying to hit him with a El Tornado. I'm getting
Thought we're back
flashbacks to
in
FIFA 19. Yeah, talk about Principe, Fabio Danuso in the big moment. Never forget the goal to send him through to the FIFA 18 FEWC Grand Finals.
See Dagnolf as well, winning that LQE cross-console final in Atlanta last year. There's not a handful of Italian players, but there's...
The ones that there are, they definitely make some noise on the global scene.
This will be Mrazek again. He's been knocking on the door of Clash Crazy. Unfortunately, hasn't had an answer as of yet, but that won't stop him. That would have been interesting to see that goal going from Arna, from CR7, I should say. With the flick up, we've seen him go in with the right boot. Cristiano Ronaldo, I think it's just that level of unpredictability we've just seen from Clash Crazy over these 3 days. And in general, quite an unpredictable tournament.
Yeah, nobody really would have put money on this.
Let's be honest. My pick, your pick, Dan's pick, Mark's pick, for commentators' picks for this tournament, we've all been wrong.
Some more wrong than others. In Brandon's pick of Stefano Pina.
Let's not talk about it. We did back Stefano Pina, unfortunately went out in the groups. We had words though. He said I won't let you down next time.
Coming back stronger.
He said I'm not going to let you down next time. I think the key thing we took as well from this tournament, Richard, was the fact that Maestro did get knocked out by Clash Crazy in the knockout stage. It was yesterday in the quarterfinals. And Maestro had nothing but respect for his opponent. He said, you know what, he's a fantastic FIFA player at the moment. And when you're getting that type of respect from a top 4 World Cup Grand Finalist, you know this man must be a fantastic FIFA player. Mrazek's just trying to build up into a move. Back to goal. This is nice. Can he find Johan Cruyff? Unfortunately, he can't.
You know, it must be the real deal as well. It's not just a phase. It's not just a fad for Clash Gamer. It wasn't a fluke for him. As we do come into half-time here, nothing really to write home about at the interval.
I know you can't look too much into, you know, the two consoles other than the controller feel. Obviously, the Xbox controller being a little bit bigger than the PlayStation controller. But you have to feel like Mrazek has to get something out of this game to take over to the PlayStation. I feel like he just needs a goal or two. If Clash Crazy can get out of this at a 0-0, he's probably laughing.
You saw the stats at half-time there as well. Clash Crazy yet to register a shot on target. I think 3 shots, 2 on target for the German at the interval at half-time. Usually in these cross-console finals, we see pretty one-sided games, I think it's safe to say. Thinking back to Desari versus Maestro at FUT Cup 6, Tex versus Houston, FUT Cup 5 in Singapore, Atlanta, Tex versus Tuga.
One of the stats that does impress me as well about Clash Crazy, 5 out of the 9 matches he's played across the 3 days, he's only conceded 1 goal over the 2 legs. Doesn't concede many goals, this guy. One of the best defensive players we've seen all weekend long, only conceding 13 goals. It's a stat can't really be argued with. Can he show a defensive capability in this one, though? The match that's worth so much, $50,000. We must talk about it. A life-changing amount of money for winning one of these majors. There's still 4 more of them to come throughout the global series, but more than that, to make your mark and get your name on the FUT Champions Cup. It's there for good. Rocky did it in FIFA 17. We might not have seen him for a while, but he's the first name on that trophy.
You could also say as well, looking further into the season, Clash Crazy's probably already done himself enough to make grand finals at the end of the year.
I did speak to him after the console final and said, do you think you've done enough for the grand finals? He went, you know what, maybe if one or two more tournament appearances, I would comfortably say I'm there. Last year we saw how tight it was towards the end of the year. The likes of Abinio just scraping it on the Xbox. Razek still yet to find a goal in this matchup on his home console. We are on the Xbox console first. You can just see how Van Dijk was pulled out there. Another day, that ball falls through and R9's in a one-on-one.
Saw the offside trap there in the bottom right corner as well. Flicked on from Nicholas Razek. Trying to squeeze his plays forward and limit the gaps, but you see that gap in behind for Crazy Clash to exploit.
Into the last 30 minutes, and it will be over on the PlayStation leg to conclude this cross-console final. If Clash can get something out of this, Cristiano Ronaldo!
The man that you put the money on to score in the big occasion right there. Letting Clash Crazy down. Substitutions being entered here onto the pitch for Nicholas Razek. I think saw Mbappe coming on at that right cam position. We'll wait to see the full effect of the substitutions when we do get underway. But what a chance that is for CR7. The only thing that you'd be saying why that's gone wide is because it's on his left foot.
I mean, that is really the only critical thing you could say. Then that's when you start to open the debate of, imagine if R9 was in that position. Imagine if you had a Cruyff or a Eusebio in that position, which, you know, if it was on their weak foot, I'm saying there's a good chance that's flying to the back of the net. Did very well in the first place to even open up that pocket of space. But you ask the question and you say, you know, that is Cristiano now that that's a 90-plus player. You'd expect it in those kind of areas to be doing something. It's going to be a triple substitution for both players, it seems. Obviously, we were looking at the POV of Nicholas Razek. We'll see the changes from Clash Crazy shortly as well. If you have just joined us, this is the cross-console grand final. It's the German Nicholas Razek against the Italian Clash Crazy, who is still yet to lose in this tournament. 5-0 in Swiss, and since that game, he has not looked back once. 20 minutes left. Nicholas Razek, can he find a way through? Eusebio into Messi now. Don't let him get on that left foot. I'm sure he'll be predicting the shot of it as well. Messi toying with 1-2 players. Bullets just jockeying him, and he's going to jockey very well. He's going to fall back though. Drag back with no exit. Not once, but twice.
But again, the resolute defending, the quite patient defending, you've got to say, for Crazy. Not biting on the drag backs, holding firm.
Lovely heel to heel from Eusebio. Can Messi get on the end of it? Van Dijk once again just dominating that defensive third, as he's done all weekend long. Standout player for me in at the back. I'd love to see how many goals he's prevented over the weekend. Even chances. Look at R9, he's peeling off. Just see Maldini trying to follow him. It's going to fall into R9 though. There's the drag back. Surely a goal for Razek. And he will finally have a breakthrough just 10 minutes before the game ends. And I'm sure for him, a huge relief in this cross-console final.
It was needed as well. You said he's peeling off originally. He had to wait. He couldn't play it straight away because it would just been simply intercepted. And the drag back was what made the goal. Really smart play, moving it onto his left foot. He knows that he can go on either side. And the problem was with Crazy on that occasion, who are moving his goalkeeper in. With goalkeeper movement in FIFA 20, if you are moving it as the shot comes in, 95, 96% of the chance of the time, keeper's just not going to save it.
We could have an
Didn't need to turn back.
Plus, about to have a reply there from Messi. Didn't need to turn back, did he? He was through.
Yeah, we're going to hit him straight away from kickoff was Clash Crazy, but just a little bit too neat, you'd say. with the constant turning with the left boot. But as I was saying, with the goalkeeper movement, if you're moving your goalkeeper as a shot comes in, the chances are you're not saving it.
It's a great ball all the way over. Easy day for Alisson. Don't think that Nicholas Razek's going to sit off now. He'll want a second, if not a third, going into this second leg. He'll want to make it as easy as possible. Especially for him, going in an unfamiliar position on his PlayStation. His away console. I don't know how these cross-console final works. It's a leg on each respective console from both of these players. You are looking as well at the best 2 players out of the 64 that did arrive. Probably Thursday night here in Bucharest. Who had hopes of making it through to day 3 or trying to make a name for themselves. These were the 2 players that were able to do that.
And this is exactly how Razek finished the game against Tex as well. He just kept hold of the ball in the first leg. He didn't need to kill the game off. He felt as though he had a good opportunity in the second leg to score more goals. But the most important thing was not releasing the ball. Not letting the ball turn over in possession.
Here's Eusebio now. Again, R9 just looking for the scraps on that. Unfortunately, there's going to be no scraps from him, and that will be leg 1 concluded from this cross-console final. Nicholas Razek with a very slight advantage on his home console will now jump over to the PlayStation 4. But 1 goal, Richard, that's nothing in competitive FIFA.
It's really not. You see Nicholas Razek there walking off as we are going to switch over to the PlayStation right now for this second leg. I think if you are Clash Crazy Gamer right now, you're probably thinking, you know what, I'll actually take that. I lost it, but he was on his preferred console. Yep. He was, you could say, the home player. I'll take that. I will take a loss, and now he's coming onto my turf. He's coming into my environment. I'm the more comfortable player. Hopefully, I can get something out of this game.
Yeah, well, out of the 9 games he did play throughout the tournament, Crazy Clash, he's only scored, well, the least he scored across 2 legs is 1 goal. He's used to scoring 2 goals, 3 goals, 4 goals. He netted 28 over the 3 days in the competition. So, you know, fantastic stuff. We've still got a second leg to come. And of course, if you are waiting for that, do not go anywhere. We have a second leg of this cross-console final coming up over on the PlayStation. Back home for Clash Crazy. Can he bring it back? Do not go anywhere.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach. The Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Oh.
Welcome back to Bucharest, Romania. You're joining us for the second leg of the grand final. Perfect timing, really. That man on your screen is currently 1-0 down to the German Nicholas Razek. However, he is probably the more comfortable of the players right now, Brandon Smith, as we're moving on to the PlayStation 4.
Yeah, he certainly is, of course. You know, this would be the first loss that Clash Crazy would have suffered throughout the whole tournament, and probably not the best time for it to come as well in the cross-console final. Whoever wins this game will pick up $50,000 and, of course, call themselves a champion. They'll have their name on that FUT Champions Cup. It's currently out of sight, but I'm sure after this next leg, you will see one of these two players lifting it with a huge grin on their face. But as you said, Richard, it's all to do at the moment for Clash Crazy, as he currently is trailing by a goal to nil. But that was on his away console, and in that little break, we were able to have a little discussion about it. One goal is nothing. It really is nothing for a player that, as I said, that in only one game scored one goal. All his other games, he scored 2 goals, 3 goals, 4 goals. The man does score goals, and he's going to feel a little bit unfamiliar playing on the PlayStation for Nicholas Razek.
Razek also doesn't really concede goals. That's the only thing I'm going to say. If you look at the game against Tex, he conceded 2. Against Sammy, conceded none. In the console final against Vinny, conceded 1. So in these sort of big match scenarios, he's not really conceding. He's been very defensively sound. Now you've got him a lead as well, and he's got something to hold on to, and he's not having to come behind in a game, or he's not playing against someone like Tex who he knows is just going to keep on attacking and keep on going at him, and he knows he needs to get 3-4 goal leads to secure the game. I don't know, I feel as though we could see a 1-0. I think that could be enough in this cross-console final with how FIFA 20 is currently playing. We've been able to sit men behind the ball, soak up pressure, and then maybe even hit him on a counter-attack as Clash comes forward. He knows that he's on his preferred console. There's that added pressure of, I can't let my opponent sit deep. I've got to attack him. There's going to be gaps open up. It's going to be a fascinating second leg.
Yeah, it really is, of course. You know, Clash Crazy, one of the highest scorers in the competition. 28 he scored across all of his matchups. 5-0 in the Swiss formats. As we said, Richard, he's only suffered a defeat against one player in this whole global series so far for this year, and that has been for Filza. And if anything, that was back at the last FUT Champions Cup, because he hasn't tasted a defeat today. Nicholas Razek, though, a man for knockout football. It seems like he just thrives in the knockouts. We've seen him so many times, FIFA 17, 18, 19, into this year as well in FIFA 20. He's always making knockouts. He's always just been that one step off the mark, though. Is this his time to see out one leg of FIFA and to become a champion?
We'll hear what Tex said. He said, this is your opportunity, this is your tournament. He slayed Tex, he slayed Desari. And the one man in front of him has been the invincible, unbeatable, crazy gamer representing Team Clash.
As we said, he doesn't really concede goals. You can see the average there, 1.4 goals a game. He does concede. Just one little change there with the cameras. I'm sure he's obviously in on a different console now. For Nicholas Razek, he wants to be ready, wants to make sure the controllers are all good for him as well. He is leading by a goal to nil, though. He will move over to PlayStation now. We're on a PlayStation game. And this is time for Clash Crazy to make the all-important turnaround. And if he can do it, he'll be $50,000 richer and will be the first ever Italian name on that FUT Champions Cup. And I'm sure it'll be welcomed very much well by the Italian community.
Oh, 100%. Fascinating game. Don't know which way it's going to go. This is what competitive FIFA is all about at the top level.
Strap yourselves in for 90 more minutes of competitive FIFA, in which we will be 100% crowning a new FUT Champions Cup winner. It'll be the 5th name to be on that trophy. Early chance as well for R9. Everyone's taken a deflection. As I said, 5th name on the trophy, joining some of the greats from the scene, such as Rocky, MS Desari, Tex, Dullen Mike. And that 5th name beat Clash Crazy on Nicholas Razek. At the moment, 1-0 on the aggregate scoreline after an impressive first leg from the German, who's kicking in this red strip from right to left in this first half. Of course, up against Clash Crazy in the Italian strip. Proud Italian FIFA player. It's all to do for him, though. He's been impressive in knockouts. He's been impressive over the 3 days. Can Nicholas Razek hold on to this lead? I don't think one goal will definitely be the final scoreline. We are going to see goals in this game. R9 has actually found a bit of space as well. Does so well to get past Maldini. Tried to cut back inside to Eusebio. By that point, though, the ball was well away from the man.
Lovely Elastico to try and open up the gap. Just solid bit of defending from Maldini. Didn't go to ground, didn't commit to the tackle, and just held off. Waited for Nicholas Razek to sort of relinquish possession on his own. That's pretty fortunate, the rebound.
Does get bullied as well. Interesting to see both players happy to back Roberto Carlos in a left back as well.
And maybe that could be the start of a new trend. We've often seen Zambrotta, but quite a interesting fact that both players using Roberto Carlos, who have made it into the cross-console final.
And also, as a player, didn't really get touched last year as well. We know
They just weren't tall enough. Last year was so heading orientated that you had to have tall fullbacks.
Eusebio has found that ball into R9. Fake shot into the finish. Nicholas Razek. Superb in the final third once again. And you can just see that goal has kind of taken the wind out of him. We didn't expect to go 1-0 up in this second leg. He now leads by 2-0, and he really is in pole position to go and win this tournament.
I don't think I've ever seen a more aggressive man.
Jimmy's gone.
Jimmy's watching this game. Everybody has left their positions in Bucharest. I was about to say, I don't think I've ever seen a man aggressively drink water like that. His hands were shaking. He knows how big of a goal that is.
Well, he came and joined us on the couch yesterday after he beat Dasari, and I kid you not, he was shaking with answering the questions next to me and Kyle, because it was, he's knocking out some huge names here from the Xbox. He took out Dasari, he took out Tex today. Had to play against NSC Vidi in the console final, and now he's 2-0 up in this aggregate scoreline on his away console.
Lovely fake shot to open up the space as well inside the box there. The composure to be able to shift the ball quickly and then get the shot off straight away on that right foot.
It's all to do now for the Italian. As we said coming into this game, he did look really composed. It looked like he was enjoying himself, maybe a little bit too much. Yet to drop a game.
Is the writing on the wall for Nicholas Razek to finally win a FUT Champions Cup, or is Clash Crazy gonna surprise us once again and perform an unbelievable comeback here?
Carlos Alberto now on this right-hand side. You feel like if he gets a third, that name starts to get engraved on the trophy. Could this be the chance for him? Allison keeping Clash Crazy in this matchup.
It's going to be a free kick. Expect it short here.
It's 3 men over it. R9 just to play it to Roberto Carlos. We won't be seeing a trademark Roberto Carlos for a while.
Not until the game's finished.
I would pay to see it. It's a mistake like that, it could really cost you this matchup. He's got acres of space. Carlos, from being involved in that free kick, is completely out of position. Cristiano Ronaldo. Once again, that's why Vieira's in there. You could just see that nod from Nicholas Razek.
And it's the individual battles that are won for either player, whether it's Nicholas Razek or Clash Crazy, that do fill you with confidence. Sometimes it's less about the goals and more about winning the one-on-ones, getting the last-ditch tackle. Sometimes when you'll go to a football match and you see your centre mid absolutely crunch someone out wide and get the ball and it's a big tackle, what happens? All the fans, they get riled up for it. It's the exact same on FIFA. If you get back and you perform an unbelievable tackle, or your keeper pulls out a worldy save that you didn't think was going to happen, that fills you with this sort of adrenaline where you're like, yeah, my players are up for it, I'm up for it. Let's win this game.
He's forced to pause. From That's Crazy there. We jump straight back into the matchup again with a free kick. This time, Roberto Carlos will not be caught out of position. Not like he was going to play that short. It's exactly what he did to Laurent Blanc. Looks like the back line will be Roberto Carlos, Patrick Vieira partnered up with a fellow Frenchman in Laurent Blanc and Carlos Alberto. Out on the right-hand side. Maybe that's the winning formula. Players might follow for FUT Champs Cup 3. Could this be a chance for free for Razek? Just held off. Good Clash Crazy, and that was enough. Deflection out for a corner. This one's played short, and it will be Johan Cruyff. Doesn't know which way he wants to go, left or right. Superb stuff from him. Unfortunately, just runs it off the field, though. Need to see a goal. Or at least a chance from Clash Crazy. If he can get one just before half-time, he would set up a really exciting second half.
You saw him using R1 there just to bring his players closer to the ball. Trying everything here is Clash Crazy. Just get a shot on target.
R9, which way is he going to go? That's the way he'll go. And Yashin will match it up. Ball straight into the box, cleared away.
Wasteful.
That's 5 icon players there as well. At the back, including the goalkeeper. For Nicholas Razek.
Yeah, you got Virgil van Dijk as well in there. Ever present. We were talking about some of the players of the tournament earlier. You're putting Laurent Blanc up there. I think Virgil had to get a shout as well.
Oh, he's just been so impressive, hasn't he, the Dutchman?
CR7 as well in the clutch moments going forward.
Seen that near post finish as well. Come out a few times for the likes of Messi and Neymar. Half time, and Nicholas Razek is 45 in-game FIFA minutes, Richard, away from picking up a trophy.
Possession dominant for Nicholas Razek with only 60%, but the more important stat on the screen right there, 97% passing accuracy.
He did it against Tex. Over 2 legs, let's not forget.
Yeah, 96%. He's not wasting the ball when he gets it. Every single time he gets the ball, a shot is being the ending, the result of the play.
He really
Honestly.
has been amazing. He's been so good, Nicholas Razek. And, you know, it sounds like, you know, we're just blowing his trumpet and saying, you know, how good he has been. But, again, he's winning in his away console. It's a player that we're still 45 minutes away from, but this has been bubbling for a few seasons now. For him to go and win a major, to go and get into a cross-console final, to go and prove his worth to an organisation out there. Because he makes grand finals, he makes knockout stages, and he has to be in that top 5, top 10 most consistent Xbox players we've probably ever seen ever since the Global Series has existed.
I'm just trying to think back as well to through time at free agents that have won FUT Champions Cup. You'll probably be the first free agent since Tex in Barcelona to have won a FUT Champions Cup.
That would be correct. That was back in FIFA 18 in Barcelona. And that is the beauty of FUT Champions Cups, the stories that they bring, the personalities that are created,
the opportunities that arise for people to shoot themselves into stardom.
And that's exactly what Nicholas Razek could do if he's able to hold on to this. Clash Crazy, there's still plenty of time. We just need to see something going forward because Nicholas Razek has not let go of the ball. 69% possession at half-time, 97% passing accuracy. Incredible. And he's still not letting go of the ball either. It's going to start to frustrate Crazy, I'm sure. Naturally, he's going to start to press as high as he can. You can just see Neymar just tugging away, trying to pull the shirt of Carlos Alberto.
Happy to go back to the goalkeeper. Great composure on the ball there to play out with a gap as well as Clash implemented a fantastic press onto him. You can still see it in full effect there. Hullet Vieira chasing impacts.
Just seems to always find
the
a gap,
gaps are opening.
Always seems to find a gap, and watch that run of R9. Van Dijk's going to try and chase it, but he's not going to play that ball. He'll be patient with it. He does not want to give away possession. And why would he? Again, a risky pass is going to work out for him. Yes, it will. Messi will be through. That's Pele trying to trap back, and Pele doing the defensive duties as well. And that, just that moment there, Pele running back and doing enough, has meant that That's Crazy has needed to make a pause. Once again, he will win the ball back. Get rid of it though, because Messi's going to add the press on. This could be a chance for Clash Crazy. Has to score it!
What a save, Yashin! Oh my giddy aunt. How on earth has he saved that?
That there is a championship-winning save potentially in this matchup.
I talked about the little moments that fill you with adrenaline as a player. Seeing Lev Yashin pull out heroics like that will be the thing that start you on the thought of, I'm going to win this. This is my trophy. My keeper don't make saves like that. That doesn't happen every single day. You have to see the replay of that save.
You wonder the changes that Clash Crazy is making right now. We've been able to see the changes that Razek has wanted to make. You can just see a very small change in his custom tactics, as you would expect. A little bit more defensive. He wants to see out this matchup. Ronaldo will come off. That's CR7. And some fresh legs will be introduced. It will be a corner for Clash Crazy. Just under 30 minutes left of our cross-console final. You can just see at the back of Clash Crazy that FUT Champions Cup shining with all its glory. At the moment, Razek will be picking up. Weird touch there from Vieira. Looked like he was ice skating.
Yeah, slid across the box, didn't he?
Last time I checked, it wasn't raining on the pitch. Even though he is winning this game, I'm telling you, he'll still be looking for another goal, Nicholas Razek, just to put this game to bed. Little tackles like that won't go his way. Roberto Carlos that time just biting into the foul. It's all going to work in his favour. His expected play short. Carlos Alberto can even dummy it and still have time to pick up the ball. Look at the space for Mbappe. Look at the back post as well for Messi.
For a second, I thought that were going to bounce off Roberto Carlos and potentially end up anywhere bouncing around the box like a hot potato, but seems to be the story of the game. I seem to be repeating myself. Nicholas Razek winning the ball high up the pitch and turning the screw in the attacking third.
Mbappe tucks out two players, Maldini and Carlos Alberto. Into Hullet. Could this be the match winner? R9. So close to making that free for Razek.
Just inches from finding the top corner there.
And Jurgen Klopp even making his face known in this grand final.
Another change here coming out from Nicholas Razek. Drop back onto one depth drop back.
No messing about from this man.
Neymar coming on at central cam as well. Get the men behind the ball and defend my trophy. That is what he's saying right now. He's 20 minutes away from lifting his first ever FUT Champions Cup. On the other side of that, I can guarantee you Clash Crazy will have made attacking changes. He'll be on constant pressure and he will be looking to spoil the party for all the German pros and German players and German fans out there.
He just needs two chances, two perfect chances, but that's easy to say when Nicholas Razek is playing as good as he is. Mbappe will be through if he wants to play him. Hullet does lose out on possession, only for a second though. "15 minutes left. Can he find just a goal to bring him a little bit of hope? If Eusebio gets round him the right side, Pele's through. There's so many if and buts I could say.
It's about the definites at this moment.
And the only definite we are close to saying is Nicholas Razek. being your champion. Just 2-0 up. There's 10 minutes left. You'll be watching that clock just tick down every single second. We are close to crowning the new champion. The 5th name to be engraved onto that FUT Champions Cup. The 2nd German player as well to ever do so. Maybe it is backing up the point of that German community, the ones that always seem to make events. They won an E-World Cup.
Hold the phone.
Just a few months ago.
That had to go in. Had to go in for Pele right there. As it just squandered and squirmed over the top of the crossbar.
Shake of the head from Clash Crazy. Has won the ball back again though. This is the chance. Has to feed it into Messi. Doesn't want to instead. Keeps it with R9 but kept it for a little bit too long. We really are into the dying moments of this matchup now. $50,000 into your back pocket for Nicholas Razek. That check will be starting to be wrote right now. And it'll be his name on the trophy. He'll move up to 2nd in the Global Series ranking. Will not take over Tex. He might have beaten him. It'll be chasing him all season long. Nodded from him as well. He knows he's done enough. And maybe it is finally time for this man to realise how good he is. Neymar dragged back into the finish. No, ricochets off the post. Referee, bring this game to a halt. Nicholas Razek should be a champion. We're waiting for the final whistle. Headsets off. He knows what he has just achieved, Richard Buckley. Referee, blow up for full time. Nicholas Razek, congratulations. You are the FUT Champions Cup champion here in Bucharest for stage 2. And it's thoroughly deserved.
The culmination of 3 years of nearlies, of close shaves. Nicholas Razek finally gets his hands on a FUT Champions Cup and finally is the man.
Is he finally the bride? That's the big question.
I mean, he could be indeed, but he's the man to beat right now. There's no fluke about it. He beat Tex, he beat Desari. He was 4-1 in Swiss. He had an unbelievable tournament to this point, and in the final, he grinded it out. 2-0 victory. Very, very efficient performance. It wasn't his best performance by any means. I think that was probably against Tex to dethrone the current champion. But just a very, very efficient perfectionist that Nicholas Razek is. He did the job, and he is going to be lifting that trophy.
Let's not forget as well, didn't concede a goal in that cross-console final. On his away console as well on the PlayStation 4 for that second leg. And as you said, Richard, so many nearlies for him. So many players that maybe didn't look up in the respect he deserved. A fantastic player, finally now a champion as well, can back that up. And as I said, if he doesn't have a club by the end of next week, I will be in shock. He's a free agent right now. Get on the phone and give this man a contract.
Just want to say as well, over on the PlayStation side, Crazy Gamer from Team Clash, what a tournament, what 2 tournaments you've had. Probably one of the most consistent players that we're going to see throughout the year. This current meta, this current patch that we're playing in, just seems to suit Crazy Gamer. Very similar to Joxan last year, where he just came out super hot. I'll be interested to see, can he continue this throughout the year? Because unlike Nicholas Razek, where we've seen it time and time again, tournament after tournament, and now he's finally sort of relished the opportunity to be the champion. On the other side of it, Crazy Gamer, I want to see, do you come to January to FUT Champions Cup Stage 3? If you do a similar performance and you replicate this form, for me, you're right up there with Nicholas, with Stefano Pina, with Mo Albert as one of the top players this year in FIFA 20.
Exactly that, Richard. He will go top of the Global Series rankings on PlayStation 4, but it's been fantastic to cover these tournaments over the 3 days. Of course, Mark and Dan, myself and Richard Buckley. And I think it is time to crown our champion here in Bucharest. Let's throw over to Kyle, who is joined by the winner, Nicholas Razek.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Richard. Yes, I am joined right here by our FUT Champions Stage 2 winner in Bucharest. And Rasak, how are you feeling? Describe it to us.
I honestly can't describe it. I'm just so happy. I finally made it. I was in 3 Xbox finals. Now I finally won the whole thing. I'm just super happy.
I had the opportunity to talk to you on the couch before, in front of the trophy as well. I saw you eyeing it up. How does it feel that in a few moments' time, you're going to have that in your hands?
It's just great. It was my big aim to get this trophy. And yeah, I'm just super happy that I have it now.
Now, I did speak to you earlier on today, and you said there was a pressure on you to get to the Final Four. You just wanted to get there. You wanted to be guaranteed that spot at the next competition. But here you are. You've won it all. Did you think this was possible?
Yeah, I thought it was possible actually, but my first goal was to get top 4, and after that I wanted to see what can happen. I know I was playing really good in the first FUT Champions Cup. I was really confident going into this tournament, and yeah, I made it, I won it.
You did indeed. Amazing stuff throughout the entire tournament. This is your moment right now. That is yours. The FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 trophy. This is yours. Here is your winner in Rasak. Jimmy, Mike, and Rachel, it's back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Kyle, and congratulations to Enrasic. I talked to him right afterwards. He was absolutely buzzing. It was a dream realized. So cool to see him win it.
Oh my gosh, it was just so cool. And obviously he started on his preferred console as well, got the goal, and then went over to the other console, and then did the business there as well. So just amazing for him.
And kind of like he said, it's been a long time coming. He's been right there on the cuff, and he was able to break through this year, and this could be the first of many.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights to catch you up in case you missed any of the action. And it was all Enrasic for the most part. Crazy, who hadn't lost a game all competition, finally found himself down a goal in leg 1 here. That was 1-0. What a pullback there.
And that goal is just full of premium quality. Well done. He waited it out, patient, dragged back, right place, right time. He converts the opportunity.
And here he creates another gap of space, just enough to get the shot off. 2-0 at this point, early in the second leg, Rachel. I didn't really see Crazy getting back into it at that point.
Well, not when that is obviously on the PS4 as well. That's Crazy's console. He expects to kind of go out and dominate and get a goal. And when he doesn't, head must go down a little bit
Yeah,
then.
of course.
I think we should call Enrasic the neutralizer.
The neutralizer, wow,
When he goes
I
up
like this
against
nickname.
different oppositions, he's able to take them out of their game.
Yeah, I respect it. I mean, what I really appreciated about his game in general was how patient he was to pull Crazy out of spots to get that entry pass into his striker. He did it so well and did it so consistently that Crazy didn't know whether to step or drop, and then he just wait and find another passing lane, and I feel like that made the difference, which ultimately led to both goals.
And it may sound kind of wild, but he kind of outplayed Clash Crazy at his own game with the possession play, swinging it side to side, waiting for those key opportunities was what led to Crazy being undefeated up to this point.
So what does Enrasic do from here now? He finally got to the top of the mountain, and sometimes I feel like it's harder to maintain than it is to climb.
What does he do now? Well, I guess he'd like to have some support on his side. Maybe go and get a coach. How do you sustain that now? Do you get a coach? You look at what other people do. Here he comes. He's coming in.
Congratulations.
What do you do now? Congratulations.
Yeah, what do you do now? We were just talking about you. Now you can answer this question. Do you go look for a coach? Do you need a coach now that you've done it without one?
Honestly, right now I don't feel like I need a coach, but a coach can always help, so it has no negative influence on me. But I'm not looking for a coach that can help me gameplay-wise. I'm just looking for a coach that can help me mentally.
Yeah, because I was gonna ask, when you're sitting there after the first goal, you had a sip of water and you looked pretty nervous. Surely in that moment it would help maybe having someone just kind of calm you down and just say encouragement rather than change your gameplay.
Yeah, I think it would help a bit, but yeah, I did it without the coach.
Yeah, champion without it. I mean, that says a lot. Let's just tell us about that then. Obviously, Kyle just asked you to explain your emotions. You know, when you had the first goal lead on your preferred console, did you think you had it?
No, I was not thinking I had it. I actually didn't feel good because I just won 1-0 on my preferred console. I didn't have a good feeling for PlayStation because I feel like my defensive is not so good on PlayStation, but I think I played really good on PlayStation 2. Maybe I played even better on PlayStation than on Xbox.
We talk about like the hours you put into your other console. How much time do you put into the PS4?
Actually, I just played one weekend league this year, but last year I played like a few weekend leagues and played the Champions League qualifier, but that's it.
And we had you on the couch earlier in the show when we were talking about how you matched up against Tex, and I think you even did a better job here against Crazy in the final in terms of, and I said earlier, I don't know if you heard me, I just said you're the neutralizer, where you're able to take people out of their game because you're so versatile in terms of slowing down a game or playing fast, taking your opportunities, having the skill moves, the intricacies, all these different details. I kind of want to know what's the secret? Like how do you know when to implement this? Because that's the hard part where I would think you're second guessing maybe, or most people are, well, should I do this now or should I do this? Where do I think I'm going to have a competitive advantage?
I think you have to try, and then you see how the game goes, and then if the game is not going well, you can switch up your playstyle. But first I try to play my playstyle, and if it doesn't work, I will change it up a bit, and yeah.
All right, well, I'm sad to say that we've come to the end of a fantastic tournament, but congrats again to our champion in Rasik. For all of you watching on television, we thank you for doing so, and we'll see you soon. And if you're watching digitally, you got to stay with us because we have the PS4 post show coming up right after this. The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud sponsors of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them, the best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
The FUT Champions Cup post show is presented by PS4.
64 players started this FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 3 days ago, and now we have our one winner in Rasik. He's holding the trophy. I'm Jimmy Conrad, alongside Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle. This is the PS Sport Post Show, and we are buzzing for you. We're so excited. This is your first major. How are you feeling?
Great. I mean, I worked so hard for that in the last 2 months. I grinded basically every day to get here, and yeah, I'm just super happy that I won the trophy.
And straight after the last tournament as well, when unfortunately you went out in the quarterfinals, Dylan Mike on penalties, you went straight onto Twitter and said, right, time to get onto Weekend League. I've got to put the grind in. And do you think that's kind of what really helped you?
I always try to play as much as I can, and I always try to find something that I can improve on. Like, I'm not happy with what I get. I always try to get more.
That's different from some players, because last time out we had Tex and he said he doesn't play much, and now you're saying you're a bit of a perfectionist and you want to go and kind of get everything right.
So what did you learn from that Dylan Mike loss that you allowed to apply to this to be a champion?
Yeah, of course it was tough losing to him, because I think I made some mistakes and lost the ball too early. I couldn't keep the ball really good, and he just pressured me really good. And yeah, now in this game, I think I showed it. I hold the ball pretty well. And yeah, I think it proved that.
And what kind of advice would you give to someone who thinks maybe they have a potential to be a competitive player? What are some of the keys? We call it the Enrasic tips or something, the Enrasic guide.
Yeah.
It needs a title behind it.
Basically what you have to do is you always have to find something that someone else is doing better. Basically watch games from other pros and look what they are doing better than you. And most of the time the defending is really important. To get better. If you have a really good defending, you will be good automatically, because attacking is not really hard. It's more about who can defend well.
Yeah, that's
and
good.
who can pressure.
That's really good insight. Now let's take a look at the highlights. And in Rasik, we want you to talk us through these, because we want your decision making. You got to give us the goods here. And this is your first goal.
Yeah. Yeah. There I gave it to R9 and just made the drag back as usual. I always use the drag back, and I think it was the perfect position to do the drag back, because he just thought, he didn't expect me to do the drag back. And this actually was, I tried to shoot, but in the last minute, in the last second, I decided not to shoot, so it was like this fake shot, and yeah. That
was a good performance overall. Good save. Obviously, you need a hot goalkeeper
really
if you're going to ever win any kind of trophy. Talk to us a little bit about your patience, because you had, for me, I saw in the final, you were really being methodical in where you did your entry passes. If it wasn't on right away, Crazy would cut off a passing lane, you go find a new space, and I think you got a little frustrated. And once you got the lead, that really played to your advantage.
Yeah, I wanted to stay patient and not make any mistakes and try basically to get to the box every attack. It's really important that you don't lose the ball early, because it's only dangerous if you lose the ball pretty early. So I didn't try to give him the ball in my half. So I always tried to take more risk when I was in his half. But before that, I didn't take any risk.
Do you feel that your experience played a part too, being on stage? That was like one of the first times I felt like Crazy actually looked a little more uncomfortable, like he didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to combat you having the ball more often, or making all these safe passes, and really taking his game out of his ordinary build-up. He really wasn't ever able to get into a flow or a rhythm.
Maybe a bit. I didn't feel any pressure, to be honest, in this game. I think probably he did, because I think it's last tournament he finished top 4, I think, if I'm not sure. So he was on the stage, but I'm used to being on the stage, so it's just a normal thing for me. I just wanted to get top 4, and after that I didn't feel any pressure. I could play every single of my game without any pressure.
Now, Mike, I'm going to send you to the telestrator now to break down, but me and Rachel are going to continue to talk to
please, by all means.
I just had a question about, obviously you took so many scalps along the way as well. Did that really keep the momentum going for you, knowing that you beat Desari and Tex and Lyrics and you name it?
Yeah, of course. I knew I beat Desari and Tex, who are arguably the 2 best players in the world. So from that point on, I was really confident, and I knew I was able to win the whole thing.
All right, now we're going to throw it over to Mike.
Go.
Excuse me, Rachel, because he's the eager beaver over
there.
there.
I could ask him questions all day, you see.
I'm the same.
That's
I love
exactly
talking to
how
champions.
I want to be described at all times. Thank you so much, Jimmy. But we're going to have a bit of a flashback here. I want to review Enrasik's first goal. I'm a big fan of this goal. I think it's perfectly set up. And a lot of times you don't see it until you get into a freeze frame. So on this first freeze frame here, and this is the reason that the drag back is so successful, because he's got a one-on-one matchup, and Crazy has to respect that R9 can turn and attack this way. Therefore, he's going to have to overplay. And because he's going to overplay, and Rasik anticipates that, hits him with the drag back, and it absolutely takes him out of the play. But it's not done there. And a lot of people think this is really simple when you get to the finishing. This is the difference between someone who has maximum composure at the top level. He's going to wait, and Rasic's going to wait to see if this goalkeeper is going to scoot. And he doesn't shoot early. He takes his time and he walks it in because he knows he has that extra dribble just because of that beautiful drag back. And you have to give a lot of credit to be able to do that, not only in the final, but on the big stage, all eyes on you. And it's just a very difficult situation to handle with that level of just general composure. Most people are shooting well before then. They wouldn't even be able to pull out the drag back, and you kind of just got to pat him on the back when he scores a goal like that. Not because you're just sitting there.
So pat him on the back when he scored a goal like that. Here we go.
Thanks, Mike. Now get back on the couch. And Rasic, do you like that breakdown of your goal?
Yeah.
All right, so now you've kind of revealed a secret that you like to do drag backs in that area. Do you think people are going to defend you different?
I mean, it's hard because it's 50-50. If he predicts, he has to predict something. He can predict the drag back, or he can predict that I will keep running. And so it's basically 50-50. And in that moment, he didn't predict the drag back, so it was good. And maybe sometimes I don't do the drag back, so.
Well, people will be looking at you more now, at your drag backs, and then just as you as a person, you're the marked man now. I mean, how much pressure will that add on your shoulders, do you think?
I think actually it will put less pressure on me because I finally won something, and yeah.
Well, Mo Abba was saying the same thing, but yet he's come here and he hasn't necessarily performed. He had a couple good games in this tournament and got out of the Swiss format, but then he got beat pretty well by Paulo Neto. Do you sense that you could have a little bit of a letdown?
Yeah, I understand it because it's not the same motivation if you have won something before, and so it's really hard to keep the motivation if you know you already had something, and yeah.
Okay, we've been talking a lot about the Brazilians winning stuff, but at the end of the day, we still got Germans holding trophies here. You know, what's going on in Germany? What kind of water are you drinking? What's happening?
Nothing special.
Nothing special? All right, I don't believe that.
You've got a bit of time now before the next FUT Champions Cup. You've obviously already qualified, but how do you maintain the standard that you have now set yourself?
Of course, I will keep playing this game, but not so much as before. But of course, I will try to keep the rhythm going and play like a few games a day and try to search something to improve on and watch my games back, stuff like that.
Don't let up too much. We'd like to see you back here. Okay.
And you're currently a free agent, the hottest free agent as well, right? Somebody, if you're watching this, a club, esports organization.
I almost want to start a team myself.
You want to be a war baller with Jimmy?
We'll work on it. We'll talk about it. Well, anyway, we appreciate your time. Congratulations again on being the best player after 3 days. Currently the best player in the world. I think we can make that claim. And enjoy that trophy, my friend.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, we're going to look at the top 10 goals of these 3 days. Let's get to it.
Here's Razek, little back here to Neymar. Across here to Vieira. It's beautiful from Razek.
Fanatic Tex, who's got a chance here. Early doors, Garincha into Eusebio. Breaks the deadlock in the first 3 minutes. Fanatic Tex, 1-0 open, a perfect start.
Well, Nicholas Razek has found R9 Ronaldo in space! And he just does not miss from those situations.
R9's going to peel off. Can he get around Van Dijk? Done so well there to get into this dangerous area. Messi back to goal, and it's in finally.
That is absolutely fantastic play.
Is there a mistake in one of these two's locker? It is yet to be seen. He went down early. R9's going to score. It really is crazy, Richard, to look at the competition level. That tackle from Blanc being too early gives R9 the chance to just get in the right area. Oh, my God. Beautiful from Mbappe. Oh, it's going to be an open goal for him as well. Right-hand side at the moment. He'll get on the ball again, in and around the box for him. R9, it's always a guessing game. Cristiano Ronaldo, once again.
Everything is coming from that side.
Switched the play out, was able to find Roberto Carlos, and this could be game over. Little dink over the goalkeeper, and you might as well write his name in the Xbox console final. Caldini trying to follow him. It's going to fall into R9 though. There's the drag back. Surely a goal for Razek. Eusebio found that ball into R9. Fake shot into the finish. Nicholas Razek. Superb in the final third once again.
Were some fantastic goals that we've seen over the last 3 days here in Bucharest for FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. What a tournament it has been. So I'm going to throw it over here to Rachel and Mike. How would you sum up this tournament after we've now seen it transpire? To see Rasik, someone who's never won a major before, finally do the business.
Can I just use one word?
I got one word as well.
Crazy!
Good.
No, he lost in the final. You can't say
it
crazy.
was still crazy.
I was hoping we didn't have the same word. I'm going to say
Did
emotional.
Emotional?
Yeah, because you know what it was?
You need a hug, Mike?
No, it wasn't emotional necessarily for me. But I say emotional because especially with the inclusion of the FGS Masters, I've never seen top 8 games matter so much. I saw tears, I saw plaques being kissed, I saw hugs, I saw phone calls being made. Things that you don't always see on screen or on camera.
Sliding into your DMs, Mike.
I mean, I did get some DMs, saying I appreciate the breakdown, but nothing like what you're hoping for in the DMs. But I'm just saying, like in the back, I saw a much different vibe and a different type of energy between a lot of the players, and especially with all these South Americans having success, not only the first event, but now the second event as well. That means so much to them because it's such a competitive region. They don't have a ton of qualification spots. So if you can get to an event and you can do well, you can guarantee yourself another event and you get to avoid having to go through that grind of a qualifier where you're just praying that you get the FIFA gods on your side and you convert the opportunities and you play your best FIFA over the course of anywhere between 4 to 10 hours on the day.
Okay, so we have about a month and a half, I'd say, until the next FUT Champions Cup. It'll be Stage 3 in January. Which players do you think are going to be doing the most work to get back up to that elite status, as it were?
Someone like MS Dasari, probably. Someone like Mo Alba, these names that they expect themselves to be doing well because they've had so much success in the past, or especially Mo Alba more recently. MS Dasari dominates all the time. So those two in particular. And then someone like Pinner, who came to his first...
that's a great choice.
Came to his first major championship this time out, and
he got grouped for the first time in his
he
career.
He couldn't even get to the fifth round of Swiss. So sorry, he lost all 3 of his games. So I'm sure he'll definitely go back to the drawing board and try and find something new in FIFA 20 that he had in FIFA 19, because he's missing something at the moment.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing Stefano Pina struggle like he did at this event. I think it's also worth mentioning Megabit, someone that I'm used to seeing on the podium or on the big stage. And he got himself out of groups or out of the Swiss stage in both events, but he didn't look good in bracket stage. He lost his opener, and he lost convincingly. So he's missing something, and I think if you talk to him, he would also suggest that. I also want to see a narrative or a storyline for who's going to be the guy out of North America. Like, if we were going to talk right now, who's the guy?
Harry.
Well, Harry.
We've adopted him. We've adopted #Harry.
Well,
he lives in Canada now.
And
take him.
The only American that got out of the Swiss stage in this event, I believe, was George. Yeah, for coming out of New York. And other than that, though, it's like we didn't see the Joxon storyline. Alexander, I feel, was very unlucky, maybe some of his matchups, and IX Joey. But are they still the guys is a question you got to ask. I know they're going to go and they're going to grind the game because that's what those guys are all about. But some of the familiar faces in that community, I wouldn't say we saw an early success story yet from anyone in North America. So that means there's kind of room for somebody new.
All right, let's take a look now at the leaderboards as they stand. The point leaderboards after these 2 events. This is fresh, right off the press right here. So Tex has 2830, you guys can see that, and Rasik gets 2,000 points this time around. He moves up to 2nd. Lyrics, even though he was a finalist in the first event, he is now down to 3rd. Vinny jumps up a few spots. Dylan Mike's still hanging around. Then over on PS4, we got Crazy, Fafilza, Iago, Paulo Neto, #Harry. You think these are the same maybe 5 to 10 names we're going to be seeing all season?
Do you think, though, Mike, we'll see 1 and 2 on each there going to the finals, the FIFA World Cup? Because they're already like 2,000 plus.
It's tough to say because we have different point allocation this year.
Yeah.
We have a different amount of events. We also have the league events. We don't know who's going to get to an E-Nations or an E-Champions League. And we also don't know what playoffs is going to look like. I don't know what the scaling looks like. I don't know how many points things are going to be worth. There's a lot of question marks I need to really give
I'm going to say,
predictions.
given just the jump that we've seen so far in points, that maybe it's 3,000 that gets you to the playoffs or gets you into the FIFA E-World Cup.
They're close.
I will say this with the top couple guys, because they got the master slot and we're going to see them in stage 3. It's highly likely that they would be able to clinch or get a spot for the FIFA World Cup, which at the end of the day, that's the major goal towards the end of the year. You want to definitely be peaking then as well, but you got to get there. And I'd love to see someone like #Harry return to the FIFA World Cup, or even Roma Dami. I've always rated him as a player. I think he's a pro's pro, and he just missed out last year, so maybe this could be his year. At least he's getting off to a good start.
Well, I've got something special for you. We have a point allocation video that'll explain all the points and how everything's going to go per platform and how many points can win in every event. So I think this will help kind of answer some of our questions.
Yeah, for FIFA Majors and the FUT Champions Cup, 2,000 points apiece there. So there when you're going to get the most points, are you? 850.
Look at the playoffs, though.
But 850
4,000 points. That is ridiculous.
So we're saying what? Someone can be maybe 20th and probably...
You could go on, you could
really
jump, you could go all the way up.
Wow.
That is a lot of points. That's much bigger than last year. And I think that's good. I think the playoffs should have a little bit more emphasis. I think they only had maybe 200 extra points last year than a major, and now it's 2,000 more. That is awesome. I love it. Sorry, I'm buzzing over here.
Yeah, it definitely should be like that. So, if you peaked at the beginning of the year and you struggle at the end, unfortunately, you should probably be punished. And we didn't, right? You should be punished.
Yeah.
You should drop off. Like, if you don't perform well at playoffs and you're sitting in, I don't know, 14th, 15th, 16th spot, probably going to lose your spot. And you got to know that going in, and you should feel that pressure because that's the position you're in. You're on the hot seat. Or you're right on the inside looking out. Is that the saying? Or outside looking in?
Yeah,
or
outside looking in.
It's always
the outside looking in, really. You don't want to be outside at Christmas.
We're going to do the opposite of punishing. We're going to reward you guys. We have another Twitch drop that's happening right now. It is the last one. So make sure you check your EA and Twitch accounts and make sure that they have, or make sure that they're linked. It's a rare mega pack. So a selection of viewers, you guys are going to win this right now. Make sure you check your accounts. And then, of course, if you've been watching throughout, you're going to be guaranteed some rewards. You're going to get some stadium stuff. You're going to get some tifos, some kits, some stadium dressing, and more. And then if you guys did do the Twitch extensions, the trivia, and the poll, the pick'em stuff, then you are going to get an untradeable gold pack on Monday. Awesome.
And from those daily rewards.
Yes.
If
I like the hand movement, by the way.
If Jimmy, if he wanted to, if Coach Jimmy could make an appearance here.
Oh,
And,
I love Coach Jimmy.
And Coach Jimmy could choose one player out of those 5. Who's Coach Jimmy going to grab? I'm going to put you on the spot. All day you put me on the spot. All day. Like, give me a prediction and all that stuff.
You mean of today's?
No, out of the 5 you had there. So we were looking at an Antoine Griezmann. You had Zambrata, Cannavaro. Kevin De
Based on what
Bruyne.
I've seen this tournament, Zambrata has been unbelievable. I've seen him on the right side. I've seen him on the left side. His defending 1v1 has been excellent. And being a former defender myself, I'm a little partial to those guys.
I'm not mad at you. We saw a lot of Italian success.
Yeah, we did. So. I don't know why you'd be mad at me. I thought it was an excellent choice.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm supporting the choice. I was ready to, get on you if you had a different choice I didn't agree with, It was a setup. It was a test.
Okay. One more. Well, I have a lot of questions for you guys, but the one I'm going with right now is this going to be a new trend that we're going to see for
Rachel
these
and I
majors?
on the couch?
No, of course. We're going to always be doing this, but just with somebody new winning a tournament. Or do you think we're going to see a regular name? Let's just talk about the next one, FUT Champions Cup Stage 3.
The only thing I thought about that is that we have the qualifiers for the Libertadores in the middle of them. So that could change things quite a lot in the South American region. Could that see people burning out a bit more because they've kind of been grinding
potentially
to qualify for that? Or will they be kind of, I guess, a bit more sharp because they've been playing a lot more games?
I guess it depends on the player.
In preparation from that. So I think that maybe will change things up a bit, but I'd really like to see a South American go all the way because we keep bigging them up. They keep kind of getting really close and just not quite lifting that trophy.
I've got a lot to say on this.
Okay,
here we
I'm
go.
going to just sit,
All right.
cross my arms
The mic is
and
yours,
listen.
Mike.
Oh, I appreciate Mike on the mic. Thank you so much. Okay, so I got this ready.
Story time, can't wait.
Maybe. So I do think that we're going to see many familiar faces making runs, but I would be very surprised to see a season similar to last year where we saw all the success from Fnatic Tex. Like, I do think he'll be at events. I do think he'll make runs. Do I think he'll touch the podium again? It's likely. But I don't think we're going to have another season where he wins everything for the most part. Even the same with MS Desari. Some of these guys that we always see holding a trophy, I think that trend will continue. It just won't be as regular. I think there's going to be new faces that are integrated in. And I also want to say that I love that there are a lot of events. Maybe because I come from a different era. When I first started playing competitive FIFA, we didn't have any events. We were all hoping just to get to the FIFA Interactive World Cup at the end of the year, which is now the FIFA World Cup.
Boomer.
He makes himself so old over here.
No, but I'm saying, like,
I just said okay, boomer to Mike.
You gotta have a history. You have to have a history lesson. Like, it took a lot. We were grinding for the one tournament a year that we knew was going to be there, and that was our claim to fame. Now we have a competitive ecosystem. Whether it is something that's happening in South America, or it's happening in North America, or it's happening in Europe, and then you have these big international events, and they all come together with the global series ranking points and all that good stuff.
Okay, now before the
I'm just
tournament,
saying, don't complain about the travel. It's good to have options.
Before the tournament started, Mike made some predictions about the best attacking players and the best defending
How'd I
players
do?
at this. I don't know. We're going to check it out now.
Perfect.
We made these fun graphics. Some of them have swords. Some of them have shields.
This is
We'll see
Jimmy's
how well he did.
Photoshop work, by the way.
It's not my Photoshop. I'm not even this good. I couldn't even do that. So you said the best attacking players, Houston, Lost in the Waves. They did score a lot of goals. Diogo and Stokes.
All this is right. This is all good.
Well, it is, but they didn't. Well, two of them got grouped.
I saw Lost in the Waves scored 12 goals in one of his matchups.
Yeah, right. But where did that lead him?
I didn't say they were the best winners. I said the best attackers.
Okay, then defensive players.
This
Tex,
is also
Lyrics, Crazy. Crazy.
That was
Crazy got us all the way to the final.
He did.
Tex is a defensive monster. Lyrics was a defensive
Fafilza,
monster.
though, did struggle. Even though
didn't have
he
his
was a
coach.
defensive
I feel like
mastermind in Major 1.
I think that Fafilza still had a good tournament, and he was missing like his big brother.
Would you like a pat on the
and
back?
Thomas
Is
is
that
going
what
to
you'd
come
like?
back.
I feel like he needs like reassuring that he did well. Well done, Mike.
All those guys
Next
were
time we're going
who
to
we
have him pick the
expected them
best
to be.
winners, because I want to see if he gets that right.
That's a whole different category.
So what are they going to be holding? A shield or a sword?
I think we should give them trophies.
Trophies.
Wait, what about a castle if they just were holding the mini castles?
Castle?
What are those?
I
What
I don't know,
the
where are you
snow
going?
things that you know what I'm talking about?
Globes?
Yeah, the snow globes, right?
No, it's post-Christmas then. No, that won't work.
Now, Mike, you talked about playing tournaments in the past. How are you feeling about these PS4 Challenger tournaments? And they give you an opportunity to play online and compete. Why don't you talk us through what these are?
I'm a big fan. It gives you more opportunities as a player. Obviously, you start in stage 1. Players must win 3 out of 4 matches, advance to stage 2. Stage 2 players will compete at a higher skill level and kind of so forth and so on. And it allows you to have an opportunity to win more FIFA points. You can get some cash prizes. At the end of the day, you're trying to build up your team. Ultimate Team is all about building up your squad. So any way that I can do that faster, and you're going to say I'm playing pretty well, I'm pretty happy about that.
Have you ever signed up for one of those before?
I've always signed up for them.
And how do you do?
Well, I haven't always had a chance to play because I'm here.
There we go with the excuses. Are you
That
more of
was-
an
that was a
attacking
quick-
player or defending player? Where would you fall on that scale? I should ask you that.
Balanced player.
Balanced.
Yeah, I definitely would specialize more on the defensive end in terms of interceptions and pressure play, but I consider myself a balanced player.
Okay, and then how are you feeling about the format overall with regard to the
Swiss stage and everything?
Yeah, Swiss stages. Remember we used to start with 7 games in the Swiss format.
Yeah.
And now we're down to 5, which I think it's nice and tight.
I think when you're looking at the Swiss stage, and we're going to have a graphic on screen here, it's definitely the best format for competitive FIFA. And if you're brand new, each competitor plays someone with the same record every single round. So for example, if you were 1-0, you would play somebody else that's 1-0. 2-1, 2-1, 3-2, 3-2, etc. The goal is to get yourself to 3 wins or 3 losses.
Do you think this is the most fair way to have one of these tournaments?
And that's why I want to stress that it's so important for the FIFA community, and it was one of the best introductions that we've had in competitive esports for FIFA because it makes it where you no longer had the luck of the draw. Before that, we used to draw into groups, and then you could say, oh, you were really unlucky, look at this group. Or you're really fortunate, look at your group. And that eliminated that situation. You're either playing someone who's in form or out of form or somewhere in between. It's always somebody with the same record as yourself.
It was obviously seeded as well, wasn't it? So it kind of took into seeding considerations from the first Champions Cup to come into this one. And then obviously in the Swiss as well, you continue playing because sometimes you just play 3 and if you win 3, you can not play anymore. But now you go all the way as well to play for seeding, which makes it even more fairer once you get out into the second day.
And I think it makes what Tex did in the first major even more impressive because he didn't lose a game throughout the whole thing. And Crazy almost did the same until he ran into Enrasic. So it's I think, the most fair way to have one of these, and I'm glad it exists. Pretty much where I'm going to go. Now, with regard to Enrasic, I want to get back to him again because I just want to give some more love to him and respect for what he accomplished today. Now that he's not sitting here, how hard do you think it's going to be for him in the next major?
In order to repeat?
Just to repeat. I mean, do you think he has it in him? Because it's just normal to have an emotional letdown.
It's taken him 3 years to hold the trophy, to actually hold the trophy, and be on the Xbox just looking. And I'm not saying the PS is weaker by any means, but some of the biggest names when you're looking at them as Desaris and the Fnatic Techs, who are both going to be very motivated. Losing motivates you more than winning. And that's something that he even said when he was sitting here with us. And Ras is like, I finally got to touch it. I finally got to hold the trophy. Plus $50,000. But it makes it where he said.
I forgot to ask him what he was going to do with the $50,000.
I think he's taking everyone out for drinks, is what I heard.
Go on.
But what he was saying there too is because he doesn't have to play in the next qualifier, that he's not going to play as much. He said that when he was right between us, and that could put him in a position where maybe he doesn't have that same cutthroat mentality that's necessary to win an event. Playing devil's advocate here.
And it does kind of come down to luck of the draw, but you could say he had all the bad luck in this tournament, running up against quite a lot of the big names. So that kind of plays into it as well. But he said himself, just like Mike kind of referred to there, that now you've won it, he's going to sit back a little bit and not play as many games either, maybe just a couple of games a day. Whereas last time, we know that when he lost to Dolomite in the quarters, he went straight back out into the players' area and started playing his weekend league, started grinding again. He got 30-0, as we know he's quite capable of doing, and puts in all the hard work.
I also have a proposition.
Okay.
All right. So Rasik has proven that he doesn't need a coach. All right. He won the event, didn't have a coach. I think that he should hire a coach that is good at massages.
Why?
Well, because he's probably stressed out during some of the games, so therefore
I want to hire one of those coaches. That sounds amazing.
You could have the coach on stage. So technically, you'd be like, hey, I need to activate. You drop a pause, come in there, get rid of the stress. You go back to doing your thing.
I love you, Mike Lavelle. That's amazing. Okay, any final thoughts?
Nobody else has thought
about
of
this tournament? No,
It makes sense.
I'm sure they have, but
So we need a
strategy
we
might
need
be
a
over.
masseuse, maybe a fan. It's quite warm in here. What else would he like? 50K, he could buy
Well,
quite a lot
I'm
of
just
stuff.
saying because he doesn't need the +1, he can implement a new +1 that maybe services him in a way that helps him play better.
All right, final thoughts on this tournament, Rachel.
Or feel more comfortable.
What can we say? We've had two, and they've both been incredible. I've loved this one even more than I think the first one, because we've had an absolute new winner in the form of Rasik. He's never done it before. It was so great to see a new champion crowned just a few moments ago.
Mike,
I like being a part of history, and I'm happy to have you back, Jim. We didn't see you at the first event.
Oh, that's really sweet. It's really nice of you. I thought you were going to say something about Rasik, but it's about me.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I'm giving you a hug from afar right now.
Yeah, we can hug afterward. It's
All
fine.
right.
I'll come over there.
Unfortunately, everyone, we have come to the end of the PS4 post show. So on behalf of everyone that's on camera and all of the players, I want to thank EA, PGL, all of our sponsors, of course, and the people behind the scenes that make us look better than we deserve to be. We'll see you guys soon. Thanks for watching.
And one man you can't give any space to is R9 Ronaldo, and at the death.
Oh no, that could be a mistake. That's a mistake for the field, so he's going to be punished. Don't play out from the back. This is round 5 of Swiss. We have got a PlayStation round to come up afterwards. Eusebio, oh, it's free. Into R9. And unfortunately, it looks like it will be the end of the road for the Australian.
Rude Hullet, and he's found the ball back to Ronaldo. Nothing fortunate about that one for Crazy. Samba spirit lives on here in Bucharest.
Nicholas Rasek with a first-class performance.
Inside the 18-yard box, pulls it back!
Clash Crazy will book himself a spot in a cross-console final.
It's Eusebio!
There's the drag back. Surely a goal for Rasek.
The FUT Champions Cup post show is presented by PS4.